Rocket League fans the world over, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the Rocket League Championship Series for 2024. This is day one of our North American competition, day one of Open Qualifier number one. We'll have 3 of these before we get to see these teams play in person. It's going to be an excellent, excellent day of Rocket League, and I've got wonderful friends here to help bring us the action. And I hope you guys in chat are having a great time. Gibbs, how you feeling?
173 days ago, we crowned a world champion, the longest offseason in Rlcs history, which only means that these players have had time to grind and show us what they're made of here today. I'm so excited.
Dazzler.
I'm excited as well. I'm excited.
Dazzler, let's go.
Like, come on, man. New season, new format, new teams. Rlcs 24 is here, and it's finally match day wave.
We've been waiting for this. I don't know. There's a sense we were just talking about. Like as the timer was going down, I was watching chat start to light up, and I was like, there's a little bit of like during the off season, you're like good things are good things. You never know what you got until they're gone, and it's like, is it gonna come back? Is it gonna be real? And it's like the moment right before the broadcast happens where it's like, it's real, it's happening. We're here. We're gonna get to watch these teams, the best in the world, do what they do yet again for your entertainment at home and for ours as well. We're excited to get into it. Let's talk about how the season is going to work, because it is a little bit different than last season. If you're watched last season, this will be familiar, but it is new. Last season, we had 3 splits before our World Championship. This season, there's only going to be 2. Now, each of those splits is going to be relatively similar to the previous year's splits, where we'll have 3 open events, 3 online qualifiers to lead our teams in points to that major at the end of the split. But each of those qualifiers is going to follow the same format. Last year, every split had a kind of slightly different format. This year, we're playing Swiss into single elim every event. So once you've learned it, if you pay attention to how the format works at this event, these 3 days over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you'll understand how the rest of the whole RLCS is going to work. I'm excited to get into it, folks. Now, what can you expect on a week-to-week basis here, folks? Well, we got some wonderful things in store for you. First Touch is back as ever on Wednesdays, 11 a.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. You can catch the First Touch podcast. It was an excellent episode. You should go back and watch it. If you don't know what's going on this week, they'll get you all caught up, because we got 3 days of action here, starting off right now, February 2nd, 10 a.m. Pacific. You guys are in the right place. You're actually half an hour early. Kickoff between OG and Gen.G starts at 26 minutes from now. We'll have that first game there on the 2nd, and then same start times tomorrow and Sunday, where we will be crowning our first qualifier champion here for North America. Lots in store for people here, and I mean, the biggest note for me here, Dazzer, in this format, a little bit more succinct. It is more important for these teams to heat up early if they want to have a good run to the World Championship.
Yeah, to get to this stage, teams have to go through a double elimination open bracket where anybody, including you at home, could compete in. They have to stay locked in because there's so many chances for an upset to happen, and for them to normally have that comfortability of last season, that's all gone. Every single day matters here, Gibbs.
Yes, and we got an expanded prize pool as well. So we got lots of teams competing now. We had 500 last season. We hit 900 for North America. We doubled worldwide the team signups. But as you see our prize pool, as we go down, first 21,000, we go down 12,006, 3, 21, and 1,800. But there's more after that, and this is why I think a lot of people are trying to compete. We see a lot of content creators do it, but also just players that are like, I never have a shot for maybe a top 32, but top 128 is feasible, and I'm going to try and make that run with 2 of my friends. And as you can see, it goes all the way down to the 128th spot at $300 a piece.
I mean, it's an open tournament, and you get paid down to the 128th team. Surely there's not even 128 teams that signed up, right, Gibbs?
No, yeah, we got 900 signups in NA. Again, that's 400 more than last year. And again, worldwide, we had 1,300 teams last year. Now we're at nearly 2,800. So teams are signing up all over the world. It's great to see.
Only like double more. Now, again, a more succinct format here, Dazzler, does mean that points are more valuable than ever. Giving out points here, starting away, we will have points down to the 32nd place in today's tournament. But first team going to be taking home that 16. That's 16. Looking sweet.
Points get you to the major. 4 teams in North America with the highest points will go to Major 1. Those major points will excel your journey to the World Championship. Every single qualifier matters here in order to get as many points as possible.
And one very important thing, there's a 3-point gap between all those like top places. Unless you win, then it's a 4-point gap. And that could mean the difference between a top 4 team to make a major or maybe a 5th place team. So that win is so incredibly crucial.
It always means just a little bit more to win the whole thing here. That's been consistent for the last few seasons. It stays consistent here in 2024. Now, let's talk about the format that we will play every weekend. Today is going to be the most complex day if you're not used to looking at esports formats, but trust me, this isn't that hard to deal with. Every team is going to start at 0-0 because nobody's played each other. We're going to have a bunch of teams play each other, and then the teams that win play each other. The teams that lose play each other, and you continue that through each of these rounds. You will play against teams that have the same record as you. If you win 3 matches, before you lose 3 matches, you qualify for the bracket. If you lose 3 matches before you win 3, you are out of the tournament. Thanks for playing. We'll see you next qualifier. But the top 8 teams, the 8 teams that win 3 matches first, will qualify for our bracket that we will play through on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, we will play all the quarterfinal matches, and then Sunday, we will play the semifinals and then crown our champion in the grand finals. So that's the format. If it felt confusing, just pay attention today. I promise it'll all make sense by the end. And then, bonus here, you don't have to pay attention ever again in a pre-show because that's how the format's going to work for the entire rest of the season. And I'm not going to lie, Gibbs, I know you love your formats, but I don't want to have to think about how the tournament works. I just want to watch the Rocket League. So I'm glad we're doing this.
I'm so incredibly happy because this is my favorite format, and we're doing it not only for Split 1 and Split 2 online, but also at majors and at the World Championship. So same format all year round. I'm glad they chose the very best one.
They did. Now, let's talk about teams. Let's talk, again, one of the longest off seasons we've ever had, which meant we had a lot of time for the teams to just completely fall into pieces and to go into their what's it, a chrysalis, where the caterpillars go into the chrysalis and they just turn into goop and then they turn them into a butterfly. We got a bunch of butterflies for you guys this season. So we talked to Cole and Stumpy. They made sure to catch us up on it. Let's take a look at how the biggest roster changes of the season.
It's been a very, very long time, but good things have come to those of us who have waited. The Rocket League Championship Series is back. North America did have its struggles last season, so between then and now, the merry-go-round has been in full swing. No more waiting, let's kick things off. Here are the 3 biggest team changes in North America since we took that little old break.
Space Station Gaming.
Arsenal's Space Station Gaming saved 2022-23's best till last, with a respectable top 8 at the World Championships. And it was Arsenal himself, with them since 2019, who was replaced. He's moved on to Dignitas, with Chicago, a 2-time Worlds finalist and major winner, coming over from G2. And what do you know, Chicago wasn't G2's only move. G2 Stride. New name, check. Upgraded roster? On paper, probably yes. G2 Stride celebrate their 8th successive year in Rocket League with massive changes. Gamers 8 winning duo Daniel and Beast Mode come in from version 1. Atomic, once the young attacking starlet himself, is suddenly the team's steady older hand. As for the leavers, Chicago moves to SSG as mentioned, while G2 legend JNaps joins Nolly and Com as we welcome OG Esports to our neck of the woods. Gen.G. Speaking of Nolly, his former team Gen.G couldn't have started last season any better. Sadly, results slowed down, although, to be fair, they were the only North American team to make it to every single major. So, Who can replace consistency like that alongside apparently Jack and Chronic? Only hecking this guy? Are these the teammates that Firskala needs to finally get that LAN victory he so desperately craves? Or the rest of North America rise up to finally put the region back on top? Whichever way the journey winds, it's finally time to take our next step.
Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it all. So we got the Great Migration here.
This is nice.
Phase, V1, G2, SSG, new team OG there.
OG? All right.
Yeah. So yeah, OG. I just wrote where the players were last season and then drew them in. So OG doesn't have anybody. They've got a bunch of arrows, right? So I think we got all the roster changes. Chat, did you get all that? We're good. Okay.
But Wave.
Cool. So
But wait, there's more. There's more. There's always more. There's tons of North American talent that's coming in. 10 debut.
I don't have
rookies.
room. What do you? Okay, fine.
But we're gonna start talking about all these matchups in Swiss. We'll go matchup to catch you up on all the teams that have made it to this Friday. And whenever production's ready, let's begin with TSM and Deleted, because I want to talk about these guys. These are two up-and-coming teams that both got picked up by orgs. Obviously, with Team Deleted, they got picked up maybe about a month and a half ago, but they've been making some waves in the Bandits on Wheels tournaments. They just recently, 2 weeks ago, they came in third place against NA's very best, so look out for them. But on the other side, you have TSM, previously Hey Bro. They made mountains of waves throughout this offseason. They had three grand finals in Bandits on Wheels, one win as well. So TSM has come back to Rocket League to sign these guys. This is absolutely huge for them, but both these squads are teams on the up and up, and we'll see if they can make that final push to maybe a top 8 squad.
I like that, the call for them to be on the up and up, so to speak. I mean, TSM and Deleted. I feel like a lot of people are kind of underrating Deleted a little bit, but it's going to be up to them to really show what they can do here on this Swiss stage. And two other teams that we should also look out for are going to be SSG and Pirates on a boat.
Pirates on a boat, baby! Let's go, baby!
Andy 5-Up Eras, coached by the one and only Achieves. Very interested to see how well that team does. They've got a tough first round matchup on the other side against Space Station Gaming. Chicago is filling in for Arsenal. The question is going to be, can he not only fill in Arsenal's place, but help SSG excel into a consistent contender in NA and on the international stage? Eyes, of course, will also be on LJ and Hoxer to see if they can stay consistent while adjusting to a new player, Gibbs.
Yeah, let's not forget that World Championship. LJ put on historic performance there. So Space Station, they were the #1 seed in Spring Split. They make a roster move anyway. We'll see if they can continue that trend. But they have to compete against some of the very best in North America that also made roster moves, including G2. G2 made huge moves. Atomic's the only one left. They bring in Daniel and Beast Mode, who are Gamers 8 champions, a duo that is unbeaten. They went perfect throughout that tournament, but now they got to do it in threes. Everyone says that the peak of this team might be the very best in the world, but they got to show the consistency. They're going up against the young guns in Snowmen, and Scribbles is the only player to take advantage of the new rule of 13 years old to play in the RLCS. He is 14, so the only player like in all of North America. The average age of that team is 15 and a half. So Snowmen, no experience whatsoever, basically, going up against G2. That's going to be a very tough out for them.
I mean, what a way to enter into the RLCS, right?
Rough, man.
Your first
Rough.
regional event, and you go against a team that's arguably top 2 in North America, and the diagram from Wave grows.
Oh man, but we're going to continue. We're going to continue talking about some young players, the young whippersnappers. I want to talk about these guys real quick. No one expected them to be here. They were in the day 3 open qualifiers. They were in the lower bracket to begin day 3. They had to win 5 matches in a row to even make it here. They're the only team in this entire tournament that made a lower bracket run. Everyone else was in the upper bracket final and only had to play 1 lower bracket match. They took down Omelette, who is considered a top 12 team in North America. So watch out for them. They are looking to pull off some huge upsets. They're going up, though, against NRG, and it's a brand new NRG. There's still Garrett G. He's been here since RLCS Season 1, and he's still going strong, but he's got new teammates around him. Mist is coming over from FaZe Clan, and we talked about that FaZe implosion last year. The hours were down on Mist. Well, if you want inspiration, you team up with Garrett G. And then, finally, Toasty, the younger brother of Moses, who Gen.G teamed up in Season 1 and Season 2. So Gen.G just keeping it in the family. Toasty comes over, a late addition to this Energy squad. They're still probably an outside, maybe top 8 team, but they're right on that bubble, and I think they want to make some waves and make it back to one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Miss there as well, and I think, Miss Hours in the offseason, the way he's looked has been phenomenal, but definitely been playing with a lot of passion and motivation. Speaking of which, I mean, that Luminosity gaming team, formerly Optic Gaming, now Reddle's Magic Bear on Luminosity with Cheese, who played last season for Koi, of course, with the coach Raw Greg. They have similar echoes of their older playstyle, but things definitely feel much more improved with the addition of Cheese, who's excellent communication skills, lots of passion for the game and for his new team. But they're going up against this plot twist roster: Sosa, Expert, and Kofer. I know a lot of hardcore fans know a couple of people on this team. Sosa, longtime player with a strong potential. Kofer, more of a rising star here in the offseason. And Expert, who's been kind of hanging out around the bubble. McLando, their coach here, to rule out the roster overall. Should be a close matchup to see those guys. Go ahead.
Cheese has to take over for AJ. That's pretty tough because AJ was fantastic all spring split, but don't count out Cheese. He's looked fantastic throughout this offseason. So expect them to basically be right where they left off, maybe around that top 5 spot for North America.
How's the board looking, Wave?
It's kind of crazy over here. I'm running out of space.
Well, we got a couple more matchups to go.
Stop!
Dignitas versus Rebellion. Dignitas, Gyro, Evo, Arsenal. I believe this team's 2/3 of the original Peeps roster, and they were dominant in the off-season, but this is where it really matters. Nostalgia does not win championships. This team's true test will be this weekend, and they have a crazy start with the new Rebellion roster, Parf, 2-piece, now Memories in the coaching role, and they have Justin from NRG. I mean, this team could definitely be a strong contender in NA for those major spots, and what a first-round matchup between two teams that a lot of people are going to have eyes on.
And I got to say, Dignitas on paper, when they made those moves, I'm like, all right, maybe top 8. They've won back-to-back tournaments in North America throughout this offseason. They are here for a top spot, which, I love to see for a player like Arsenal and Gyro to come back up and be at the top of NA. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all of them, right?
There's still more.
Guys!
There's more. You can see the Muffin Man. Squishy has already announced his retirement. He says he's going to be playing one last split with Gimmick, who he won a world championship with, and Aqua,
what year is it?
Rising talent on Muffin Man. But they are going against 2 EU players? Yes, EU players, Jorius and Nas. If you've watched Salt Mine in the offseason, you know who Nas is. And if you watched last season, you know what Jorius can do. They came to NA under the banner of M80 to play with AJ, who is individually talented. All of these players are individually talented. How will they work in a team dynamic? We've seen signs of that. They ended up taking down Rebellion to get to this spot in the qualifiers, as they were an upper bracket qualifying matchup, and they won it in 5. M80 are no slouch, and I've seen it earlier this week on First Touch. Some people are predicting them to also be a top 4 team in NA.
And M80, they come in like international transfers. Complexity and Furia, they're gone. They move back to Sam. So North America's like, all right, good. We get a couple of our spots back. Nope. Now M80 comes in and is trying to take one of those 4 spots to make the major. It's going to be a brutal season. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch all these teams battle it out. Because honestly, I got to say, there's like 10 teams in conversation to be a top 4 squad.
So I think, we got Optic going to Luminosity. We got Pirates of the Caribbean have picked up Andy from Dignitas, but then Koi breaks up and goes to Dignitas and goes to Muffin Men, and then wait. So who's on phase now?
No one.
Not yet, anyway.
Say that.
We'll wait for split 2.
So who's on V1?
No one. They don't exist.
No, V1's done. Wave. You missed a lot.
Welcome to 2024, chat. There's a lot of crazy stuff. If you weren't paying attention to the offseason, you missed it. We got crazy teams. It's literally a new season. So did anybody, no one in North America stayed the same?
Yep, no one stayed the same. Everyone has made moves because everyone has to catch up to EU at this point. Europe last year, spring split, the Spring Major and the World Championship were EU Regional 4 and 5. For that spring split. They were so dominant. North America had to make moves to try and catch up, but also new talent on the rise. We got 10 debut rookies here. Last year through every event, we only had 3. So North America with that long off season, maybe a couple players didn't want to grind as much, but now we got these new players coming in that are hungry to get to the very top, Daz.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of them. Pirates on the Boat, 5-Up, Kofer on Plot Twist.
Yeah.
Skippy Panda realized that Whippersnappers team, the entire Snowman team, that's their first event. Wavy, who signed the TSM, has qualified for his first event. That is crazy. And even Nas moved to NA and made his first event. Like Gibbs said, last season we only had 3 rookies, Creams, Drewy, and Evo. This time we have 10. It's just going to show you how quickly Rocket League moves and how the young talent is ready to take their skills to the next level.
I was amazed to find out, Gibbs, at least with our top 16 today, only one of those 10 came in because of the lowered age limit. We only have one. Scribbles is the only player of those 10.
Yeah, and we'll probably see that more often because we just found out about that rule, 2 or 3 months ago. So Scribbles had to find a team incredibly quickly, and he still made it to this first main event. But I expect over the years, as players know that going in, they'll be practicing more, and we'll probably see a couple more of those players come out throughout this season maybe, and definitely next year.
Well, if you're interested in watching a team that's got Scribbles on it, Snowmen is the team for you to root for, chat. There's lots of different storylines coming into today. Let's talk about what's coming down the pipe. We've got the entire Swiss to get through today. We will play all 5 rounds. It'll take about an hour per round. So lock in, get your snacks, have your second monitor up to go look at team streams as well. We will be covering a specific match here, and then we will give you updates on the other matches and watch and looking in when we can to the other matches. But if we're not showing the match in the Swiss that you specifically want to watch, go see if there's a stream around somewhere in the Twitch category that's got it broadcasting right now. A lot of these teams are going to be streaming their runs. You can follow their specific story. Wonderful biased casting on the streams. It's genuinely an excellent experience. So let's talk through these first matches. We were just talking about them from the perspective of teams here, Dazarin, but for the perspective of matchups, here's 4 of our 8, and we got some bangers coming down the pipe here in round number 1.
Yeah, a lot of people there's not one that you really want to miss here, to be honest. NRG with Toasty, how are they going to look against a young team like Young Whippersnappers, who probably has a really fast play style? Luminosity and Plot Twist. How does Cheese look on this roster? Can Sosa battle himself back into a top spot? Rebellion, Dignitas, that has to be one of the closer matches in this round. You just don't know where that's going to even go. And of course, seeing Squishy again play his first match on this kind of bigger stage here against a strong M80 team with 2 players from EU. Like, it's a little bit something for everybody. And that's only just half of the matches.
That's just half of them. We got the Snowmen taking on G2. They welcome to the big leagues. You got to take on one of the biggest dogs right out of the gate. Pirates on a Boat, baby, taking on Space Station. We'll see if they can do that there. TSM making their RLCS debut, well, I guess return debut against Deleted XD. And then the match we've all been waiting for. Gen.G finally comes out of hibernation to take on the Death Squad OG here, ready to go, folks. This will be our first match of the day. Kickoff just under 5 minutes here, Gibbs.
Gen.G is one of the squads that decided to not play in any offseason tournaments. They wanted to be ready when it matters most in the RLCS. But roster moves here as well with Gen.G. They bring in First Killer. How do you get better as the #1 North American team? Well, you bring in the North American MVP in First Killer, putting up tons of numbers all the time. He's going to look to win his first World Championship or even his first major LAN. But on the other side, you have OG. Nolly gets kicked off Gen.G, and he's got to say, what more do I need to do? We were the #1 team in all of North America, but he gets booted. He will be playing. He's not the coach, by the way. That is Torment. But we got Com and JNABs as well. 3 veterans on this squad that all kind of got booted off their recent team, so they've come together to make a very solid squad. And Nolly, I bet he wanted this first matchup, because what better way to begin a year than taking out your former team, Daz?
That's right, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks good too with the OG jersey on. Noli, of course, definitely a strong keystone in the Gen.G Mobile One Racing team's success overall, and I think you can say that with every single person who is his teammate. Look at Com, again, V1 success, even in the offseason in Gamers A, he has a part of that. He's always been a strong vocal character and definitely a very intelligent young man, and even J-Naps on that G2 squad. Everybody knows J-Naps. They know what he could do, precision striker, is always in the right place at the right time. And I feel like for OG, it's all these players kind of coming back with a vengeance and kind of proving a little bit of a narrative or proving wrong a narrative that, you know, these guys are players who always play back, can't take over a game. Well, now they're all together and they're looking to change that game by game, match by match with tournament leaving.
A fun parallel I gotta point out about that OG roster. OG as an organization, greatest Dota 2 team of all time, is an OG team that was built from the ashes of other teams. They went on to win 2 internationals in a row. No team had ever done it before. Maybe we might be seeing OG do the same thing here in Rocket League. I like thinking about it, and I can think about it right now while no games have been played in Rlcs. We'll see. But let's talk about Gen.G here for a second, Gibbs. Them on our screens. You're the top team in North America, and you kick one of your players to pick up first killer. I mean, it's a gutsy move.
Look, it's a gutsy move, but it is the right move. You kind of have to do it. When first killer's available, you have to take them, but there's a lot of history with this Gen.G squad. They were land performers every time they went. Fall major champions. Winter, they were the best North America team. Spring, they were the best North America team. So we see Gen.G. That was with Nolly. Nolly again, he's got to be like, come on, guys, why? Why am I not in this squad? But at the same time, he's happy where he landed, so we'll see how it all plays out. But First Killer was a fantastic member of FaZe, one of the best in all of North America. You put him top 2 probably with Appjack. Now they're on the same squad. We'll see if there's enough to go around to give him his numbers that he normally gets. But at the same time, this is Gen.G. They have to be power ranked number 1 because they were the very best and they bring in that MVP. But will there be cohesion? That's the only question. Will First Killer try and do too much on this squad? That's the only question mark I have left.
I mean, you got on one side, you've got a metamorphosized Gen.G, new and improved. On the other side, you've got one of the fiercest leftover teams I've ever seen. Like, this never happens that you get just like players that are left over and you get J-Naps, Com, and Nolly. Like, that's crazy. So I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes. Excited to see how Nolly goes up against his old team. This rivalry, I mean, Daz, like the fire's got to be under Nolly for this one.
I think the fire's under all of them, not just Noli as well. I mean, Com is definitely one of those players that, you know, he keeps grinding, and even last year when he was on V1, people were talking about him and his play style, what kind of player he was. But I think every single one of them making a statement with their performance this weekend.
This is going to be a big one. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag OG, hashtag GEN, and we will make our picks up here as well. First match of the year. It's a big one. It's spicy, and I'm excited to see how these teams do, see how they come out of the gate swinging. Especially, I mean, you talk about Gen.G here, Gibbs. I'm excited to see them play.
Yes, exactly. That's the main thing. No off-season tournaments. They did that on purpose. They wanted to show their very best now. And we'll see if it is the number 1 team in all North America. But here comes the Wave. It's a new year, and he's still going the underdog.
What are you doing?
Wave, what's up? What is this?
We just talked about it. A, I've seen one of these teams play. B, you've got a person that has a very specific, not every team's trying to do well across the whole season. Nolly, at this point, is like, screw the rest of the season. I want to win this game right now. He's got such motivation to win this match, and you've got a stack of dynamite in the knapsack next to him. I think OG is much stronger than Daz is going to give him credit for right now.
Yeah, you know why I'm not giving them credit? Because they're going up against Gen.G Mobile One Racing.
They just got out of bed.
Appjack, Chronic, and First Killer. Do I need to say it again? First Killer, wait, fuck. How?
Last time I saw First Killer play, it was pretty good. That was a long time ago, though. So I'm just saying.
Now, here's the thing. OG, last week, they didn't look great. They made it through on a Game 5 overtime in the lower bracket. That's why they have to play Gen.G now. But I think quality losses is the thing I always put. They've had 4 days of practice. They know what they have to work on. They barely made it here. Maybe they pull the upset, but I doubt it.
Chat's got Gen.G as well by 70% there. They're the favorites in chat. They're the favorites on the disc. Are they the favorites on the pitch? It's time to kick things off with a grudge match. Noli taking on his old team here. They've put together the best they could muster to try and take on the former Kings of North America. Can Gen.G hold that top title? We're about to find out. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
After the longest offseason in the history of our sport, finally we get to say, welcome to the North American RLCS. And we kick off the new season with familiar faces in new places, Gen.G Mobile One Racing taking on OG Esports.
Stacks, this is arguably one of the most anticipated North American storylines that is going to be playing out, not only in this qualifier, but throughout the entire year. You've got Noli going up against his former team, one of the most, confusing roster moves at the time, but I think he feels secure. I think he feels good. Calm, JNAPS, everybody on the end of OG going up against the likes of Abjack, Chronic, and now First Killer. We're getting into it. Couldn't have asked for a better opener.
OG almost became a perfect example of how insecure teams really are in this new era. They mentioned it on the desk. Barely qualified to reach this stage, and now their very first match up against this buzzsaws. JNAPS lost control of that. Here goes apparently Jack. He's got First Killer coming up with him, but Calm there with the stop. A lot of possession, though, for Gen.G very early on here. You can tell they're very comfortable, even though they didn't do much in the offseason. They didn't play any of those events, and I wonder if maybe there's a sense of not tipping their hand too early and maybe kind of catching teams by surprise for a little bit longer than they did in the previous season.
I think that that's absolutely a fair assumption on the route that Gen.G wanted to go. Of course, just like you said, we didn't really get to see too much of them, but we're not unfamiliar with them, especially Jack and Chronic. They work so incredibly well together. They know they work well as a duo, but bringing in First Killer is more of the question. Although First Killer individually is absolutely insane, we are all curious, how does he fit in here, right? Well, as of now, he's fitting in incredibly. He's going up from the sky, down to the ground. Tried to get this one over to Jack there, not quite able to find him. Now it's Chronic's turn to the backboard. Great read here from JNAPS. Gonna place this one over into the corner. And now Gen.G on the retreat just for a short moment as Noli gets that clear.
Will take a boost for First Killer, but he's let that one get away from him. Noli with the intercept. JNAPS now hard off the backboard, and apparently Jack just a little too quick for Calm, and quickly back the other way. Gen.G scores the opening goal. It's First Killer.
It's such a team effort on this one, too. You saw the pass, but Jack absolutely rushed forward, bumped Noli out of the way, gave First the most open net he could have hoped for in that, and the 1-goal lead goes to Gen.G.
Well, it's a kickoff that goes cleanly to Jack, and here we go again. Gen.G with even more zone time. Noli's got this one, though. He's got JNAPS to his right. Can he do anything with it? No, not this time. As First Killer trying to line up a second touch. Does he have control? He does. It's apparently Jack. Good 50. But First Killer almost got in his way, and that floater is sent off by Noli. So not quite on the same page there. A little miscommunication out of Gen.G, but they do have the 1-goal lead. About to perhaps. It's apparently Jack. Nothing behind that shot as Noli saves it away. Anyway, Noli's going to have his hands full, I think, in this game and in this series. He had a huge role to play in OG surviving to get to this point, and he's tied up game 1.
Listen, if there's a person to have your eyes on today, it definitely is Noli, or at least in this series, right? There's so much motivation behind everything he is going to do in this matchup. And yeah, dude's not going to let up in it. Tied game now, just under 2 minutes to go here in this game number 1. But the one person I am curious when we are going to see them start to wake up is Calm. Calm's that really aggressive demoer that we all know and love. when he starts to wake up, I fear that that's when the challenge on Gen.G might be a little bit more difficult than they anticipated. But for now, Com stays in net. Jack gets a shot, and it goes through.
I mean, this developed so quickly. Com, I wonder if he was kind of caught in between going up and around for the kind of the squishy save, or if he was just going to turn around and get a good look at the field. Either way, took way too long to develop. He gets beat. The whole team gets beat. It's 2-1 now for Gen.G. First killer and Appjack have the 2 goals. Chronic now with an assist to his tally. And here they go again. It is Chronic kind of telling Jack to run forward, and he came up completely empty. Stole some boost out of the end. Got the demolition, did Chronic. Now first killer has nothing to play for, as that's taken away by Jane Apps, and Nolly will try and trigger the counterattack. Nolly and Jane Apps had to play out of their minds late in their final qualifying series to survive to this point. They will not be afforded those same opportunities against this Gen.G squad, which has become very apparent in the first 4 minutes plus.
Oh, they absolutely will not. There's going to be no mercy from Gen.G. And in particular, I would argue first killer, right? First killer is the one that came in as the replacement. So there's a lot riding on his name, a lot riding on his rep, you know, slotting into this new Gen.G roster. For now, though, they hold on to their lead. First killer trying to turn that lead into 2 if possible. But with 30 seconds left, Jane Apps wants to start the transition. Com unable to collect that ball. It's going to be Nolly from the ground. Touch from Chronic. Centers this one over to Jack. This one goes through. And Gen.G Mobile 1 get a small comfort goal.
And that just about puts this game away, barring kickoff goal shenanigans. Jane Apps unable to react to a challenge fastball out of Appjack. 3-1 the lead now. Gen.G just needs to not choke here on the kickoff, and they don't. This goes deep into OG territory, and you have to imagine now Gen.G can just kind of coast across the finish line for game 1. First killer might add 1 to the tally. He does, and everything is falling apart at the end here for OG.
Yeah, just a few last-minute antics. So another bump there from Jack to Nolly. Maybe a love bump saying, I missed you, man, but get out of my way. And it's time and time again, Gen.G, they're not going to let up, not even to the last seconds here. 5 left on the clock, but with a 3-goal lead, this one absolutely belongs to Gen.G once they hit the ground. And there it goes. Game number 1 going to Gen.G Mobile 1.
So Gen.G does exactly what you would expect. They dominated the possession, they dominated the shots. 12-2 the advantage for Gen.G. Shooting in game 1, they just did not let OG, I mean, for maybe a few seconds after Nolly had tied the game, you thought, okay, maybe this is going to be a bit more of a fight. No, Gen.G brought it in game 1. That's what OG has to match now as we look back at how that opening game went. And OG fans, you can look now and now you can look away, because it just becomes the Appjack and First Killer show.
Yeah, that game number 1 definitely was driven by Gen.G, and they took it the entire time. But that is only game number 1, to be fair. If there is anybody that knows the Gen.G team more than anybody, it would be OG. Also, hello, Stacks. It's nice to see your face.
Yeah, hey, first NA cast of the new era. And boy, oh boy, I mean, the story writes itself, right? With Nolly taking on his former team with Gen.G. And this is very much an NA leftover squad, right? Because you had Jane Apps, who had his teammates taken away from him, replaced by Beast Mode and Daniel over on the G2 side. And then Com, well, he lost Beast Mode and Daniel. Where's he going to line up? Well, right here with OG. They're up against it, though, as we go to Forbidden Temple for game number 2. First killer is going to have that drop down to Chronic, and apparently Jack left all alone at the back, but with plenty of time to work with, and we'll see him battle with Jane Apps, and Chronic will just take it all the way across. A lot of space to work with for Gen.G early on, and that's going to be a bad sign for OG as Chronic almost dunked it in. The shot there just off the post. Com will clear it away, but once again, Gen.G all over OG.
Yeah, it is 1-1 at this point almost. And speaking of the one, you always see someone driven up forward, trying to go for a bump, opening up some more space. But now OG's doing the same. Calm, pushed back, went for the demo onto Chronic, allowed the transition to come through for OG. It's just a question of how long can you keep that transition. It's Noli up into the sky, off the ceiling. Tries to get the challenge on Jack. Shots headed towards the net, but it's slow enough for the save to come through.
Calm, all he can do is just throw that up at the backboard. And listen, Calm, if he's going to be the enforcer, that's great, but those demos have to connect. When he goes headhunting, he has to take somebody off the field, or that style does not work. You can't just expect Calm to play like every other player on the field. That's not how he succeeds. As JNAP's trying to twirl through the air. Chronic there to stop him. Apparently Jack keeps control. Calm does land a demo here, but he kind of got caught in between. Am I going to take this? Is Nolly going to come up? Nolly didn't really take charge either. And Gen.G were afforded just that little extra second. And, well, you saw they at least got onto the other half of the field for the moment. And they're going to do so again. First killer, going to try to beat two all by himself. And he does!
Listen, that's the one. That's the man of the hour. And if you are a Gen.G fan, you are so happy with how this is working out. It's the one-on-one of the 2 versus 2, right? Noli versus first killer. First killer goes on to him. The 1-goal lead goes back into Gen.G's favor. This is what we saw in game number 1. So the question is, how quickly does OG respond in this situation, especially when Gen.G's controlling pace of play?
They saw the pop-off there from Jack 2. He is incredibly hyped for this opening match of the new era for Gen.G. Here's Chronic diving straight in. JNAP's there to stop him, but watch the second and third, and really the way Gen.G's been going, 5th chance opportunities for them, as apparently Jack plays that out to the corner. First killer back across. OG having to burn some boost, having to spend a lot of time going side to side and try to keep up with Gen.G. Jack got the bump in the air, but Noli's there. Can they continue to wear down the OG defense, though? JNAPS couldn't get the powerful clear. That's killed right in front. Apparently, Jack can't sneak it through, as Noli was wise to his play.
Play's not going to end here. Chronic trying to push through. Unfortunate touch there from Calm, but this one does find its way in. Gen.G go up by 2, and it is by the full force of Chronic.
I mean, what else can you do if you're OG? I mean, you're scrambling from one corner to the other. You're going from one post to the other. You're running low on boost. You're still getting peppered by shot after shot. There have been 9 shots already for Gen.G in this game. Go to 10 now with the 12 in the first game. It is just a beating right now.
They have friends and families, guys. Relax. My goodness. But you know what? It's first game of the season. You got to go completely full out, right? Make your statement. Again, nobody has seen Gen.G for pretty much this entire off season, and it has been a long one. There's been many events that they could have participated in, many of which that we saw OG participate in, and they did extremely well. But Gen.G, they've been saving it for this day, and it's working out exactly the way they would have hoped.
Not always about getting the best player, it's about getting the right player, and I think Gen.G have done both. They had first killer, he's got an assist here, as apparently Jack with the wide turn, and a 4-goal lead now for GGM1. They just continue to pour it on. The shots in this series, Herc, are 24-4.
That's just insane. I don't even know what I would have predicted the shot count to be. I expected Gen.G to come out shooting insanely, but the fact that almost every shot is of quality is, I think, what is even more impressive. Every single one is a threat. Every single one is on target, pretty much. And if not more, right? So now, OG, you're down by 4, just over a minute to go. You also potentially are headed to match point. what do you do? How do you get the reins back? I think the biggest thing, somebody needs to initiate these transitions a lot faster than they have been before, because as soon as OG breaks into that orange half, just like we're seeing now, they almost always immediately get sent back with a follow-up shot being continued forward.
Apparently Jack just shadowing Calm there, as now Chronic will at least pester Nolly a little bit. His former teammate is apparently Jack with the save on a rare shot out of OG. That's only the third for Nolly, fourth for the team. As now we're just kind of coasting through, going through the motions in the final 30 seconds. First killer going after Nolly, and Nolly had to dance around him on the backboard to make that save, but it doesn't really matter. Another one saved off the crossbar, that time by Calm. The only question now is, what will the final score be? How many more will Gen.G be able to add here? And can OG break up the shutout this time? It's not looking likely, as the final few seconds will tick away. And just like it was in the fall of 2022, it's Gen.G's world, and everybody else has got to figure out the blueprint.
Oh man, what a showing from Gen.G. They own the field, they own the pace of play, they own the ball, and they own OG's net. OG has been forced to basically live in their own half pretty much this entire series so far. Very few opportunities for them to get to score. Again, what was it? I can't even map. What is 17? 17 to 4? This is in shots. This is insane from Gen.G, but you couldn't be more proud if you're a Gen.G fan of First Killer. He's looking incredibly. He's working out well. It's a good day to be a Gen.G fan.
There's a tendency in a series like this for the casual observer to just listen to what's going on and go, wow, they really like Gen.G. They're so biased. I'm like, yeah, listen, I'll give you one positive for OG. It'll all be over soon. The way this series is going, I mean, the shot's 29-6. And OG now, I mean, that man, J-Naps, has to find a way to rally his team back. Good luck. I mean, we've seen J-Naps face longer odds than this, and he's come through. This is a very experienced veteran squad on the OG Esports side, but they're down 0-2. Neither game has been close. They've got to pull off a miracle if they're going to prolong this series and start off 1-0 in the Swiss, as opposed to the opposite. Here goes Chronic. His shot on target just about. It hit the corner of the post, and Calm will gratefully take this away. OG catches a break. Can they capitalize on it? That's the demo that they need out of Calm, but it doesn't turn into much.
And right now, OG, like you said, kind of working on creating a miracle for themselves, but it's one game at a time. It's nothing we haven't seen this squad go through before, right? This is almost very similar to how we saw them even get to this top 16 Friday today, right? They had to go through the lowers. It was a scary series for everybody that went to game 5, but they prevailed. So like we've said time and time again, it's this veteran icon squad of leftovers. So if there's anybody that's going to be able to adapt and figure things out at the last second, I would argue it would be OG, but hopefully somebody gets back in time before we see a repeat of games 1 and 2.
When this series concludes, just as we did in the past on Fridays, we will take you around the rest of the opening round of Swiss and kind of check in on some of those other matches. Of course, OG would like us to stay here quite a bit longer, as Calm has that tied up in the corner with First Killer. J-Naps kind of waiting, trying to get somebody to dive in. Finally got what he wanted and won that ball all the way downfield. A chance for OG to get some offense going, but apparently Jack instead right down the center. J-Naps and Calm both up, and there's nobody to chase this down, as it's all First Killer, all apparently Jack, and he almost got to that off of Calm.
Here comes Calm. He's going to take this one down to the ground, over to the sidewall, just trying to get around the defense, but First Killer just waiting for him. 2 up, but Noli's the one to clear forward. And that transition's going to get cut short with a pass from Jack over to First Killer. First Killer trying to reset this one down over to Chronic. Instead, Noli takes it away. Nice 50 on it to keep this in possession for OG for now. And J-Naps trying to get around the corner. This could be a center for Noli to take a shot. It goes goes just to the top of the crossbar, enough for Chronic to make the save and the clear into mid. But now the anticipation from OG is coming out a little bit faster. You saw Calm in the mid try and stop the transition from Gen.G into their own half, and well, it's happening. They're doing it a lot faster, a lot better. At least they're not being stuck in their own half as long as they were in games 1 and 2.
Well, not that any of the players on Gen.G needed the reminder as a blistering shot saved away by Calm. Acrobatic save coming down off the backboard. One of the toughest things to do is close out a veteran team. We know how capable OG is with their backs against the wall, and they've got a lead here in game 3.
There you have it. The first sign of life from OG. Calm off the ceiling, leaves this one down for JNaps to finish through, and they find their way first lead for OG in the series.
Yeah, they got scored on very early on in game 1, got an equalizer out of Noli, and that's been it. Just the second goal scored by OG in the series. Looking to add to it, though. They spent a lot more time in the orange half than they have in any other game. But here's apparently Jack. He's got Chronic ahead, and JNaps. First touch got away, second touch he stayed with it. And now First Killer around the boards, and Calm should have this. He had to get around First Killer, though, who almost got him from behind. And now here goes apparently Jack, just trying to bounce that back out towards Chronic. He may have to back out soon. He does, and First Killer takes over. First Killer going to work, looking to set up Chronic. Instead, it's apparently Jack. Everybody had their eyes on Chronic. Loose ball that nobody could get to except Jack.
You saw Abjack make that hard turn after collecting that boost there to go back and finish up. But the one thing I will note is how much Jack was even lurking. I think Gen.G knew they were waiting for that one tiny moment where it takes that last second push up for that last defender to shoot that shot forward, catch OG off guard just a tiny bit. There's Jack once again going for those demos, trying to open up anything for his team, and now this is looking a little bit more reminiscent of game number 2. OG stuck in their own half for what feels like longer than they would like. A shot from First Killer off the backboard. Chronic's gonna take one of his own. JNaps with the save. The transition's coming through. Calm's gonna take us to the sky in the corner here. Noli with a shot on target, but Chronic keeps him out. Follow-up from JNaps is slow, but no amount of 50s is going to get this ball through.
But they have been wearing down Gen.G. Not a lot of boost in the tank across the board. Chronic's finally got some. Jack's out of the play. Here goes JNaps. Chronic used that boost to make that stop, and then First Killer to the rescue, getting that back out to the center line. One of the better opportunities for OG to get on the board again. Now Chronic lines up the double, and JNaps slams the door shut. He's got to get a hand up again, though. First Killer, double, triple, stopped by Calm, and Nolly stones Chronic as well.
No clips coming through just yet. I say that as First Killer's the one to get the ball here. Tries to go up to the sky. Noli stops him. 3 seconds to go here. Tied game. Does Gen.G take us? No, they take us to OT as this one hits the ground.
Golden goal to put away OG or prolong the festivities here in the opening round between Gen.G and OG. Calm there with JNaps. That leaves Noli to kind of shadow this, with apparently Jack coming on. Noli the initial stop, and JNaps quickly pounces on this. Grabs that midfield boost at least, but he's conceded possession to Chronic. It bounces high up for First Killer. Apparently Jack lurking. Calm took him out, and almost didn't matter. First Killer narrowly missed.
Just the tiniest of misses to keep OG in the series. Pass over to Noli. Shot on target. Crossbar down and in. And OG get another life.
They do indeed. It's Noli who is critical to OG surviving the previous qualifying stage, who prolongs their life in round 1 here today. He had a couple of challenges late in that series that the average player, doesn't win. And then we're thinking about OG as an afterthought. Instead, Noli comes up clutch, and OG survives to face another game.
Oh my gosh. I mean, listen, this is, again, if you watched the Open qualifier, this is so reminiscent of the way that OG got here today. But before we do that, let's look at some of these replays, because finally, we got to see OG compete in them. Gen.G, there was theirs, but the shot from Noli, the one that put them through and gives them another chance. He's done it once, he's now done it twice. Does OG do it again?
They still got outshot by a 2-1 margin there, 14-7 the shot advantage for Gen.G, but the shots finally fell for OG Esports. And by the way, in that third game, those 7 shots more than the first 2 games combined. The offense is starting to roll now, a little bit more confidence now for OG. Can they continue that now as we head to Utopia Coliseum for Game 4? Try to survive and advance here in round 1, try to pull off a reverse sweep. Again, the story continues to write itself as Noli keeps OG alive.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better series unless it doesn't go all the way to Game 5. But I think everybody wants that script. Shot from Jack just a bit high. And something that feels a little bit different is, well, OG keeping Gen.G off for pretty much the first 20 seconds of this game. First killer's shot actually turns into a 50 from Noli, and a shot that gets out. Jack's gonna keep him out here, and we stay 0-0.
Unlucky there with the full clear chest. It was right on the dotted line, but caught it up for the post that it didn't roll right in. Here goes Noli though again. More opportunities for OG. Trying to get that out of the corner. JNAP's now given a little bit of time, but Chronic is all over him. Here goes first killer. Set up there as it's challenged away by JNAPs. Apparently Jack doesn't have another touch, and Calm can just take this right across the center line. Not a whole lot doing here for OG, but more than in the past, as apparently Jack picks Noli's pocket clean in the air.
I feel like in this situation, if you are OG, you gotta look at it as glass half full, right? You are doing more than you have in the past. It's been progress with each game moving forward, so that's a good sign. The biggest challenge, though, that you are facing is slowing down Gen.G and taking that ball away from them for extended periods of time. I know Noli I've seen this a few times in this particular game where he wants to take it to the sky to keep it away from them, but I think Gen.G are starting to anticipate that. It's low on boost for OG right now as they get sent back into their own half by Chronic. Chronic's gonna take a shot of his own. Calm's gonna send this out into the corner, and OG start to try and make their attack.
Calm trying to stay with this play after he looked like he was lined up to try and stop the block. Now Noli having to watch that go over his head off the crossbar from JNAPs, and it's Calm given time and space. Got around first killer. That goes right to JNAPs. Chance to keep this alive. Good 50, at least keeps it available. Noli trying to track this, but it goes away from him. He got to it, but taken away by apparently Jack. First killer, a little decoy play that Calm had to be wary of. Things have slowed down quite a bit here between both OG and Gen.G, as now JNAPs again trying to at least set up a second chance opportunity. The whiff there from Calm, no bueno. Coming back the other way, first killer almost got the bump in the air. Now it's a 3-on-1. This time Calm jumps in, and very fortunate that that shot was wide. Gen.G gonna want that one back, and they did get a mulligan, and first killer scores off a defender, and that's how Gen.G Mobile One Racing finally breaks the ice in Game 4.
I was getting a little worried there for a second when first killer was having a couple of those wide or like slightly off target shots, but he's back in it. You saw it on target. Gen.G, they get their lead again. Now this is very nerve-wracking for OG because every time Gen.G has gone into the lead so far in this series, they have not been able to come back. They've been able to answer, but not extend that lead, and obviously that is not what they want. They want to take Gen.G to Game 5. You've got 2 minutes to tie this one up, and then some. First killer's gonna put this one into the mid, but JNAP's there to collect. Over one with the demo, floater towards that net there, but Jack to send it off. Noli's gonna take it back. First killer, small touch, just getting bumped off of it, but Chronic able to bail him out, allowing Gen.G to push forward into that OG half, but as soon as it starts, it ends.
Noli tracking this as he read where first killer was headed. JNAPs from the ceiling. Oh, he missed, and then Calm got nudged from behind by first first killer. Otherwise, he had a wide open net. That was still dangerous out of Noli. And now Calm, second touch, no. J-Naps deflected away by Chronic. And now can Noli keep this alive? No, he cannot. As first killer, the clear and the demo, Gen.G hanging on by a thread to a 1-0 lead, but not for long perhaps. Calm now, looking over towards J-Naps. Will he take over? No, it's intercepted by first killer. Can Gen.G double their lead? Yes, they can!
You saw the play all the way from the mid. As soon as first killer got it, you knew that he was going to try and set somebody up. Chronic, it was just pure synergy at that point. It was the center to in, 2-goal lead, 56 seconds left for OG to now have to find 2 goals in this. As Khan sends this one up over to J-Naps. If there's somebody that can find his way through, it would be him. This one off the backboard, shot off the post. It could float in, and it does come. Able to get OG Esports lead cut in half.
Calm scores his first goal of the series and almost screaming at the computers like, please go in. It does. 2-1 with 46 seconds. So when it looked like Gen.G had kind of pulled it out of reach, OG's right back in it. Another clever kickoff all the way across. Calm! Oh, a blistering shot and saved by Chronic, who just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Absolute laser beam of a shot earlier, but you're gonna need to try it again. Here comes Noli, wants to take one. Chronic holds him in his place. 23 seconds to go. First killer around Noli. No boost in the tank. Most he can do is 50 forward, and he does. Calm trying to get into position. He's just bobbing and weaving through the entire defense enough that it takes a double commit for OG to fend off Abjack's shot. And with 7 seconds to go, you would need almost more than a miracle at this point. This one, as soon as it hits the ground, Gen.G Mobile One will know that bringing first killer on was absolutely the right move for them, and they take down OG Esports.
OG didn't make it easy for them by any stretch. The first couple of games, yeah, you could say it was a cakewalk, but then with their back against the wall, I just think we started to see the real potential of this OG squad. Down 0-1 though in the Swiss, and Gen.G, as many people would have expected, one of the, if you at least ask the community, one of the locks for one of the 4 major spots in North America. They seem to be well on their way, but it's still a long road through Swiss Day here on Friday.
Yeah, it's just the beginning. That was only our first series of the season, at least on stream. There was a lot going on in the background, but for now, let's focus on this one. The montage of insane goals we got from first killer coming through, but for now, let's send this one back over to the desk.
All right, round 1 shaping up to be spicy here. OG get a game off of Gen.G, but Gen.G do put them away here. The favorite's gonna win that one, but across the rest of the Swiss, game 5's happening right now. TSM versus Deleted XD, G2 versus the Snowmen, NRG versus Young Whippersnappers, all in game 5 right now.
Wow. And on top of that, we had a couple 3-0. Space Station game and 3-0'd Pirates on a boat. Luminosity 3-0'd Plot Twist. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion over Dignitas. We thought that one would be the closest of all these matches. And then M80 versus the Muffin Men M80. They get the 3-0. But are you kidding me? We have Young Whippersnappers. We talked about them. I think they're seeded 48th throughout the open qualifiers. Had to go through the entire lower bracket in day 3. And they're in game 5 versus NRG and Garrett G. That's unheard of. But on top of that, we talk about top 2 teams. It's Gen.G and G2. And you could say 1 or 2 for either one, but against the Snowmen? Game 5? What? Crazy.
It's talent. The kids,
yeah,
man, they got that energy, and they're playing really fast, really mechanical Rocket League. And if you underestimate them, this is what happens.
Listen, this is we were talking about Scribbles making history. I mean, I think this is officially history. Youngest player in RLCS, like at this level of RLCS
in North America. I believe Mina has a couple other young guns as well, but yeah, for North America, it is absolutely. history. But let's take a look at these highlights. I want to highlight a couple of things because we're going to talk about OG and COM and like demos and stuff throughout the year. But the bump plays by Gen.G, they get so much offensive pressure. First killer right here, a nice air dribble bump. But it was Appjack and First Killer bumping out players to open up the net for one another. Here again, First Killer bumps out COM, and we saw that a lot. Appjack had 2 in game 1. First Killer had a huge one as well. Then Chronic in this game 4, we won't see it, but he had 2 great saves. That was not one of them. But normally, he had 2 unbelievable saves to keep them in that 1-goal lead. So Chronic on the defensive side doing work. First Killer and Appjack on the offensive side working so well throughout.
It was beautiful. We're going to watch party here. The Game 5, Snowmen taking on G2 all the way to Champions Field. If you don't know their names, learn them now. Frosty, Reveal, and Scribbles trying to find the upset of day 1.
And Frosty, really quick, I just want to mention, he was signed by NRG in the offseason. They had a whole announcement video, all of that, and they dropped him in the same offseason. And let's not forget, like, NRG is also in the Game 5, and now he's going up against G2 with Frosty and is performing right here. Almost got a shot in as well. So G2, we talked about them as being one of the best in the world when they peaked as, but there are moments that they can be inconsistent.
Yes, right. I think a lot of people were really high on G2 because they understand what the roster looks like at their peak performance. But again, that's at their peak performance. And if they're not showing up at that level all the time, then you could see situations like this. Snowmen are a team where, like I said, lots of good talent, but they're trying to prove themselves. Frosty, with that being kicked off of NRG, still going to compete, still is going to say, wait, hold on, I'm a great player here. You don't underestimate me. And that's going to be the case here. But that experience in being in high pressure situations for G2 is probably going to pay off here. As you see, they already took the first goal.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bad read there, and Beast Mode will capitalize, and that's what they will do. They will capitalize on small mistakes, so they have to play a perfect game out of Snowmen here to take down a G2, because they'll capitalize on everything.
Game update. NRG, Young Whippersnappers in overtime, Game 5.
Wow. Wow. That could come back to haunt them if we see G2 lose to a Frosty here, and if Energy lose that, ooh, man. That off-season move would be wild. Now, one thing I want to talk about here real quick is we're going to have a pro power rankings tomorrow's pre-show where the pros ranked like all these teams to see where they feel where everyone is. And I'll give you a small spoiler, but the top 2 in no order will be a G2 and Gen.G. I won't tell you what order that is until tomorrow, but this just goes to show that G2, like, they should not be in this Game 5. That this should have absolutely been 3-0 or a 3-1. So this is trouble early on for them.
Yeah, and I mean,
they do have the lead right now, but we're only halfway through Game 5.
Yeah, and I was going to say the competition is going to increase as the Swiss stage goes on, which is where the concern really lies, right? If you're a G2, I mean, strong, you're supposed to definitely have a quicker round 1 here, but it's a 1-goal game. They're in control of the situation, and yeah, it's round 1. I think everybody first day, like big day like this,
are going to play a factor for sure. So it is tough. Like, obviously, like, it's a wake-up call, right, for G2. Like, if they come out with a Game 5 win, sure, their seed for round 2 will be a little bit lower going into that. But at the end of the day, like, this will be a nice little wake-up call for them as long as they win it, though. That's the thing, that they got to win this game.
Energy and Young Whippersnapper still going. Wait, Energy nearly. They hit the crossbar. Game still goes.
Waves doing the radio play-by-play.
I'm getting cross-eyed here watching both these games.
But it's gonna. But this just shows round 1, and that this is gonna show throughout this format that there are no gimmies. Every single match is gonna be a test, and if you can get a 3-0, that's absolutely huge. It's gonna help in your seeding for future rounds of Swiss and get you, hopefully on paper, like easier matchups. But maybe you might run into a G2 who wins in Game 5. So who knows? But it's gonna be a fun watch throughout all North America, because all these North American teams are hungry. They know what happened last year. They were considered, like a tier 3 region as a joke because of what they were doing last year. They want to get back to the very top and take down Europe. but it begins regionally. You have to take out your closest opposition first, make that top 4 major spot, and then take on the world.
Oh, I like what they tried to do there. Once they realized they got beast mode out to play, wanted to send 2 forward to see if they could use numbers advantage there. 10 seconds left. I know Bates is probably stressing right now on that screen. Oh,
2:43 into overtime. Young Whippersnappers defeat NRG in round 1.
Oh, and G2 Stride at the same time comes out with the victory. So a scare for G2, but they survive. But the scare for Energy is real. Young Whippersnappers. I talked about them that if they even got 1 win here, they would be excited. Seeded 48th in the qualifiers. The only team to make a lower bracket run, and they take down Garrett G and NRG. That is absolutely huge for them.
This is the upset we were looking for. We were saying, like, there's always at least one that some team's going to show up and impress in a way we didn't expect it. You and I were talking about the World Championship that happened 14 years ago. It was 6 months ago, but like it was literally all the favorites won from top to bottom. Here, already in day 1, Young Whippersnappers coming up and showing up. NRG gonna have to dig deep for round 2. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have those new matchups for you right here on the RLCS. Round 2 of the Swiss is locked into place. The teams are loading onto the pitch. We watch Gen.G make quick work of OG there in round number 1, and Gen.G will now be going up against Shopify Rebellion in our second round. That and more coming up here, folks, as the Rlcs continues here for our day 1 stream, trying to get our 16 teams down to 8 for our single elimination bracket as we continue on. Gibbs here as always. Herc, how was the first gas? How you feeling?
Oh my gosh, if you can't tell, I was shaking, my stomach hurt, I was nervous, but at the same time, that was everything I'd ever hoped it would have been, so it was incredible.
You sounded awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
Shake off the nerves. You're doing a great job. We're going to have a great show here. And looking through, we can take a look at the Swiss here, and I'd love to get your thoughts. I mean, you were glued into that one match. Bunch of other crazy matches happened. As we're looking at the matches that went down, we had Gen.G, obviously 3-1 versus OG. TSM, 3-2 going to Game 5 against Deleted. Space Station managed to sweep Pirates on a Boat. G2 had to go to Game 5 against the Snowmen. NRG lost to Young Whippersnappers in Game 5. Luminosity sweep. Dignitas swept by Shopify. M80 sweeping the Muffin Men. I mean, take your pick. Which matchup was the most... Is it what other than
I think for me, if I'll be very honest, the 3-0 on the Muffin Men by M80. I would have expected Muffin Men to at least have been able to get on the board in the same respect that OG did with Gen.G, but to go 3-0 is kind of insane.
Because I feel like if you look at YouTube comments, they'll agree with you. Everyone is high on Squishy Muffins, but I wasn't feeling it. He's obviously retiring after this, so who knows how much of a drive there is necessarily. Mine was Dignitas and Rebellion. That was supposed to be a Game 5 classic, and Rebellion comes out with a statement 3-0 over Dignitas, who has won the last 2 tournaments in North America. So huge result there for the Rebellion boys, but it's only round 1. There's still so much more action to go.
So as we look at the next round here in the 0-1 matches, the teams that lost will have the Pirates taking on NRG. So NRG's gonna have to bounce back against Achieving the boys there. That is Plot Twist versus Snowmen is that second matchup there. Snowmen, they almost take down G2, but their reward here is they get to play up against Plot Twist, see if they can continue and bounce back there. Deleted XD versus the Muffin Men, and then OG versus Dignitas. That one is a spicy 0-1 matchup there, Gibbs.
Man, poor OG. They're like, all right, we have to play Gen.G first. We kind of want it just to get it out of the way, but now going up against Dignitas, who also looks like a very top 5 team in North America throughout this off season. So OG, back-to-back rounds, that is a very difficult matchup.
Well, and on the flip side of that, Dignitas and Shopify that was a round 1 matchup there. They now swap opponents with Gen.G and OG. So Shopify, winning that match, will now face off against Gen.G. Shopify trying to make a name for themselves here, move up the power rankings of everyone. I mean, everyone was really, really hot on Parth and 2-Piece in the offseason here, Herc. But picking up Justin, quite a well-rounded roster, maybe a roster we haven't talked about enough leading into this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely feel like we haven't talked about this one enough. I think everybody's been so in shock with some of the other moves going on behind the scenes, and even just the new players coming through. But Justin finally on a new team, and I say finally in the most respectful way possible. But seeing Justin on a new squad is very, very fun. It's fresh.
I mean, it's literally since season 5. He's been on the same team, which was his first season. Joined NRG, literally hadn't been on a different team the entire time. So fresh energy for maybe, honestly, every member of NRG in that situation. Other matches we haven't talked about, M80 going to be taking on TSM. That one's the one I'm definitely going to have pulled up on the side to keep an eye on. We'll see Space Station taking on the Young Whippersnappers. Congratulations, Young Whippersnappers. You won a match. You get Space Station now. Can you continue? This is the craziest part about Swiss, Gibbs. I mean, if your reward for winning is you get to play harder matches.
Seed 48, again, the only team to make that lower bracket run through qualifiers. Everyone expected them to just be a free win. It would be 0-3 and they'll go home happy. No, they're here to play. They get Space Station. Space Station, many consider to be the 3rd best team in North America. It should be quick work for them, but you never know.
We'll see if they can do it. Now let's talk about the match of the round, the one we're going to be watching here on the stream. Luminosity versus G2. You know we had to do it. G2 barely squeaking by on round 1. Luminosity, not the case. 3-0 on Plot Twist. And I think a match that most people before round 1 of this Swiss would have been like, oh yeah, this would probably be G2. Not going to be a problem at all. I think there's a lot of people going, hold up now. Hold up. Maybe not anymore, right? I've seen a lot of LG love in chat here, Gibbs.
Luminosity, a quick 3-0 versus Plot Twist. They won 4-0, 4-3, and 2-1, so it was close games. But G2 is the big question mark. Playing against Snowmen, an average age of 15 and a half. We have Scribbles born in 2009. It hurts my back to even say that, but that went to Game 5, a 1-goal game. So G2 looks vulnerable right now. So for Luminosity, they want to take advantage of that right now.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Again, a chat that usually would always go G2's favor. I'm really excited to see how close this one comes down to the wire. Hashtag LUM, hashtag G2S. Got to put the S on there now because they're G2 Stride officially here. And we can talk about who we think is going to win here. I mean, so, again, the safe pick would have been, oh, we're just all going to go G2 on this one. But who's, Gibbs, what are you thinking?
I still have to go G2 because at the end of the day, as a wise man once said with Jorby, you just got to win. Just win. And it doesn't matter what the format is. That is what G2 did. Sure, it was questionable. It wasn't great, but that's round 1 nerves. They are out of the way. I think we see a better G2 here, and they deserve a top 2 power ranking spot, so I am going to go with G2.
I mean, but Luminosity also just won, and it was considerably more convincing. So I don't know if we can show our picks up here. I mean, Herc, who you got?
I talked about it a little bit off stream, but on paper, yes, G2 Stride all the way, right? Through and through. But I watched Luminosity's OQ run, okay? I'm a believer after the 3-0 on Plot Twist, so I'm going Luminosity on this. I have them high ranked. I think it continues here.
Give me Luminosity as well in this one. There's part of this is some love. I love the casters they got over there with Jack and Sean. I mean, this is old torrent love. My love of Magic Bear is going to die a long, slow, painful death. We might experience the heat death of the universe before I stop being a fan of Magic Bear. And I love Rlcs as well there too. I mean, the whole team as well. Bring Cheese in as well. I'm excited to see what this Luminosity roster can do, and they came out the gates swinging. So I want to see a Luminosity win here. But G2, you know, is going to be trying to they're going to say never again after that round 1. They're going to be a more fierce squad than we saw in round 1.
And this is why you have to watch on these first days, because if you just talked about on paper, we're going to have 3 casters pick between these 2 squads, you're going to be like, it's going to be 3 G2s and that's it. But no, we got a 2-1 for Luminosity because round 1 was already crazy on the first weekend of RLCS 2024. So anything can happen. And with Rlcs and that magic that he has there, no pun intended, but there's a real possibility that we'll see a G2 fall to 1-1 in Luminosity. They are one of those teams that can easily be a top 4 team in North America. There's a lot of question marks around maybe like 8 of these teams. We all thought there was a big gap between the top 2 and then the next 5 or 6 teams, but it looks like that gap is very, very small with G2 barely winning in Game 5.
We'll see. I mean, we've said this for years, though, on the RLCS broadcast, that like the definition of good teams, the thing that defines the good teams from the great teams, like what makes the team great, is being able to win when you're not playing at your best. We saw G2 do that in the last round. We'll see if they can do it here against Luminosity. This is going to be a big one, though. Important matchups. Let's get into the games.
Well, after G2 spent about 40 minutes trying to keep Scribbles out of their net, now they've got to battle a little bit tougher here. Luminosity, led by Magic Bear, led by Rlcs, and of course, Cheese, who has kind of burst onto the scene now. He kind of had that kind of trial run, I guess you could call it, Daz, with Koi, and now we get to really see what Cheese is all about.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one for Luminosity. They already came out of their first round matchup, taking down Plot Twist. But even with the 3-0 sweep, they understand, no pun intended, the beast that is G2 Esports, or G2 Stride, I should say. And this is going to be a real tough challenge for them to test their mettle. How are they going to play against a squad that is known for huge peaks That's a good start. I mean, a great pass play there. Reynolds high shot on, and they're trying to keep up that pressure, but they got a hole in the back end, and Beast Mode should be able to score this one. First goal for G2.
I would expect G2 is going to be settled down a lot more with this series. We always see this, right, Daz, where you get a team of players that don't understand they're supposed to be nervous against a team like G2. You know, they're young, they got nothing to lose, and these established pros, once you get to this level, it's just a different game. Then you go up against players they're very familiar with, like these guys are with Luminosity, and it's kind of, okay, yeah, these are their tendencies, they know them, and G2 settles down. That's what I expect to happen. Happy to be proved wrong, as Cheese is chased all the way to the corner by Daniel, and Reynolds will have to try and get rid of this ball, but Beast Mode's all over it. Cheese will pop it out, but Magic Bear cannot chase it, and here comes G2 again.
I do like what I see from G2. Definitely a little bit more spread out. They're not sending too many people forward. They understand Luminosity can play a strong counterattack game, especially with their physicality. So Daniel and Beast Mode, if there's anybody else you want to have in the back while Atomic tries to make plays up front, it's going to be those two players. As you see Beast Mode trying to put another shot on, that one blocked out by Reynolds. And LG, who started this game off playing really fast until they let the net go wide open for an easy G2 goal, almost actually let one happen again. Atomic had a little bit of breathing room there, but Cheese with a good cutoff. Keep eyes out on Cheese this game. He's going to be the more inexperienced in this type of situation compared to the other two here against G2, but I think Cheese will also try to prove his mettle with how well he has been doing. Been able to meet G2 to the ball plenty of times. Chance there for Atomic though, and Cheese, what a save!
Great chemistry there out of G2 as well. Three-man passing play, almost netted a goal. Reynolds slams the door on Atomic, and Magic Bear plays that through the middle. That forces Reynolds to cover a lot of ground. Now Cheese, pop it up high, and Beast Mode makes sure there's no clean rebound. That's the key there for G2, not allowing Luminosity to get these opportunities, these rebound chances coming off the backboard. Here goes Reynolds all the way across field. Nobody over there except Daniel. And Daniel can just bank it off the ceiling for himself and almost score if not for Magic Bear.
I mean, it's a great save from Magic Bear. His first of the game. You saw what Daniel could do individually on the ball. Beautiful play forward, and Beast Mode was ready for the follow-up, but it was the touch that really helped out Luminosity that Magic Bear got on the save. Not only was it a very dive-esque save, Beast Mode couldn't do anything with the follow, and they had to try to work things around midfield. Another good shot from Beast Mode, but another good save from Luminosity, and they finally are able to break out.
Hard out of the corner, and that almost turned into disaster out of G2 as Daniel and Beast Mode are right at each other's back. And now it's Beast Mode winning that challenge deep into the zone, and Cheese gonna have to use some of that corner boost that he can't as Atomic puts it right through him.
You cannot give Atomic a free shot like that. You see two players there, Luminosity. Cheese trying to get the boost. Rebels can't play the ball well. It bounces out. It's a free shot for Atomic and right under the crossbar. Picture perfect. Comfortable 2-goal lead here for G2.
Well, at least they had some boost to celebrate that goal from G2. So a 2-goal lead now for G2 Stride as Beast Mode looking to make it 3, and he's got it in front, but Magic Bear will pop it away as Atomic couldn't get around on a shot. Daniel, kick out, Beast Mode. It's like V1 all over again, but this time Cheese makes the save. Another shot, tight angle from Atomic, and the hits just keep on coming out of G2. Just like we saw from Gen.G in the first round, 11-2 the shooting advantage for G2.
And G2 all over the ball right now. It feels like Luminosity struggling to even just get possession in their own half. They get the breakout play, but no one's in position to get a good follow-up. So G2, who again, all they have to do is play 50s and play the clock out, boom it downfield, forcing LG to take it from their own half. They can continue to play this way. LG need to keep the ball a little bit more closer to them, because giving the possession to this G2 team is only going to make matters worse as time ticks down.
There's just scramble stations right now for Luminosity deep in their own territory. Beast Mode lets Magic Bear play that off the side. He can just follow this himself. I think Atomic really thought he was going to play it, and he did. And now here goes Daniel. Hard off the back wall and saved away by Cheese. So G2 takes game one by 2 goals. It very easily could have been 4 or 5 goals. It was just, my goodness. At times it felt like, Daz, if it were a fight, they would have stopped it.
A little bit. I think Luminosity are just kind of struggling to get their bearings going. The first game for them was against Plot Twist. G2 is a completely different team from Plot Twist. You saw that from how well they played. Luminosity doesn't get as much free time as they would against a Plot Twist, but their defense was very sound. 8 saves out of them. And you talk about this goal here. I mean, some of these plays, Luminosity have to have a lot of trust into each other and also make sure that they are hitting the ball. Rlcs and Cheese, that communication, Cheese is trying to go for the boost. Rlcs is betting that he's going to get that touch from them, but we've seen this happen with Luminosity before. If someone doesn't execute, then the entire play, no matter what they're doing, falls apart. And just happened to happen there. G2 is not going to let things go for free.
No, they are not. And now it's on Luminosity to tighten things up significantly as we head to Forbidden Temple for game 2. Can LG get one back here, or are we going to see a repeat of what we saw between Gen.G and OG Esports in round 1? Right now it's G2 on the attack, and Atomic scoring 7 seconds in. Question answered.
I mean, great play off the kickoff. Cheese is trying to go faster than Atomic on that play, but he has a read. He knows exactly what he's going to do. Reads it, gets to 50, knows where the ball is going, and turns it into a great shot. That is why Atomic is one of the best players.
Atomic's second goal of the series. He did not waste any time. Rlcs trying not to waste any time answering, but he is stopped initially. Now Magic Bear, play around 1. Rlcs got the demo, and Magic Bear will score. We're all tied up.
And that's Luminosity's first goal of this series. Good idea from Magic Bear, controls it. Sees Atomic rushing, Atomic's playing high, Magic can go low, and again, a great follow-up off of that back wall to push it in. Great equalization here from Luminosity, tying things up quickly, and they get back into this one. Oh, Cheese has the ball here really quickly off kickoff. Good pop. Magic Bear's trying to go for the bump, and Daniel will clear it into safe space.
Yeah, Rlcs had to stay way, way back, and a good thing that he did. Now Cheese gave that one away to Beast Mode. Rlcs in position for the save. Magic Bear running forward. Lead blocker got the demo, but Beast Mode with the challenge at midfield. Cheese now forward around Atomic, but again, well handled by Daniel, and here goes the young prodigy. I mean, can he call him a young prodigy anymore? He's been around long enough, as this is lobbed in, and Cheese has it out to the corner.
Listen, we got 10 rookies in this first
right.
a major open qual right now.
It's the elder statesman at this point.
Yeah, for them, they might think of Daniel as a little old, but that being said, the skill is undeniable. But so is G2's prowess as well. I like the way that they're playing for each other. I saw an earlier challenge where Cheese, he ended up taking boost, and Atomic was on that back wall. He thought Atomic was going to challenge, so he threw the ball away. But actually, Atomic was forcing Cheese to challenge, so G2 could get more possession. Now you're starting to see a little bit of a breakdown defensively, and G2 are just waiting for the right moment to pounce.
Atomic had to hesitate for just a moment, didn't expect the miss defensively from Cheese on the goal line. And that actually kind of worked out in LG's favor. Now Cheese may be able to get around on a shot, and he does! Past the defense, and LG's in front.
You got to give Rlcs credit here, going all the way upfield, slowing down Beast Mode, who's already low on boost, setting up so much time for Cheese to be able to take that shot. It's a standard play if you've known Rlcs and Magic Bear, how well they work in front of the ball. And it goes exactly as expected. But there's a bump on the play. Beast Mode trying to play it high. Beast Mode, no! Misses the target. LG still with the lead.
Well, the opportunities continue to present themselves for G2, but they're not converting as often. 6 shots, only the one has found its mark, as Rlcs had to make the save there against Beast Mode. Now Daniel circling around, and Rlcs will chase him away. Daniel back to his own back wall, takes that away from Cheese, who's going to step up. Everybody's still retreating. Finally, Cheese turns on it. Rlcs was way downfield. He's got to scramble back into the play. Things getting a little awkward here for Luminosity as they try to hold a 1-goal lead right at the halfway mark. Atomic center ball, nobody home.
Now, you say that, but honestly, Rlcs being upfield, he's making Atomic uncomfortable. He's making Daniel in the back end uncomfortable. Rlcs knows how to play against high mechanical players. Again, Look back to last season spring. Reverse sweep against FaZe. He had 28 demos that series. He knows exactly what he's doing when he plays upfield, and he knows how to give his team some space to where they can control the ball and they can get out of any tough offensive situations. It was a little scrappy on both sides, but Luminosity get out of it. 2 minutes to go, though, and G2, they've actually got to start taking a little bit more control of this game.
Couple of quick updates. As dominant as Gen.G looked in the first round at times, they are 1-1 with Shopify Rebellion, and I have a feeling we may be able to check in on that series no matter how long this one goes. That one seems slated for 5. Here goes Beast Mode to the center. Atomic shot, not on target. This is blocked away, and Daniel will have to bring it all the way back. Hey, mature play out of G2 here. They're not panicking, they're not rushing. They're gonna take their time, and the opportunity not quite there as Atomic couldn't redirect that home. Watch out for the counterattack. It's cut out by Daniel.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Cheese there on the play. Atomic was trying to play it off the wall, see if he could catch Cheese. And LG giving them just a chance for a clear shot. Cheese read it, cleared it to the side, gave LG more time to get things under control. Final minute of gameplay, and it just feels like G2 Stride cannot crack this Luminosity defense. They are holding firm in this game.
There goes Cheese looking to add more, or at least burn more time. Magic Bear in a real tough spot. Daniel is there. Magic Bear dances around him. Now Atomic looking to set up Beast Mode. Caught a deflection. Beast Mode still there. Got it at least netward. Magic Bear cleared out. Cheese left all alone. Atomic. Beast Mode. No, he jumped a little too early and could not connect. And a golden opportunity squandered by G2.
Yeah, they had that one free. Cheese was pushed too forward on the front post. All they had to do was play backboard, and Beast Mode would have had a free shot. They rushed it, and now they might regret it as time ticks down in game 2.
Rlcs kick out. There is Magic Bear, who was looking for the dagger. Will it cost them? Cheese still netward. Rlcs will collect it, still on the ground, but just got into the air in time. Beast Mode for Daniel. Almost, but the door slammed shut on the near side.
Cheese again, big save. Anytime G2 had what seemed to be a defining strike, Cheese was there to make the stop. He had 6 saves that game. There is no doubt he's been helping out this Luminosity squad, but my goodness, did they really put up a wall there to stop G2.
They had to. Listen, you get 13 shots and you're probably going to win. Well, G2 is 1-1 in exactly that situation in this series. 13 shots again, still only 3 for Luminosity, but 2 of them went in. So that's all that matters, as Luminosity barely keeps G2 out. And we've got a series on our hands here in round 2.
Yes, we do. I'm very excited to see where this one goes, because now G2, they're going to take time. They're going to look at things. How can we approach things forward here going into the series? I will say Luminosity on the back end, we didn't really see them get victim to too much aggressive play style. Not too many bumps there from G2 to LG. LG, it's completely the other way around. Rlcs was bumping like a madman, or at least attempting to throw off G2 and some of their comfortability on the offensive front. G2 are going to have to fight for that space and make the most of it in game 3.
Some other updates here from the upper half of round number 2. Space Station up 2-0 on the young whippersnappers. So Cinderella, the clock might be striking midnight, at least in round 2 for them. And M80 up 2-1 on TSM. That one going into game 4 as we go into game 3 here between G2 and Luminosity. 1 apiece. Trying to break up this tie. Rlcs in the way of Beast Mode, and Cheese just sails one home.
Like this, Atomic, the ball just gets too far away from him, goes straight to Cheese, boomed all the way downfield, no one home from G2.
By the way, it just kind of caught my eye. Achieves Pirates on a boat, up 2-0 on NRG in the lower half of round 2.
Wow.
What in the world is happening to NRG? We will have many conversations, I'm sure, as the day goes on. This Magic Bear slow play. Beast Mode took it away from him. And it's still a loose ball that Cheese has to send away again. Tell you what, Cheese is doing everything. He'd probably be casting their team stream before too long.
I mean, again, just you need someone to make an impact. Cheese is that player. He's shown it at least so far in this series, but there's still many more games to go, and many more time. As you see Atomic, wow. If you would have found that angle, would have given a lot of momentum in favor to G2. Here's Daniel, lots of free time. Instead, slows it down. He's trying to force Reynolds to force off the ball, and Reynolds will end up sailing it away. Goes back to him, pass to Chase. Oh. What the heck was that? Luminosity, I didn't know you had it in you.
G2 tried to get real cute with Beast Mode and Daniel, almost like a decoy play, and then on the other side, LG gives us this. Cheese with his third goal of the series, but everybody involved in that beauty out of LG, and then they almost get one on the kickoff.
Oh my goodness, great team play out of LG. You've got to love it. Again, Reynolds forward, man, a lot of people are expecting him, okay, he's just going to go for bumps. But no, he gets a dime of a pass to Cheese, and almost another goal. Magic Bear, though, double crossbar and a pinch that goes all the way down to a goal line, and it was almost a little scary there for LG, but Reynolds able to get it off the post.
If you're Magic Bear, I think you want that one back, because that's one that you really should have had. That catches a deflection. Atomic off the backboard. Here comes B-Mode, and Cheese and Magic Bear are both there. Reynolds can at least think about clearing this away, but Daniel jumps in front of it. Reynolds still slow playing. He has at least enough in the tank to make a play, but he was conserving most of it. Now Daniel all the way across, and Beast Mode will collect this for himself. Drop it down for Atomic perhaps, but Cheese wise to their antics. Another opportunity. Here comes Beast Mode again. This time he won't be denied.
And you can see on LG in that back end, the little bit of scrambling, uncomfortability. Look at the positioning here. Magic Bear kind of turns off the ball, realizes his error, and Cheese tries to correct it, but he has too much of a course to correct. Beast Mode, though, waiting for that shot opportunity. Beautiful placement.
And the shooting opportunities still do favor G2, but that's their first goal here in Game 3. They're still looking up at Luminosity. Beast Mode and Daniel, same place at the same time for the same ball. That's happened repeatedly, and you would think of all the players on the field, they'd be the two least likely to be in each other's way. But that has not been the case here in this series.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on communications-wise, but also it does feel like G2 are starting to play a little bit more of a catch-up. Things are slowing down now, but that's a big miss from Daniel, and it's going to force Atomic to try to play back. You see LG moving upfield, but not necessarily sending all their resources, keeping Reynolds back here to try to slow down Beast Mode.
Oh, the demolition leaves Cheese stranded on an island all by his lonesome, and we're all tied up.
You got Beast Mode bearing down on you. Reynolds cannot afford to slow down on that play. Ball gets away from him. Defense can't respond, and Daniel hits the mark. Tied up ball game here in Game 3.
Well, it was fun to think about for a little while for Luminosity, and, well, G2 has become G2 again. We'll see if LG can answer back after giving up two unanswered. This is forward. Nobody else is there, so Cheese up ahead to Reynolds, and well, G2's got to be real careful when this outlet pass comes out. It's a wide open net, and Reynolds couldn't get around on it, but he got the double to go.
It's not the prettiest double, but it's enough, and that's what matters. Jumps over Atomic, gets the read. It's a little bit of a bouncer. You can tell Beast Mode wasn't expecting that at all, and it goes in. 3-2 now. Listen, a goal is a goal at this stage.
You'll take it. Doesn't matter how. It counts all the same. Cheese kicks it out for Reynolds. Magic Bear downfield again. Back to Reynolds. Cheese starting to creep up. Luminosity, very clearly a team that is far greater than the sum of their parts, and they are taking that to G2 right now. But here goes Atomic around the boards. Well placed, well defended by Magic Bear.
Oh, G2 low on boost here. Is LG trying to push up. Lots of room to work with. Another demo on the play. This time, Beast Mode takes out Cheese, so it will afford G2 some room here in midfield. Daniel up. Not going to be able to find the double. Ball pinches out, and Beast Mode, that wasn't really the best touch. He's trying to just catch up to that and buy his team some time, but his team needs to do a little bit more than that. Final minute in Game 3. We know Luminosity can hold on to this one-goal lead. We saw them do it last game, but instead, they're going to try to extend the scoreline. It's wide open for Reynolds. 4-2.
All the opportunities that G2 took advantage of in Game 1, All of a sudden, LG's got him here. G2 can't keep the back gate closed. 4-2 now for Luminosity. After a 3-0 sweep in the opening round, they made a statement against Plot Twist, only to be rewarded with G2, which on paper looked very daunting. They've handled that task, but they haven't finished the job in Game 3 as Atomic gets this beauty of a feed out of Daniel.
I think that's just Daniel with time. Daniel keeping the ball close to him, allowing Beast Mode to get some bumps in the back end. And I said it last game, when G2 starts playing physical, it spells trouble for LG. They can't let the game get to that point. They've got to hold on here as we approach the final 30 seconds, and G2 are starting to ramp up.
Daniel's got to circle around on this, and he does, away from Magic Bear. He'll dive through the air, and Cheese easily has that away, but can't do anything else with it. Reddles, Magic Bear. Reddles waiting on the backboard, and instead is taken by Magic and Cheese. 15 seconds remain now. Cheese trying to kill off the remaining time. Beast Mode and G2. Time for one last surge, trying to force overtime. And Magic Bear stops ball right at the end. Closing seconds. Daniel across. Couldn't get to Beast Mode. Atomic can't catch it. And Luminosity's on match point.
Well fought from Luminosity there. I am just so impressed with what we've seen out of this team. This time, Reddles, the X factor here, stepping up. Defensively, the most saves on the team. Offensively, almost 100% goal participation. You saw the assist he had to Cheese for one of the goals scored there, as well as just being in the right spot to get some of the open lanes for just free ball possession there for LG. And they are forcing G2 to really step up their game if they want to take them down. LG started this series not getting a goal. Now they're scoring 4 here on G2. And they could very well win this series the way this is continuing to play. G2 got a lot to talk about as we get ready to go into Game 4.
Luminosity joins the likes of Space Station Gaming and Gen.G among the 1-0 teams that are on match point. Got plenty already going to Game 5, including NRG, by the way. They brought that all the way back to a 5th game at Champions Field. There's going to be a lot to talk about when this series wraps up. It could be at the end of this game as Luminosity takes the field one more time, perhaps, to try and close out G2. Double-digit shots every time out of G2. It's not for lack of opportunities, not for lack of effort that they've been outscored here. It's just the quality of chances for Luminosity have been that much better, and of course, the team play has been phenomenal. Can they do it one more time, or does G2 send us to Champs Field?
I don't know exactly, but I feel like half of Luminosity's goals this series have been scored on pretty much open net looks, which is a problem on the side of G2. And even with that offense, I mean, you talk about the end of Game 3. Magic Bear, clutch save. Beast Mode was looking to go solo play, air dribble bump. He dodged it and was able to get the clear out, but there's no stopping this one. Daniel will strike first.
Well, it's hard to defend the net when you're just not there, as Cheese was getting chased around as well. You could kind of feel the pressure. Needed to jump up a little earlier than would have liked. 31 seconds in, it's G2 that scores first. They need that, and they need a lot more, because one is certainly not going to be enough the way this series has gone. Here goes Cheese, who has been awesome all around the pitch. But it's Beast Mode from the backboard. Reddles, good landing. Can he get this to a teammate? Not quite. Now Atomic has only Magic Bear to beat. He did, and Beast Mode can guide it home. Atomic retained his goal.
I mean, it's a very risky 50 in that back end if you're Magic Bear. You know you're the last one back. Atomic is bearing down. You have to get a good 50, or instead you just kind of leave the ball, let him play it into you. He didn't want to give G2 time, but if you can't execute, then you're going to give up goals on that positional space. Now, here we go. G2 now with a 2-goal lead, and we haven't really seen this in a while. It'll be interesting to see if LG can evolve.
Reddles will have it away, going right at Atomic, and Atomic all too happy to take it away from him. Daniel couldn't get this centered. See what Reddles can do with this. Instead, he's just going to bail out, grab the midfield boost, and let his teammates go to work. Magic Bear with Reddles forward. It goes off to the side. Cheese, not the touch he needed. Atomic right down Broadway for another.
It's the execution. It's the execution. I understand the point here. Reddles trying to get the ball to Cheese, but when Cheese is on there, again, you are last back. have to have a good touch. He gives the right to G2.
So G2 has found their groove. Even Beast Mode got another touch off that on the kickoff. That's the kind of Beast Mode where you're looking at that across the field and you go, right, you want me to beat this somehow? Good luck. Cheese right downfield, easily taken away by Daniel and Atomic.
I know Luminosity, going up in the series against G2 definitely can spur some confidence. But you should not think that this team is a slouch by any means of the margin. Right now, Luminosity are beating themselves. And G2 are more than content with it. 3 minutes to go, plenty of time in game for Luminosity to get back, but not if you're giving the ball to Daniel to score another open net goal.
Well, Daniel all over this for a 4-0 lead for G2. And if you're Luminosity at this point, you're going, all right, well, that's why you won too, right? So that this one doesn't hurt so bad. But Champions Field almost seems certain in the cards. There's still a lot of Rocket League to go here with 250 plus. Meanwhile, over on the NRG side, the Fun Police have arrived. They're up 3-0 in Game 5. Looks like they are probably going to close that one out. So Pirates on a boat about to drop down to 2-0, or 0-2, when they looked so promising to knock off NRG. Bank, almost on target. Reynolds had to save it away. And this kicks right back out across midfield, and here comes G2 again.
Yeah, for LG, I just feel like they're not prioritizing holding on to the ball. Oh, this is a good chance here. Reynolds, yes, he'll get that one through. But for those goals that they gave up, just felt like, again, that rush to play really fast. This time the speed pays off big time, and they pick up one. The clock starts to tick down, though. 2:19 to go. A lot of work to do here on that blue side.
A lot of work indeed. As Cheese could get to this, he does. He beat Atomic to the punch. What can he do with this? Flip reset, and he scores! And things are getting real interesting again in Game 4.
Okay, but you see this, Cheese, great first touch, good follow-up, flip reset, Beast Mode couldn't guess where it was. Back-to-back here for Luminosity. All of a sudden, it's starting to become a different game. They can make this one close. They just got to keep things going.
Went to a beating, and a game broke out. Cheese off the back wall, easily cleared away by Atomic. Reynolds was starting to creep up, and this is just served up. Magic Bear has it all the way. G2 trying to read what he's going to do with the outlet. Now Cheese going after Beast Mode, and Beast Mode just barely off the wall in time. As Daniel beaten by Magic Bear, and Atomic had to scramble back just under the bar. That was well on target, and G2 can just clear this away, and they got to take a collective sigh of relief that, okay, their 2-goal lead is still intact.
Yeah, they're doing good work too. Magic Bear, as soon as he popped that ball up, you saw Beast Mode go for the pre-jump. Instead of trying to reposition on defense, Wynn got a demo on that backfield for Atomic. Atomic's actually in trouble right now. He was getting bumped off by Reynolds, and now Magic Bear looking for the double. Good double. Is it on target? No. Reynolds tried to get the follow-up, and here you go. You see LG keeping up the speed here, looking for a midfield pass to the Bear. Oh, he almost got it, but it was denied, and Atomic, no. Daniel had a good clear. Atomic's trying to catch up to this one. Now LG can keep the ball in the orange space.
G2 not spending a lot of time in front of their net. They're scrambling around on the defensive end. And this 4-goal lead is still very much in jeopardy. Downfield, though, Daniel just a little high and wide, and then the follow-up as well does not go. That surely would have put it away. Instead, a little bit of hope remains for Luminosity to potentially close this out on Utopia. Reynolds got the bump, and Beast Mode there for the save instead.
You see G2 starting to adapt to the bump game. Good cut in there from Beast Mode. You saw Atomic getting bumped out, said, okay, I can still make this play. We can still keep things going. We know they have one player who's not on the ball. They are doing a good job adjusting. Final few seconds in this game, and it is looking like G2 are going to maintain and move on to Game 5.
Well, Luminosity gave it a run, but G2, that early barrage, especially out of Atomic, 2 out of the first 3 goals, and that's what leads G2 on to Game 5. The Army marches and fights back. G2, LG, Champs Field to close out round 2.
I will say, I do like that. It's a great design. But yes, G2, hold, form, and they took everything Luminosity gave them that game. I'll reiterate, Luminosity beat themselves in that game 4. At least three of those goals came off of Luminosity last man back, either failing to hit the challenge or just completely misplaying the ball and giving it right to G2. This one might have been the only one that they really earned. Everything else, challenge. Beast Mode doesn't even need to touch it. Again, another open net. We might see another open net. Yep, this one. And that's all it was. And then Luminosity trying to fight back now. They got things together towards the end, but they really need to lock it in when it goes into this 5th game, because we've seen them when they have everything together, they're communicating, they play for each other, and no one is executing improperly. When people are executing, they could beat this G2 team. But it really does depend on what they do in this situation. A game 5, round 2, they win this one. Whoever wins this one will go into a qualifying round 3 matchup here. But it's anybody's ball game at this point.
2-0 for whoever wins this game here on Champions Field. And I mean, both teams, you look at the mechanical prowess, the star power all over this field. Obviously on the G2 side, I mean, what they have right now with Atomic, Beast Mode, Daniel, that almost constitutes a super team. And then on the Luminosity side, you get guys that, okay, they've been around, they've never been, that highly regarded as the G2 squad has been. But they're emerging stars, especially someone like Cheese, who has taken this opportunity and running with it. Can Luminosity bring it back here in game 5? We've got a banger on our hands here on Champions Field, LGG2. Let's get it on.
Ooh, good bump there to get Daniel off the ball right off the kickoff. Luminosity Gaming, I will say, if you did doubt them going into today, they have definitely earned their way on a lot of people's radars after at least the first couple of rounds of performance. Now again, a win here is more important than how well you do in this series, even if you lose at 5. Taking down G2. It really helped them build a name for themselves.
Well, once again, G2 ends up going to round 5. A little more understandable the way Luminosity's been playing this time around, as Daniel just got nudged from behind, and that disrupted his play. Here goes Cheese from the heavens. Quick pass over to Magic Bear, and it was cleared away. Well defended out of G2. And here goes Rlcs now. He's got help all the way across the way. Magic Bear streaking forward. There's Cheese, though, at the center, and Atomic holds his ground. Beast Mode there to stuff Magic Bear as well. What can Atomic do with this? Not much, as he's beaten to the ball by Cheese.
Much more controlled game on both sides. G2 definitely amping up the pace. Good bump there by Atomic, and Beast Mode sends it home. G2 strike first.
You wondered, okay, where's the G2 car? Where are they? Where are they? There he is, and the bump by Atomic, stopping Rlcs from circling back. Was never going to have a chance. G2 continue to pour it on.
I mean, and they're increasing their speed, right? The wins in some of these challenges in the midfield are opening up a lot of opportunities. Cheese, oh, almost got the dunk. Would have been another quick goal to get OG back into this one. But Atomic will clear things away.
Cheese got to hurry to catch up to this one. Daniel and Sid plays right around him easily. And now Beast Mode trying to get around Rlcs. Good demo from Magic Bear, but Beast Mode stays with the play. Geez, not a whole lot he can do with this ball, so Magic Bear has to try and take over. That got away from him. Double commit between Magic Bear and Rlcs. That leaves Cheese all alone again. This time he makes the stop. But boy, they've got to stop doing that to Cheese, because he can't do everything.
It's only going to be a matter of time before something gets past him, and G2 will continue to knock at the door. Daniel got the flip reset, but it wasn't enough. Rlcs clears it away. This one in open space. Can Atomic wrap around this? Only to just drop it right in front of Cheese. Rlcs upfield looking for demos, but Atomic's the one that actually gets the demo. Actually, no, never mind. Rlcs stops Beast Mode. And now Daniel trying to take his time while Atomic works upfield. Back and forth is the physicality between these two teams. This is a close one-goal game.
Rocket League, the way it was meant to be played by Psyonix in 2015. You love to see it. Here goes Daniel off the ceiling. Now Rlcs all the way across to Cheese. Leaves that corner boost for Magic Bear. Cheese going to work. Easy save by Beast Mode, no follow-up out of LG. They continue to trail by 1 with Daniel and G2 working downfield. Atomic to the corner, nothing brewing there as they all go back for boost.
Good challenge there from Beast Mode. He's trying to slow things down. Magic Bear was running things forward. Cheese is now trying to chase down somebody. Atomic waiting at the wing. Wants to get involved in this play, very close to it. Just waiting on Magic Bear. I like that. Atomic has things covered close. Beast Mode had things covered if Magic Bear pushed things forward. G2 covering their bases. Free ball though for Reynolds. Gets it over one. Got the bump. Magic Bear, can he finish? No! Blocked out by Atomic.
You got the entire right side of the net, and he put it where it was going to be saved. Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Luminosity. What a save out of G2 as they retain their lead. And now Daniel hard at the backboard, and Reynolds has to boom it out to the corner. This is still dangerous as Cheese tries to outlet for Magic Bear. He's whiffed on it, and Cheese will try again, but there's just a brick wall set up by the G2 army.
And time ticking down, so the pressure's gonna rise. Does LG have what it takes to tie this one up at least? They're doing a lot of work here. They kept it a 1-goal game, but G2 more than comfortable with playing this in the air because it just kills so much time off the clock.
And got it through, and G2 doubles their lead just like that. Magic Bear thought he had the read coming off the respawn. Reynolds thought he had it coming off the backboard. Neither was correct. 2-0.
But that touch, Reynolds trying to control off the back wall. It gets away from him, no follow. And Daniel with a clear shot. It was a close chance there from Reynolds, but now things are starting to slip. Beast Mode looking for the double. Atomic, good follow-up shot, and Cheese able to make the save. But G2 have Luminosity right where they want them.
Now G2 holds all the cards right now, 30 seconds. LG's got to bring the fight to them. Cheese couldn't get back down on that ball. Magic Bear was up too far as well. There was nobody back to defend the net. Of course, they have to chase the game as this kicks all the way across, and everybody just kind of running around. Daniel will catch up to this one easily and force Luminosity to dive deep into G2 territory, make desperation plays, and it's not working out for them at all. And then a little own goal, because why not?
Yeah, just trying to make something happen there towards the end, and you saw the own goal from Reynolds. That one is going to seal this one, if anything. They put up a tough fight. They got the series on match point, but G2 still showing why they are one of the best teams in North America. Perseverance was great. They saw their opportunities, and they didn't miss their mark when they needed to most.
G2 plays 10 out of a possible 10 games in the first 2 rounds. And it counts just the same as if they'd gone 3-0 both times. 2-0 with 1 series left to go to put them in to the top 8 playoffs tomorrow. After all that, G2 just keeps on trucking.
As a wise G2 fan once said, a win is a win. And I think that's all that matters to G2 right now, is that they are getting those wins and they are sitting in a comfortable spot to make top 8. They've got one more round to do it, but of course the competition is increasing round by round. We'll see how things look. For Luminosity, of course, they're going to move into that 1-in-1 round, and we'll see if they can battle themselves back in the top 8. But from the showing that we've seen from them, I think that there's a good chance of that.
I don't think we've seen the last out of Luminosity either, but plenty of other intriguing results to be talked about as we've seen some pretty crazy things go down here in round 2. Wavepunk, Gibbs, Herc, tell us what's been going down here in round 2.
In here, as we were watching what was a pretty strong banger of a series here, G2 versus Luminosity. Luminosity almost able to get it done, but we said it before we went into the match. The definition of great teams in Rocket League is how do you win when you're not feeling at your peak. G2 clearly can play better than this, but they are finding ways to win anyways here, Gibbs.
But we saw Luminosity play with absolute grace at times. Some top 3 goals by Reynolds in like back-to-back moments. There was moments where Luminosity looked like the better team, but I think honestly on both sides, a little bit of a rotational error in mostly games 3 and 4. A lot of wide open nets from both squads who were just trying to pressure a little bit too much. 150-50 goes wrong, and then it would just be a wide open net. So I think both teams have to clean that up, Herc.
Yeah, it just, I think a little bit of cleanup would have changed this entire series, but my goodness, did Luminosity look so good off the jump. But like we all said, G2 Stride, in particular, like Daniel, it was so nice seeing him play after all this time again and having his moments. Same with Beast Mode. Seeing them kind of slot in with Atomic on this G2 roster was very, very exciting. Again, I keep going back to the word refreshing. It's so, so nice when you see teams like this find success. It would have been great either way, but it's always a little bit more fun when it's somebody new.
Yeah, love seeing the top of Rocket League here be competitive. So we can talk about the rest of the round 2 as well. Space Station Gaming, they drop a game to the Young Whippersnappers, but they do manage to take them down in 4 there. M80 go to Game 5 against TSM, managed to take them down, so they will improve to 2-0. Shopify Rebellion, I believe, got Game 1 here. Yes, they got Game 1 against Gen.G, and then didn't get another one after that. 3-1 Gen.G advances to 2-0. Meanwhile, on the 0-1 side of things, Pirates in a Boat get the first 2 games off NRG, and then the NRG manages to reverse sweep them. It honestly wasn't close by the end, but the fact that they had to reverse sweep at all was crazy. 2-6, 6-2 in that final game there. NRG able to win Game 5. The Snowmen, 3-0 plot twist. Scribbles continues after going to Game 5 and nearly taking down G2. They are able to 3-0 plot twist to improve to 1-1. The Muffin Men are able to hit a buzzer beater against Deleted in Game 5 to improve to 1-1. And Dignitas 3-0 over OG. OG now at 0-2. Pirates in a Boat versus OG Esports. Going to spoil it right now. That's going to be a round 3 matchup.
Man, I think like overall, Snowmen 3-0 over Plot Twist is probably the one that I'm looking at. Muffin Men versus Deleted was a great matchup. I think both those teams are sitting right around probably power ranking from like 11 to 14. So that's always a big matchup, but Dignitas, a 3-0 over OG is huge because they came in so incredibly hot, but then round 1, they got swept. So Dignitas bounced back. That's huge. But yeah, OG is now sitting at 0-2 with only 1 game win. They're going to have to battle back through that 0-2, 1-2, and finally that 2-2 round to try and make that top 8 run.
Dig versus OG, 6 minutes of overtime in 3 games. They had a 5.5 minute overtime in the first game, a 1 minute overtime in the third game there. Crazy stuff here as we had our round 2 concluded. We got round 3 coming up right after this. We'll take a quick break. Rlcs continues on the other side.
busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a light.
You feel the rush, you see the drip in its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours, only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now.
Officially at the halfway point, round 3 of the Swiss. Coming up here momentarily, G2 continues to win here on day 1. Now 2-0, 1 match away from being done with the Swiss and into our bracket here for the playoffs of our first regional qualifier. I'm Wave Punk, I got Gibbs here and Stacks as well on the end. Stacks, I've talked to everybody else who's going to be on the broadcast today except for you. How you doing, man?
Doing great. It's finally nice to have the RLCS back. I mean, it's been the longest offseason ever. It's been tumultuous, all the roster changes, all the news. Now we can just finally watch the best players in the world do what they do.
It's kind of like that's the whole point. Is just I just want just give me the Rocket League to watch,
yes.
folks. So we got to see rounds 1 and 2. We could show you how those results went. We can also show you kind of what's coming up for round 3. Lots of spicy matches coming down the pipeline here, and I'm excited to get into them. But I don't know. Has there been one team so far that's impressed you the most, Gibbs? Like from what you expected to what they're actually delivering. Like what's the largest gap there?
I'm gonna go Snowmen. Honestly,
yeah.
I did not expect anything out of them, and they lost in Game 5 to a G2 squad, but then they come out versus Plot Twist, who is considered, in that top 12-ish range, and they 3-0. They come out, and these are young kids playing in their first RLCS. No one expects anything out of them, and they're going to go up against my other surprise team, young whippersnappers, who I thought was just going to be 0-3, 0-9 in games. It's over for them. It was, a lucky lower bracket run. But no, Seed 48, they're coming out, and those two will play against one another, and one of those teams will be 2-1, which is absolutely huge.
You expected these two teams to play each other, but in the 0-2 round, not
exactly
in the 1-1 round here. Yeah, well done to both of them to find a win and get themselves a shot at getting out of this Swiss. We'll see if they can do that. Take a look at the rest of the rounds. G2 going to be facing off against Space Station. That should be an exciting match. Definitely check that one out on the G2 stream. Gen.G taking on M80 as M80 continues on to 2-0. Love to see which of those two teams is going to emerge undefeated here. And then in the 1-1s, we have the Luminosity taking on the Muffin Men. Oh my, I'm just getting choked up. This is just so exciting. NRG going to be taking on Shopify. TSM versus Dignitas. Excited about that one. And Deleted versus Plot Twist. Parts of the Boat versus OG down at the bottom. Pirates of the Boat haven't had the best of days, but neither have OG. One of those teams going out 0-3.
Yeah, that one's going to be tough. I think another match that I'm excited for is G versus Justin. We've seen them team for so long. You got Energy and Shopify battling it out. That one's going to be a fun watch, but so many good matchups in this round, so it's hard to pick just one.
It is hard to pick just one, but we did, and so we're going to talk about that one. But Stacks, before we get into the match here, real quick here, I asked Gibbs for his surprise of the day. Other than young whippersnappers and snowmen, who's been the surprise of the day for you?
I mean, seeing M80 at 2-0, I think going in, I would not have expected them to be in the spot they're in. I think they've had a very favorable draw. You go, Muffin Men and then TSM. They had to go to Game 5 with TSM last round, but doesn't matter how you get there, as G2 has proven. They went 10 games to get to 2-0. They count just the same. So M80's got a shot at going 3-0 and kind of making a big statement here on this opening day.
Well, they are making a statement. So are many teams today. One of the teams we have barely talked about, we're going to feature here on the stream right now. TSM back in Rocket League for the first time in a long time. They're going to be taking on the old tried and true Titans of Dignitas here. TSM, Creams, Hockey, Wavy, taking on Dignitas, Evo, Arsenal, and Gyro.
And what year is it? Normally, this is a European clash of the Titans, but now both of these orgs are over here in North America. Really quick, the head-to-head between these two orgs, Dignitas is 5-0. To be fair, that was the European Dignitas that beat everyone, but TSM looking to get their first win there. But these guys are coming in with very limited experience, but getting picked up by a giant org in TSM. There has to be on them 10 games throughout today. They won one series in 5, lost one as well, so incredibly close. On the other side, for Dignitas, they've been in a 3-0 sweep, and then they got swept 3-0 as well. But all those games that they have played today have been 1-goal games. So sure, haven't played as much, but a lot of close games from all of these teams. So it's very difficult to pick who's going to come out on top, Stacks.
One thing I can guarantee is this match is going to be far better than any of the European TSM Dignitas matches would have been, because some of those were absolutely brutal. But, I mean, you look at the talent here. I mean, this is very much kind of old guard versus new guard, right? I mean, you got guys that are on the come up here with TSM going against guys that have been around for a while now with Dignitas, of course, you know, with one glaring exception. And, you know, it warms my heart to see Arsenal and Gyro together again.
Both very strong players. Here, I mean, Arsenal's camera game killing everybody's. He's got the high. He's got the big lens camera here. We're rocking the Dignitas merch. Exciting. You see, he's talking up the team, getting them all hyped up, getting them ready for this matchup here. This is a big important one. I mean, losing this puts you in the pressure seat where you have to win 2 matches in a row to get out of here. So 1-1, very intense part of the bracket of the Swiss. We'll see which team's able to come out on top. I mean, looking at the rosters on paper here, which is all we've got until they actually get on the pitch here, Gibbs. I mean, Dignitas feels like the favorite just by name value, right? I feel like many people look at the 2 rosters will go TSM who, but I mean, all strong players that have made it this far through the qualifiers. I mean, is it as one-sided as it maybe seems?
No, I don't think so. Like Dignitas, they did win the last 2 North American tournaments, but I think also people thought they were punching up a little bit, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. They're obviously in the 1-1 round now, so they're really trying to answer those questions. They're like, no, we are a top team, but TSM, they got picked up by TSM because of their off season. They had multiple top 4 finishes, multiple grand final appearances, so they are here to play as well.
They are absolutely here. We've got lots of 1v1 power on this roster, which if there's one game mode to be good at, Stacks, it's 1v1. We all know it. So I'm excited. If you had to say, build me a team of 3 1v1 players for 3v3, or take 3 3v3 players and put them into a team, I think I'm taking the 1v1 players every time. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you take the mechanical prowess of the 1v1 players because they're used to not having anybody behind them to make up for their mistakes. So, of course, I think you would take that in a lot of cases, but there is something to be said for players that have been in that 3 system for so long. They don't need nearly as much time to develop that team chemistry, and that's where I think Dignitas has a massive advantage over this TSM squad.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag TSM, hashtag DIG. I'm already seeing a lot of Dignitases there in the chat.
Oh, you're going to.
There's few teams in the world that have more like prestige in Rocket League than Dignitas. You guys show it to them, folks. You guys show it to them. Obviously, we're going with Dignitas on this one. I don't know.
We've both been on their team stream before. We gotta go, Dig. We have to. Like Dignitas, I think on paper, like at first, before their offseason results, I was not expecting that much out of them. Maybe a top 8 squad, but they look fantastic, so you gotta go with the favorites here.
We feel strongly about Dignitas up here, but we were just how good this TSM roster is, and they're going to have a chance to prove it here on the RLCS broadcast. Let's get into the match, folks. On one side, oh my goodness, the team decals continue to be hot today. I cannot wait to see these in the shop, folks. Dignitas versus TSM for round 3 of the Swiss.
Storied orgs, but young faces on both sides as TSM versus Dignitas is about to get kicked off. Daz alongside Hercules. Herc, this one is going to be a lot tighter than a lot of people are expecting. Both teams have showed their stuff throughout the Swiss stage.
Oh, they absolutely have. This is a very interesting matchup. I know it's been talked about time and time again, but it is so insane to see the names TSM and Dignitas on the same board at the same time. The last time I saw these 2 teams was Madrid. In Season 9, I was a content creator back then. This is so insane, but the fact that TSM came through, they picked up a new guard team that's realistically been running the offseason until Dignitas kind of drove them out at the end there. I'm super excited for this. It's just like you said, it's going to be so much closer than anybody anticipated.
Yeah, and I mean, even the faces there, you talk about how long ago you've seen these orgs, but even some of these players playing together. Last time Gyro Arsenal was on the same team, I think it was the Peeps in 2018. Very, very long time. Of course, Creams has been in the scene for a while. Hockey, if you know CRL, you know who Hockey is. And Wavy, 16 years old. All of them have earned their spot in their own right, and they're all going toe-to-toe. So far, it's been a little bit of a back and forth here in the midfield, but as the match continues, things are going to start to settle.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a learning experience here in the first few moments of game number 1. But I think Dignitas are probably wanting to start to speed things up a little bit. You saw Gyro try to go for a challenge there, but Hockey with a little bit of a clear. Evo, low boost, but sends it to the mid as Gyro's able to start that transition for Arsenal. Demo coming through, but no shot to come of that play there. Instead, Wavy wants to try and push TSM forward. They get sent back. A redirect from Arsenal off the crossbar isn't going to do much outside that play in itself. TSM, though, now gets to go on the attack.
You see Gyro with a good carry. Great touch there from Arsenal. It'll go straight down, but right under the nose of Hockey. But I like what I'm seeing out of Dig. They're so quick to the ball. Again, Arsenal, we just saw them in the last play, immediately getting to things to be able to slow down TSM's push, but they are still trying to fight through. Wavy got a bump on Gyro in the midfield, and now still doing that work. The possession game has been won here for Dignitas at the start, but it hasn't really amounted to too much. Defense on TSM looks solid.
Yeah, it definitely, it belonged to Dignitas, but just like you said, it's not anything too threatening to TSM yet, which I'm kind of excited about a little bit, right? You see the names like Creams, Hockey, and Wavy, right? They're coming into this one against some legends, right? Arsenal and Gyro, they've been here forever, and even the same with Evo. You always are curious, you know, what the respect game starts to be, and at what point do you kind of let off the gas and you just play your full thing. And I'm thinking TSM's playing the full one right now. We've seen some challenges. They have been pushed into their own half quite a bit. Here it is again. Arsenal pass over to Gyro for a shot. It's slow enough for the save to go out, but Dignitas still able to keep on that consistent pressure.
Yeah, Gyro's positioning a little off on that last play. So now Dignitas have to start to try to recover things here. TSM looking for a branch out. The counterattacks have not been that effective, though. Dignitas has done a good job of keeping the midfield close, not giving TSM too much room to try to pass it in transition. But still, we knew this game, we knew this series would be tight. And it's just showing that. Strong clearance downfield, Evo will get there. That'll be the second save for Dignitas. The fourth save of this game, 2 apiece, as both teams have not had a lot of quality chances to really bring this game in their lead.
Yeah, definitely. It's been not the cleanest, but granted, it's the first official meetup, right? You know, beginning of the season, maybe there's a little nerves on either end, but for now, as time is going on, you're gonna have to start to ramp things up when you've got just over a minute left to go. Pass over to Wavy, shot on target. Gyro keeps this one out. And Arsenal wanted to keep this ball in that corner, but Wavy's got other plans. He's keeping it at least goal line for now. Creams from around the corner. Evo wants at least a mid clear. Arsenal's very low boost, and he's gonna do what he can with what he has, which was nothing. It's just enough to send a clear up field and allow Dignitas a small moment to transition, but as soon as it starts, it ends.
Yeah, this one it feels like it's more along a battle of just, okay, we have our players, we know who does what here, and we want to utilize everybody at the right time. Saw Gyro get a 50 early. You thought Evo would go in. Everyone's expecting a fast second man challenge, but there's an additional thought process of, okay, is this the right play to make? Who's going to make that clearance, and who's going to be back in time? Dignitas very safe so far in game 1, but they may need to take a risk. Evo on the ball, playing it low, gets it past 1, gets a little pinch out. Dignitas still in possession. Gyro keeps it close, but Wavy is going to try to get a last-second play. Pass to Hockey. Arsenal cuts it out, and we've got overtime in game 1.
I love how you described it as Dignitas almost just playing safe right now, right? And then you had an OT, and you're like, all right, kill the ball, let's reset, start over, and then they come in super aggressive off the pitch. Here's Evo. This one went from the ceiling and down. Hockey only can clear as far as mid goes. Gyro already ready to try and take it back, but Wavy is one up next. No boost in the tank, enough to reset and allow Hockey a shot on net. Evo with the save on this one, 23 seconds in, and TSM has all the aggression onto Dignitas in this OT.
Yeah, I saw Hockey looking for an off-ball play on Gyro, who was in the net. Now Creams, though, getting a lot of room. Gyro challenges first. Good on him to play ball there. They're trying to see if they can catch them off with a little bit of solo plays, but the defense from Dig is sound. Another save from Gyro. That's his third. Dignitas is sixth here, as they are saving more than they are shooting. Cream's looking for the solo play, and it'll be blocked out again by Dig.
It's not going to end here either. Flick from Wavy allows TSM to stay in the Dignitas half for now. Cream's up next in rotation for this one. We'll pinch into the corner. We're going to see if Hockey's able to collect. Instead, it's Evo. Clear. Finally, some breathing room for Dignitas. And I say that very lightheartedly as we await the transition for them to come through. Evo, wide shot.
Ooh.
Arsenal tried to get it set up, but Gyro's going to be the one to finish. Dignitas take game number 1.
And no one expected Arsenal on that back wall. He had no boost to the tank, used everything to get there, and gets the light touch just enough to throw off the defense, and just enough to seal game 1 for Dig.
Arsenal looks so calm right now. He's so locked in.
The shower cap is crazy. But, I mean, he's done it before. I'm not going to act like it's anything new.
Yeah, it's not anything new. You just got to be comfy and chilling and ready to go. And I feel like that's kind of what the Dignitas style was in that game 1, right? They played pretty, like you said, safe, comfortable. And when it came time to the OT, they stepped up. There's Violent Panda, the all-famous Dignitas member that took them to many world titles on that org. Now stepping into the role of the leader.
Yeah, he said he's in that coaching position. TSM does not have a coach, but Dignitas, if there's anyone you want someone who is a storied member of this organization and has helped them win world championship titles. So well done on the side of Dig, though. TSM, much more closer fight. They started to surge at the end offensively, getting things going again, but it feels like they are trying to rely on their solo plays a little bit too much here. I do want to see some more passing coming in for TSM in game number 2. I think solo plays are doing a good job of being able to break down the defense, but with Dig, especially with Gyro and Arsenal on the team, they know how to cover a lot. They've played against some of the most mechanical players in the world.
Oh, absolutely. I think TSM absolutely has every single thing, every single requirement to be able to take a team like Dignitas down, but it's like you said, you're not quite executing everything you need. I think, like you said, that the passing plays need to start kind of coming through. If the solo plays aren't working out, you're just going to have to try something else.
Let's see if things change for game 2. Already a double commit off of Dignitas early. Is it an open net? No, Gyro, great dive to get there. Pinches it off the back wall, plays it over back into midfield, and now a brief moment where Dignitas can recollect themselves. As TSM, you feel like they could have wanted that chance back, but they couldn't push fast enough. Gyro, great recovery at the start.
Yeah, really good recovery. This time Dignitas, again, coming in with the attack very early on, but TSM responding a lot faster than we did see in our past match. Arsenal just going for the 1v2 at this point, doesn't even care, wants that ball at least out of his side, but as quickly as he gets out, he gets sent right back. And here comes Hockey off the sidewall. Gyro's gonna keep that ball in that TSM half, take a shot towards that net. Wavy with the save and the clear, pass over to Creams. Able to put it into the sky for now, but Dignitas holding TSM back from any quality shots.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more forward, too. They have everybody in the upper third here. Chance for Gyro. Can't get there fast enough, though. Good defense on the side of TSM, but I am noticing that rotation is definitely more upfield as it is having somebody in that deep third back position. Evo off the corner. Arsenal to Evo. Evo trying to get it to Gyro. Gyro's got it! Top left corner slot, Dignitas strike first.
There you have it. That's the Dignitas team play, right? Even in times past, Dignitas is so known for that passing play style. When they work so incredibly well together, I'm sure that's something Panda implemented into these guys off the rip. But Dignitas working together to get that 1-goal lead for them. Now you hold on to it and you just work on extending it. I am curious how TSM's going to be responding to this one. Like you said, Dignitas playing that really, almost short rotational style. You even saw Gyro already waiting in the mid for it. So they are being cut off. They're being held back. It's just a matter of breaking past that line.
Arsenal had a clear opportunity to to extend the lead to 2. Missed his shot. There was a bump on that third defender as well. TSM trying to make the most out of that. Creams, he got the double, but Arsenal, a great read and a great save. TSM have been creating more offensive plays. They have been looking for each other more as well in that midfield, but it has not been enough to get them on the board.
No, not quite. I think that might have been a double pin on that one. I might have seen it too quickly, but Dignitas trying to get out of their half. Here comes Evo up next on this one. Ball into the sky. Cream's going to try and meet him there. Small touch on it. Goes down over to Hockey. Pass trying to go back to Creams. Another touch on it, but Arsenal already ready to be in the faces of TSM, and they're going to send this one right back upfield. Try and start another play here. Arsenal, he sees Gyro, pass over to him, shot on target, but Wavy keeps this one out, and it's not the end. Even on no boost, Evo's going to try and rush this challenge and keep that play going there. Gyro's up next off the side, but Creams keeps everybody at bay.
And TSM starting to take their time as well. Gyro had a lot of time to try to rush that touch on Creams. Creams remained patient. Wavy strikes, but Arsenal blocks. Hockey wants to play it high. No one there for a follow. Evo bumps Wavy out the way as he tries to take control, but Creams keeping things locked in here in that midfield line. Got to start to look towards TSM. Clock is ticking. We're approaching that minute 30 mark, and they have not been successful on offense despite having so many shots to their name. Creams alone has 5. They need to get Hockey a little bit more involved offensively, though. A good save there from Creams. Follow up from Evo. Creams blocks it again. Back-to-back stops as Dignitas really should have extended the lead on that play.
They really and truly should have, but sometimes, you know what? Best offense is defense, and that's the case for TSM right now. And now, Wavy has his time to shine. TSM tied game number 2.
I like this from TSM. Defense holds firm. Counterattack is on target. Great redirect from Wavy, assisted by Hockey. He's finally getting involved offensively here as well. And now we're all tied up.
And you keep it going, just over a minute to see who's going to potentially find a lead before we might see OT between these two squads. Evo's going to take us to the mid and try and push forward. You already see Arsenal prepping, but he's going to go back on this one. Both will, anticipating what Hockey's going to do, both unaware. Very, very low boost for him. It's kind of just playing a mind game at this point for TSM in some of these situations, because Dignitas, I'll be honest, they're doing an incredible job of controlling the field, but so is Wavy. Seeing him wake up as time goes on has got to be a little threatening.
Wavy's threat has increased too. I mean, he's got 3 shots. I believe every single one he's taken has been very closely contested, if not saved out outright by Dignitas. And TSM is starting to really turn things around. They're gaining more ball control here, and they're also playing for each other. Even with this touch from Hockey, you think it goes nowhere, but Wavy's sitting there on that left side, just ready to play at 50, trying to keep Dignitas in their own end and look for something that could give them an opportunity. But as Dig move the ball upfield and time ticks down, we're approaching overtime on Forbidden Temple. Ball will take one last bounce, and it will hit the ground. OT, TSM Dignitas.
I found it really interesting seeing how close Dignitas was playing to each other, and I don't know if it was intentional or a potential miscommunication, but all 3 players at the end of that OT were lined up next to each other. So I think maybe the OT could be a good mental reset for Dignitas, and it also could be one for TSM in this case as well, as Creams is met with this ball in the sky, uses his flip to try and drive it forward. Unfortunately for him, there's a touch that sends it on back, but TSM in the driver's seat of this OT right now, attacking Dignitas time and time again.
And Creams has been playing really well this game. He's had some really impactful stops, as well as also anytime he's on the ball, his mechanics have been great. He's always kept the ball close, and he's forced the defense to save the ball on the back line. What that does is that permits TSM so much space to be able to work with, and it takes a member of Dignitas out of the play, which is exactly what you want. But Dignitas able to afford themselves some space. They have to start really utilizing these possessional opportunities in that blue half.
Yeah, whenever you're in charge of it, it's everything you do from that moment forward has to be quality over quantity. It can't just be these random touches to nowhere. And speaking of non-random touches, that was an incredible play. Arsenal is going to be the one to finish it at the very, very end and end game number 2 with a Dignitas win.
This is so great from Arsenal. You see as before Creams touches the ball, Arsenal turns to the right. He is expecting Creams to be able to try to clear it towards that side. He knows he'll get there before anybody else on TSM, and he gets that follow-up touch to finish this one in OT. Job's not done yet for Dignitas, but they are up here in the series.
They look so incredible and synced. Even at times where you felt like TSM was definitely challenging the amount of control that Dignitas was having in game number 2, you watched as Dig was able to take it back in. Once those transitions started and once everybody kind of got their bearings straight, you were able to have those moments like we saw at the end there with Arsenal. Let's take a look back at some of those moments in general. There was the setup from Evo over to Gyro on this one. And then again, Arsenal with a shot of his own. And where is it? A follow-up from Evo. Although TSM, I will give them, every single one of those saves was insane.
Yes, the saves were great. And the one thing you got to notice, especially from those first couple of shot opportunities, TSM is always facing towards their net. These are counterattacks coming out from Dignitas, and that's where they know TSM are weakest. The shooting wasn't necessarily on form, but they did create those opportunities, which is saying something in itself. On the TSM side, of course, yes, they also were able to score in transition. But when it comes down to kind of keeping up the pacing of play and offense and really pushing Dignitas, I think TSM kind of struggle. The bump plays that they've been going for haven't been connecting too well. If they start doing that, though, I think they'll catch a Dig out.
Yeah, there's a time for TSM to get it together, but you are now in reverse sweep territory. You've got a long journey ahead of you if you are TSM. It's not impossible as Creams takes this one over to the backboard in the sky. Hockey's gonna keep driving it forward. Evo keeps them off base, and Wavy's up next. This one's a center. Hockey's gonna try and take this ball back from Dignitas and push it towards that net, but they're getting slowed down fairly quickly, I say, as Wavy takes a shot of his own.
Good defense there from Gyro, as well as he picks up the boost, gets a follow-up touch while everybody else tries to recover from that great offensive play from TSM. Now here's Arsenal on the ball, has the flip, used it to get to Gyro. Great shot, but again, Creams so good on reading these plays defensively, but he can't get there. Wait, he can! Arsenal will finally score after Creams is removed from the play, but man, did he make them work for it.
Look, Creams can save it, but he can't save everything. Unfortunately, Wavy just wasn't quite back in time. I don't even know if maybe he slowed down a little bit. He might not have anticipated Creams being able to get the initial save off of it. But Dignitas, they still prevail. They find their one goal lead, excuse me, in game number 3 here. And they start off strong. It's another statement to TSM again, right? It's the old guard versus new guard storyline. Dignitas, I also love the storyline of the fact that Dignitas has a coach and TSM doesn't, which I find very interesting for such a young team like TSM to not really have that extra, I don't know, maybe guidance in situations like this. So we're gonna see, can TSM figure this out on their own, or does Dignitas help make them crack under pressure?
Yeah, it's really tough too, because there's slight bits of hesitation I've seen on that TSM end. Here is Hockey trying to take his time. He knew he was beat. He did get a bump on Evo, and he's trying to keep Evo in the net, but Arsenal that much faster to the play. Evo now able to recover, and TSM, I can understand it. The way Dignitas are playing, they're super fast to the ball. They're covering all of their bases, and it makes it really hard as an opponent to try to branch out against that, because you're trying different things. Oh, I've bumped the last man, but all of a sudden here's Arsenal coming to make a great touch, and now I have to get back on defense. Really hard for TSM to manage.
Yeah, it definitely is a new challenge that they're starting to face, despite the success they've had today in the offseason. But somebody having success right now is Gyro. Crossbar down and in, a banger. Even it was such a slot off the rip.
And Arsenal, he's having a good game here as well. I love that he gets the initial catch after Hockey gets a touch, turns that into a solo play, pulls out basically 2, and then sets up Gyro to be able to hit the finish, and Gyro has been hitting his mark today. It's a full team effort for Dignitas. They're up by 2, and at this point, they are about to sweep in this round. It all depends on TSM, though. They've got to get things together, and it feels like we're watching them kind of fall apart in front of our face.
If I'm looking at this correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dig's last win was also a sweep. It was a sweep over OG. Now, they did get swept initially earlier in the day to Shopify 0-3, but if they could go on a rampage of 3-0s, I think that would solidify the whole Dignitas dynasty might be returning question.
That's pretty It's pretty early for that. Definitely pretty early. And this series is not over. Beautiful pass play here from TSM to bring it within one. I like this from Creams. Great control. That touch is so important because it gets it past Gyro, who's trying to see if Creams will solo play or not. Pass to Wavy. Wavy hits the shot. 1-goal game.
That teamwork from TSM is something we've all seen time and time again throughout the off-season, in Tactical Banditry, and every single event that this TSM squad had played together. I believe it was formerly Hey Bro, and I don't know, I missed that. I missed the working together to get past the defense, and I think they realized that that's what they need to get past a squad like defense, or a defense like Dignitas, excuse me. But yeah, for now, TSM, they're trying their best. At least they're more consistently being able to pass each other on this one. Wavy can't quite get another touch to put this one through, and for now, TSM stay behind with a 1-goal deficit.
As this game starts to tick down, we do have an update. Pirates on a boat 3-0 against OG. OG are now out. The squad of Pirates in a boat still in the Swiss stage, as this one could also be over here very soon. We're hitting that final minute between Dig and TSM.
1 minute remains between Dignitas and a 3-0 sweep over TSM. A crazy statement. People expected this to be a lot closer than it looks on paper right now. And as time's going on, it is starting to become a lot closer than how it seems. Hockey up in the sky. He sees Wavy trying to get it down, taking a shot of his own. Actually, Evo keeps this one out at 37 seconds. Cream's gonna keep this ball in an attacking position for TSM. But the Dignitas defense is the biggest brick wall for TSM.
They're playing net right now. Little dangerous here. Gyro can't get the touch. He didn't have enough boost. Lower boost. Creams trying to get that double, but it's right on Evo's nose. So it cleared away in time. 10 seconds. Pass to Creams. Bang! Tied up game. TSM strike late.
It's not over yet. That is the TSM that we know and love, the one we saw through the offseason. The kings of all of those events are back in the game. 8 seconds to go here off the kickoff. Wavy's gonna take us to the sky. Evo from the ceiling gets bumped down. Creams can't get a touch on
Gyro!
it. Gyro's got it. But it's gonna land just in front of the goal line. We've got OT.
Overtime there, but Dignitas almost able to close it out before we got to OT. They couldn't hold on defensively. Will they have the offense here? Or has the goals TSM scored given them enough confidence to really take control here of this game, change the outcome of this series? We'll have to see.
What a pinch to start a transition. Gyro from the ceiling and down. Arsenal's gonna try and anticipate it and take a shot of his own. Wavy keeps this one out. And the transition goes back. Dignitas rushing back home to try and just regain pace of play against this TSM squad. Arsenal, nice 50/1, but Cream sends it back. And it's a free ball until someone claims control.
Ooh, Arsenal takes that one right from Hockey. Tries to force it into Wavy. You can see Dignitas looking to increase the pace of play. Gyro puts a testing ball on. He gets 2. Evo trying to get that back midfield. Gyro was looking for bumps, but Arsenal had to go back and pick up boost. Here's Arsenal. That one gets away from him. He gets bumped out the play, but Evo's up first. Wavy needs to have a good touch here, and he does. He's able to control this one out. TSM almost were in a very tough, uncomfortable spot. They still are, really, but maybe there's a chance here. No, Arsenal denies as he pushes that one to the sidewall, and Dignitas tried to take possession once more. But it's been a battle left and right as Z2's teams try to change the course of this series.
Arsenal has been everywhere all at once, just absolutely helping Dignitas stay in this game right now. This one gets driven up by Evo. Can he get around Wavy or Creams? Not quite. This one actually gets taken away by Hockey and placed into the mid. Arsenal drives it back up. To the backboard he goes. Wavy tried to get a read on it. Instead, it goes down. It's a shot opportunity for Evo. Shot gets saved. Demo comes through. And the rush starts, but Dignitas gonna back up just a bit and try and regain control as TSM go on the attack.
I like that dive from Gyro. He just doesn't want Creams to get a free solo on that play. So instead, he pinches it out, forces him back. Creams will push this one over towards the Dignitas side, and Evo, again, playing that sidewall. Good follow-up from Gyro as well. Creams did have good control of the ball there, but is able to deny now. Game speed continuing to ramp up. Bumps are coming out left and right. Evo on the ball, good recovery, has to be Creams. High ball, Arsenal follows up, but it's off the crossbar. TSM take their time, and they still hold on defensively.
The TSM defense has been so incredibly strong, but it's gonna have to be even stronger than they want as Dignitas doesn't stop here. This ball headed towards that net. Aggression starting to come through with the bumps onto the team of TSM. Evo from around the corner, Hockey clears this one out, but a demo onto him sends him back, and a short transition. Everybody from TSM sent back home as the shots continue to ride through. Arsenal with a shot of his own. Wavy keeps this one out. Gyro up next. You can see everybody from TSM patiently waiting to try and prepare for everything that Dignitas has been throwing their way.
I mean, they're patiently waiting also because they just don't have the boost to challenge. Dignitas
They're just stuck on the ground at that point.
Yeah, Dignitas have kept them into their own side, and they've also been kind of starving them in that boost position. They're sitting in a good spot right now, but they have to be careful with also how they move outfield, because if they play this ball too quickly or they try to boom it away from them, they just give that possession right back to Dignitas, and we've seen the mechanics from Dig in this OT. They are deadly, and it's been really good defensive stops from TSM that have kept them in this game, but they need a little bit more than that if they want to win this game as we're approaching the 4-minute mark of overtime.
It's not gonna end here. Here comes Creams. It was a shot and a 50 that went back, but Wavy actually was able to send it upfield. This one from the sky and down. Wavy around 1. Can he get around 2? Not quite. Arsenal now in control. Gonna leave this one over for Evo. Evo up into the sky. Hockey, easy read, sent over into the corner with Wavy, and loses that control as quickly as he regained it. At 4:13, Dignitas, one pass over to the other, can't quite give it to Evo in a way that he would have gotten that angle, but oh my gosh, are these challenges coming through? Wavy trying to send it back. Arsenal now in charge once again over Hockey, and Creams, the one to send us away.
Super effective in terms of the 50 game on the side of Dignitas. Evo, no, couldn't get the double to end it. Did force Hockey into the air, but you are right. The challenge game has been something that you have to keep your eyes on because there's been so many opportunities for one player to take control of the other. Evo, another great goal line save out of him. That's his 6-1 this game, 9th out of Dignitas this game. More bumps are happening on the field. It is a madhouse right now on DFH Stadium.
I think everybody's also slowly starting to become aware that it's going to turn into a high-risk, high-reward kind of OT, right? You've seen members from TSM cheat up maybe just a little bit too far in anticipation, maybe go for a bump and open up some pathing. Same goes for Dignitas. This one clears up. Creams ready to go past the mid. Can he get over Gyro? Yes. Arsenal's the one up next, though, with a save and into the corner. Evo just taking his time, down over 1, wins the 50 to the backboard. Is a follow-up gonna come through? No, it's Creams redirecting this one all the way into a transition for TSM.
Evo at 0, he's got to run and get to that corner quickly. Arsenal will buy him some time, and Gyro tries to play close, but Gyro gets demoed. Evo now with the boost, he gets demoed as well. But Arsenal's still able to take control. He's by himself for a while and needs to slow down TSM, and I think he does so. He just stays really close to the play, forcing Creams to be able to clear it out of midfield, and that gives the ball right back to Dignitas.
Gyro up into the sky. Arsenal trying to prepare for anything. Demo onto Wavy, sends him back. Hockey also just going for the bumps, trying to disrupt rotation, allowing his teammates to have any sort of an opportunity to shoot this ball towards that net, but it's lost. Dignitas in the blue half once again. Here comes Arsenal. Can he go for the double? Sets up Evo. If Evo can get there high enough and quick enough, he doesn't. He tries to drop it down over to himself, but it's too slow on this one. And over 6 minutes of overtime for TSM to try and just continue in this series. Allows for the clear. Here comes the redirect in the corner. Dignitas can breathe.
Dignitas can breathe, and so can you. This shot, netwards in. Arsenal able to get that one out just before it ended the game. We're hitting that 7-minute mark. Arsenal trying to take it slow, but loses control, so Hockey will go there. Wavy, 0 boost in the back. And he has not had too much time to get full pack. Finally gets full and will be needed here, looking for that double on the sidewall, but good read by Evo. Arsenal in front trying to disrupt once again. And it really does come down to everybody. They're playing a really close, tight, and safe game of Rocket League. No one does want to take that big risk. Wavy, though, gets a bump. Evo loses control, but he recovers before Creams can get there. And we've seen so many margins where a team kid in this game, but no one wants to really take that extra step to go to the fall. They just feel like it's just too risky.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, everybody's kind of just waiting to see who's going to be the first one to make the mistake and who gets to capitalize off of it, right? Both teams have insanely consistent defense at that. So here comes Wavy over one. Can he get one through? Arsenal still manages to get the save on the ball and keep this overtime going. Transition clears. He's got a free shot. And Dignitas 3-0 TSM.
No, it can't end like that.
Of course it was gonna end like that. It was a 7-minute, 48-second OT, Daz.
Dignitas get the job done in a sweep. TSM played such a solid game there, but they put too many people forward at the wrong time. Evo, a great recovery. It looked like he was going to lose the ball. Recovered, got it past Creams, and was able to score the open net and finish in a sweep. But my goodness, did they have us on the edge of our seats there for quite a while there.
Cool, and beyond a while, not even a little bit. The longest amount of time, what feels like ever, but it's nothing but smiles from Dignitas. And even, honestly, TSM, you gotta like pat yourselves on the back for it. The fact that they were able to hold it that long shows that there's a level of consistency to them that we can't count out. I feel like that's just something that comes with experience, and that's definitely probably something that played in favor of Dignitas a lot of the times during that series.
Yeah, I can see that especially. I mean, but you do have to give TSM their credit for the most part. Even though the series was a sweep, close games all across the board, it just couldn't really find that extra step and that extra foot forward. But for Dignitas, able to take down TSM in a sweep, and they look really good on the day. But hey, there's still so many more matches to play, and I'm sure there's a lot more updates for the devs to give us. Let's send it back to the devs to get their thoughts.
Oh, what a match, what an overtime, what a pit maneuver on Creams. Poor guy, Evo. Sends it home. 3-0 Dignitas. They had to work for it there in the final game, but Dignitas able to take it home cleanly.
Dignitas has now played 9 games, and they're all 1-goal games, only 3 times not to overtime. So Dignitas, all 3 games here versus TSM goes to overtime, and it just happened to be like a weird bump at the end to just get a wide open net for Dignitas. But that 1-goal game factor, I think you have to put some credit to maybe Violent Panda's name, like one of these new coaches coming in, obviously with all the experience behind him, trying to coach these guys up. And if they keep winning 1-goal games, maybe he's that small difference. But on the field, I'm so happy to see Gyro performing at a top level. Talked about it throughout the offseason. When he got picked up by Dig, I was like, he's like a bubble player that's kind of been caught there for so long. Like after that Peeps run in DreamHack, his teammates went on to great success, but Gyro kind of got left behind. And now he has this chance on Dignitas to really put them as a top North American team. It was great to see. On the other side, we see TSM. Great defense, obviously, long overtimes, but just didn't have that finishing touch, which I think they'll learn throughout this split.
3 overtimes, 3 overtime winners, 3 different overtime goal scorers. I mean, what more do you want out of Dignitas? Tell you what, that out of TSM right there, that goal from Creams, there's like, okay, maybe you start thinking about a reverse sweep, and then it's like, no, never mind. And of course, a nearly 8-minute overtime ends with that goofy empty net goal out of Evo.
If I've learned anything about watching Dignitas Swiss bracket runs, is that they're just a perpetual heart attack from beginning to end as a Dignitas fan. You will constantly think like, we've got it secured. Nope, they're going to make you question that very heavily. But they managed to find the win here, and hey, maybe it's a new chapter, new team here for Dignitas. We'll see how they do. They've improved to 2-1. We're still waiting to see who they will play, though, in round 4, as round 3 has yet to conclude. A few crazy results, though, have already come in. The headline we will be leading with and be talking about for weeks to come: Pirates on a boat, 3-0 OG Esports. OG is out of the first qualifier.
And OG 0-3. They won one game today. And just a sneak peek into the pro power rankings for tomorrow. OG was very highly rated by all these pros. This is not to be expected. Many would consider them to be a top 8 team without a doubt. But they could not find anything throughout today. They couldn't find anything last week, really, and barely squeaked in here. So a lot of questions have to be answered on that squad going into Qualifier 2. But for now, they will walk away with a last place finish here.
I mean, they're a team that kind of made their own bed, too, right? I mean, they struggled to get into this stage, so of course they end up with Gen.G. I mean, they got a brutal draw, right? I mean, you go Gen.G, then you go into Dignitas, who, you know, they're not world beaters necessarily, but
hey,
they're 2-1 right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, I mean, Pirates on a Boat went up 2-0 on NRG. I think they're kind of a sleeper team down there. So it's a brutal draw, but you reap what you sow.
That's very, very true. We'll see how they rebound next regional, but for now, as the end of the road for OG. Other fascinating results. We barely got to talk about it as we were getting quickly into the game, but Shopify versus NRG. Justin versus NRG goes to Game 5, and Justin and Shopify Rebellion able to take down NRG. NRG now falls to 1-2. They will have to win 2 straight if they want to make it to the bracket here, Stacks.
Yeah, that is maybe not what we would have expected coming in for NRG, but I mean, again, they also went down 0-2 to that Pirates on a Boat squad, and they had to fight and scratch and claw their way back to take that series. You know, I do very highly rate the Shopify Rebellion team. I think Justin's kind of hit a gold mine here, and Garrett knows that too because he played with them briefly. So you know, he knew what they were going to be up against, and you know, I'm not too surprised that SR beats NRG here.
Sure.
So, rock on. Let's go Shopify.
I mean, the Parth and two-piece duo was kind of the most hotly talked about duo at the very, very beginning of the offseason. It feels like eons ago at this point, but nothing has changed about that roster. Definitely a roster to keep your eye on as we move forward here in the bracket. Other news, very important to note, G2, 3-1 over Space Station. Congratulations to G2. They go 3-0 on the day. After a shaky start, they have secured a seed in our playoff bracket here, Gibbs.
Yeah, that one's absolutely huge because they went to 2 Game 5s. We talked about it way back in round 1. Playing the Snowmen, and they're going to Game 5, and there's a lot of question marks now on G2. We always talk about that their peak is the best in the world, but they could be inconsistent. We saw that last spring with Daniel and Beast Mode not even making it to the spring major, but they find their form when it matters most against a very good Space Station squad. I power rank G2 number 2, Space Station number 3, so that is a high-quality win. So G2 moving on 3-0. Very likely the 2 seed. We'll see how it all folds out with M80 versus Gen.G, but that's huge for G2. That's exactly where they expect to be. They expect to be a 3-0 team in Swiss, and they got the job done. It took a little longer than they hoped, but they did get the job done.
They did. They get that one done there, folks, and we'll get to see G2 continue to play. Space Station will have a chance in round 4 to find their own spot there in the playoff bracket. Imagine we're still waiting on the conclusion of Gen.G versus M80 is still going on. Young Whippersnappers versus Snowman is in Game 5.
Wow.
And Deleted versus Plot Twist also in Game 5. But M80, look at this. Gen.G only has taken 1 game, and here in Game 4, M80 looking to just finish off the timer.
So, Wave, I'm just going to be honest. I'm a big dummy. When I did my power rankings, I was like, M80, for some reason, I have a bad feeling. I'm going to power rank them number 8. And a lot of people called me out on it. And you know what? I'm a big dummy. I guess I was wrong. Look at that. M80 coming out. They're basically like the new international team we see with Gen.G. Obviously did it last year. A lot of people actually power ranked them around 8. And then they went on to be the best in North America. Now, M80 is just taking that blueprint and taking it to that squad of Gen.G. They will go 3-0. They will get the number 1 overall seed in the playoff bracket. Absolutely huge from them.
I mean, Stacks, EU Transplants have a very consistently excellent record when you go back to Turbo Pulse on NRG and then Gen.G coming over last season. And so far, M80's with Jorius and Nas there looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, before too long here, probably RLCS 25, we're going to have 2 North American spots, about 7 European spots at the majors. I tell you, this M80 squad, they've opened a lot of eyes. I wasn't too high on them even coming into this. I wasn't too high on them in the offseason. All they did was put up consistently good results. They're kind of like Gibbs. There's something about them that you look at it and go, yeah, but is it going to click when it matters? Well, it has clicked when it matters. And, you look at the teams that you kind of expect to be up at the top. I mean, they were all there in the 2-0 rounds, right? You got Space Station, Gen.G, G2. I think those were kind of my clear top 3, and then there was going to be a dogfight for the 4th spot. Well, M80 is making a big statement right now.
Well, don't forget AJ's on that team too. It's not. It's not just a North American. It's not just a European team here. It's
we'll call him team captain.
Roster.
Let's call him team captain.
Europe's going to claim him before too long.
All right, folks. Here we get into the final half of Young Whippersnappers versus Snowmen. This one's gone to Game 5. It was Young Whippersnappers getting games 1 and 2. Snowmen bounced back to get games 2 and 3. Every game a 1-goal game, as close a series as you like, and now a 1-goal game in the final half of the final of Game 5.
And you want to talk about new talent in North America? Well, right here you see names that you don't normally get to see, and we're seeing the talent on display. One of these teams will go 2-1 and have a great chance to make it to the playoff bracket. The other is not out. They'll be 1 and 2, but you never know what will happen throughout the day. So it's great to see that both these teams are performing at a high level. That's what you want to see as a North American fan. You need to see that new talent. Great double tap there by Frosty. And let's not forget, we talked about this earlier. He was signed by NRG in the offseason. They made videos with him. They did the whole thing. Last minute, they make a roster change. He gets dropped by NRG after doing that big video with them. And he had to find a team with Scribbles, who is only 14. And he didn't know he was playing in the Rlcs until like a December tweet. So it was like 2 months ago that he had to form a team. So absolutely huge for that squad to even be here, like in the main event, and they're performing.
If Young Whippersnappers is able to pull through here, and Frosty is able to get the win, that'll put Young Whippersnappers at 2-1, while NRG is sitting at 1 and 2. How does NRG like them apples? Maybe should have stuck with Frosty. Just saying.
Oh, well, I think the names are actually backwards here, are they not?
They are, yes.
Snowmen
are in blue.
Yeah. So Snowmen are on the blue side, actually. So the names are a little bit backwards, which, but still, either way, that would be a huge, huge moment for him. Like, hey, I was right, you were wrong. And honestly, like, I know a lot of players will talk about this when they get kicked by a roster. They're like, oh, we don't really care about playing them and beating them or doing better than the other team. They're all liars. Every single player that gets kicked off a roster, they want to perform better than that roster. There is no doubt. They want to prove them wrong. That is what they want to do here. But we see Young Whippersnappers, again, seeded 48, and they have a lead right now.
Well, what you're seeing with this Snowman team, by the way, is with Frosty, you're learning just how mature he really is, right? Because I think getting kicked the way he did right at the end after all that with NRG, that would have probably broken a lot of players his age, and that's where people start talking about the maturity of these younger players and how fit they are for a competition like this. I mean, he's bounced back brilliantly. Not going to work out here in this round for them, but Young Whippersnappers are now a 2-1 team.
Wow.
And they've already played Space Station, right? So that would line them up for Gen.G, I believe.
We want Gen.G.
Possible.
Young Whippersnappers wants Gen.G. Come on,
right?
give them to us.
Careful what you wish for, but I mean, hey, if you're Gen.G, you get that close, you go into a battle with M80, doesn't work out, that could be waiting for you. Could be very interesting in round 4.
Could be, folks. We'll see how that one goes. Deleted XD are able to take down Plot Twist in Game 5, and that concludes round 3 of the Swiss. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll tell you who the round 4 matchups are officially and get you guys kicked off with some more Rocket League. Don't go anywhere.
Busy streets and lost time. I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replaying loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a line. Lay it on me, babe. Feel like something's happening. Every time I lose my way, I find you finding me when I was trying to be alone. Didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I run? I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own.
Round 4 is looking to be as spicy as round 3 was. Dignitas, we watched them game by game dismantle TSM in an exceedingly long overtime here in game 3. See, with that goal, we go to 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Celebrations from Marginal as they improve to 2-1 and earn a date with Shopify Rebellion. We'll be showing you that match here on the main broadcast, but lots of exciting matches happening across the day, and we'll see how that goes. Man, Daz, how you feeling after watching M80 just obliterate your lovely Tigers?
Wow, bringing into it already.
That felt a little personal. And it sounded like he was going to say,
I care about you, man.
Tigers. I don't feel like you do. Okay, I feel like a lot of you guys like to see me in pain, personally. But I mean, M80, they're a good team. I talked about it on First Touch. I have them in my top 4 to make the major. I think that, a lot of people are not really, they didn't really know where to place them. But I don't think players like Jorius and even Nas take that move to North America without having some form of confidence in that. And they're playing with AJ. AJ is a grinder. He's one of the few pros. I see him streaming all the time. He's always on the game. I expect this team to do well, and they're just showing up. That's just how it is.
They did. M80 having a great first day here as they go through the Swiss 3-0. Gen.G will have the chance to get out of the Swiss right now, going up against young whippersnappers who we've seen having a meteoric rise through this event. We'll see if they can finish it off. What a story it would be for that roster if they were able to beat Gen.G here, Gibbs, to improve out of the bracket.
So really quick with them, they lost on day 2 in the upper bracket. The only team that was not in the upper bracket final to make it here to the main event. Turbo, Rizzo, and Alpha Cap were in the upper bracket longer than the young whippersnappers. And yet they're still here, and they're 2-1. And what better way to clinch a spot into a top 8 to take down Gen.G, who many consider the best team in North America. So hats off to them. They're just doing a magical run, and that's what it's all about. It's a long off season. We need to answer a lot of questions, and instead we're getting 3 brand new players just coming out of nowhere and making some noise. So that's awesome to see.
No, and you get a lot of I don't know, these 2-1 rounds are this really sweet spot for safety where you get to play against Gen.G here as young whippersnappers. If you don't manage to take them down, you get another match against a team that just managed to survive against the skin of their teeth in the 1 and 2 rounds. So hopefully things in a good spot to maybe see that story continue on to tomorrow. But either way, it's been a wonderfully successful day for the young whippersnappers there. Now 2-1, Luminosity Gaming going to be taking on Dignitas. That should be a banger of a match. Make sure you got the team streams pulled up for that one. That's Jorby and Turtle versus Spaceman and Corelli. So I'm excited for that match down there. The 1 and 2s, though, there's one in particular here, Daz, we got to talk about. NRG taking on the Muffin Men. NRG are down in the 1 and 2 because they lost to Justin, and now they're going up against Squishy.
Yeah, NRG fans in shambles. I personally want to see that stream because I want to see James Bot's reaction to how the series is going to go. If NRG end up losing to Justin, they've already lost to Justin, but if they lose to Justin and Squishy, both players that were on last season's roster, I mean, it's not going to be a good sign for the course of the rest of the season for NRG. So pretty big matchup there. You're going to want to check it out.
We'll see if they can do it. TSM going to be facing off against Pirates on a boat, so if the Pirates want to continue, they might have to upgrade their boat to a ship, and we'll see what they can do there. Snowmen going to be taking on Deleted XD. But let's talk about the match we're going to be featuring here on the stream, primarily Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Put some respect on their name, Shopify, trying to make it out here in the 2-1 round.
Shopify Rebellion, you gotta talk about Justin. It's something that we've never seen before. They're not on energy. So he's not on energy. He's wearing new outfits, new jerseys. It's crazy. It's pandemonium. But we talk about that team with Two Piece and Parth, and they were the up-and-comers last year. Every time that they made a top 8, everyone is talking about Two Piece and how great he is. This is that next move. Make more top 8s. Make top 4s with this new roster. But Space Station Gaming, they've been here before. They were the #1 NA seed. They had a great world championship, LJ and Hoxer, but they make a move anyway, and they're looking to become at least one of those top 3 spots in North America.
We'll see if they can do it. On the other side, Space Station had to reload after losing some of their key pieces there. Chicago coming in here. I mean, how do you rate that move overall here, Dazrin?
It's really tough to rate, right? Because Chicago's a great player. He played on G2. G2 was a top 4 team in the last World Championship. SSG made top 8 with Arsenal, but Chicago and Arsenal are kind of similar players, but at the same time, when you have Arsenal leave the team and you're looking to replace him, Chicago has big shoes to fill because he has to bring SSG in there. He has to get integrated, and he has to understand LJ's play style, Hoxer's play style. They have to also remain on a consistent level while having a newer player who, I mean, in terms of personality, Arsenal and Chicago are night and day. They're two totally different people. So you just have to get adjusted to a lot of things, build that chemistry up again. But they have been doing a good job in that so far.
Well, we'll see if Shopify can do it. How do we feel about it up here on the desk? We could throw our predictions on the screen. I believe we told people in previous. I think Shopify's got this one. I love it. Two Piece of Parth right now. Space Station maybe actually the underdog in this situation, Gibbs.
No, they're not. Space Station Gaming, I think they're #3 with the bullet. Maybe #4 with M80 now on the verge, but I think Space Station is a high-quality team. We saw it at the World Championship. LJ and Hoxer performed better than most of the players there outside of Europe, but we don't count them anymore because now we're doing North America regionals here. So I think Space Station has a point to prove that they are a top 4 team going to the major, but this is great competition because this is another squad that is right on the verge of being top 4. So we'll see. Space Station versus this new team in Shopify. Let's see how it all plays out.
Okay, folks. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to get into this match and see who improves out of the Swiss and into our playoff bracket tomorrow. It's time for the match. Shopify versus Space Station Gaming. Let's get into game 1.
New versus old, favorites versus the up and coming. This is a storyline for the books that's going to be created throughout an entire season. But before you get through that, you got to make it to day 2. I'm Hercules alongside Stacks, and we're going to find out who is going to be the next up to join the rest on Saturday.
What a brutal draw it has been for Shopify Rebellion, and imagine if they go into round 5 having faced Turk, Dignitas, Gen.G, NRG, and now Space Station Gaming. They have gone through Murderer's Row here in North America, and they have a chance to go 3-1 through it all.
It's intense. This entire format is so brutal at times, but the people who have been able to come out successful, it just puts this crazy seal of approval onto their team names. And both of these teams are looking to do that and continue that here.
Parth will try and get this out of the zone, and the tough thing that he has to deal with is Chicago in his face, as Two Piece can't beat LJ either. And Space Station Gaming have all the pressure early on. Just what about this run, though, for Justin? This first event now with the new team and and all the question marks about, hey, you know, is this entire old NRG roster going to have to call it quits? Justin getting back to make the save there. It almost seems like renewed energy here for Justin, and you kind of figured whoever out of that old NRG roster ended up with this squad was going to reap the benefits of that.
I mean, I'll be honest, you see someone like Justin, if there was anybody to truly trust, you know, the young and the up-and-coming talents in Rocket League, it's him. He lived it, he breathed it, he's the blueprint for that, right? So who better to become the leader of that next generation in the RLCS than Justin? And I think you said it best. You put him with a team like this, right? Two-Piece and Parth, they're great on their own. They've had incredible off seasons, even at that. Both had very active off seasons, playing in solo queue, the draw, in the Bandits on Wheels events. Now it's Justin, you know, kind of leading them to the, hey, this is the ropes of RLCS. I believe in you. Let's keep it going.
And it's not like he's got a couple of slouches with him. They have proven to be quite capable in their own right. As Parth and Two-Piece are leading the charge downfield. Intercepted, so that leaves Justin at the back. Center ball here by Hoxer, but LJ too far back. He'll try and at least keep the play alive, but Parth just bullies him out of the way for the moment. And here goes Justin across the center line. Couldn't take out Chicago, and LJ will just catch this in the corner. And back comes Space Station Gaming. No real dangerous threats towards either net. A couple of balls that have gotten close to the goal line, but not where you're sitting at the edge of your seat going, ooh, is this the opportunity? We still remain scoreless into the second half of game one.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most threatening or craziest of shots coming out from either of these teams yet. This is probably one of the closer ones as Parth sends one on target. Chicago's going to send it off. LJ, though, wants to transition SSG over, and he does. Hoxer over to the backboard. Parth, nice read. And Shopify Rebellion slowing things down. Nice transition back into the SSG end of things. And yeah, it's like you said, you're kind of just waiting for somebody to kind of take the reins and say, hey, we're going to dial this up 3 notches and go crazy. And I think Justin might want to be the first person to do it, because finally, as time goes on, we're starting to see some insane aggression. The bumps are coming through.
I actually feel like in the 2-1 bracket of round 4 is probably one of the worst matchups to have. That shot ringing off the crossbar from Two-Piece, and he tries to chase the play. Justin's gonna have to take over at midfield, and he gets clipped out of the air, so watch the follow-up from Two-Piece. It gets through. Hoxer had to avoid Justin, and he couldn't recover.
Well, there you have it. That's what I said. Justin starting to go just to get in people's ways, mess with their minds. Hoxer, he had enough boost, but at that point, the mind game is even more than what you're capable of fixing. And Shopify Rebellion find their first lead.
Yeah, these 2-1 matchups, at least in the 2-0 bracket, somebody can kind of have a couple of Mickey rounds, and yeah, they get there with some soft matchups, and maybe they're not really a 2-0 team, as Justin can't stop LJ, but Two-Piece can. But once you're at 2-1, you're looking at the matchups that these teams have had. You're gonna have to earn it here, and you've got Series 5 looming if you can't close it out here. So all the pressure looming on somebody who loses this series. Justin lobbing up to the backboard, LJ with the powerful clear, only as far as Two-Piece. Shopify Rebellion holding this lead, but here comes Space Station Gaming once again.
I feel like this game has been a lot more close than maybe most people might have anticipated coming into it. You know, you see names like Chicago, Hoxer, and LJ, and they've got so much experience and knowledge in the scene. And then you see people like Two-Piece and Parth coming through, and you're like, all right, they're extremely well-rounded. How quickly can they challenge a team like this, though? And the answer is very quickly and very, very well. 5 seconds. And they have their 1-goal lead. Does it stay theirs? Chicago still up in the air. Hoxer pops this one up high. And Chicago's touch doesn't hit the ground quite yet, but now it will. And Shopify Rebellion get to claim game number 1.
That is not quite the tip drill you'd like to see out of Space Station Gaming there. It's the get to the final seconds and could not keep the ball in the air at all. Couldn't make any forward progress. They get outshot by Shopify Rebellion, a little better than 2-1. And, well, there's your difference. I mean, Rebellion comes in riding that wave of momentum after an emotional win over NRG the previous round. Everything's going great for this still relatively young squad.
I feel like you always have to give them the credit where it's due, right? They play such a good game together. There's a great shot from Two-Piece. Just another testament to how much, promise there is on Shopify Rebellion. And I'll say it time and time again, Justin is the blueprint of the young up-and-coming talent. So again, nobody better to lead them and reassure this team throughout all of this weekend even.
Wonder, though, when LJ is going to get going for Space Station Gaming. I mean, all the eyes, I think, are going to be on Chicago. He is kind of the big acquisition for this squad, or for any of the squads in North America. I think he has the potential to make the biggest impact out of all the signings. Yes, I understand that First Killer signed with Gen.G. I said what I said, but keep your eyes on Chicago here. I think he's going to be a huge difference maker, and I think he'll open things up for LJ as we get into game 2.
Here we are, 8 seconds in even, and now, finally, SSG just able to keep volleying this ball back into the Rebellion half. One of the bigger clears coming through here, but as soon as it hits that orange side, it is immediately back in the blue. Finally, Justin able to get over LJ. Give Shopify a chance to try and formulate some sort of a play here. Parth gonna drive this one forward. LJ with a save off into the mid. I think he's gonna try and pinch this one forward. He does. And hopefully SSG can transition off this 50 here onto Justin, but Two-Piece is the one to send this ball forward.
Well, LJ just avoiding contact there, able to grab that corner boost. Just can't get anything going downfield. Space Station as a whole really hasn't worked on the offensive half much in this series so far. As LJ dances around one, got around two. Chicago was going for a bump. Hoxer was way out by midfield. That play never had a chance to develop. And now Justin's shot goes opposite side. Somebody earlier should take notes. You hit it where they ain't. Justin does. Rebellion's up 1-0.
Justin just absolutely ready for any opportunity that could arise. Steps up to the occasion on this one. Shopify Rebellion take the lead. Last time we saw them do this, they held on to it for mass majority of the game. So curious how Space Station's going to be able to respond to this one as another shot heads towards their net. Hoxer with the save and off. Chicago over to LJ, transition, pass over to Hoxer. That one almost through, but Two-Piece bailing out Shopify.
By far their best chance, and then they have to scramble back as Hoxer makes a save on a laser from Justin. There goes Hoxer again. At least got a cross Two-Piece, and now Justin going to work against LJ. Well done. Only Hoxer to beat. Chicago trying to range back as well. Parth couldn't take him out. Chicago makes a stop. It's turned into a track meet here in game 2, and somehow Rebellion count.
No words on why that did not go in, and the fact that there was even more chances for it to head into that net. The fact that it didn't is a huge testament to Shopify right now. Can SSG find another opportunity? Feels like it took them so long to even find that one. For now, though, they're going to have to go back on defense as Shopify Rebellion goes in their half. Demo allows Chicago to break into the blue end of things. One pass over to Hoxer, but Justin intercepts. Centers it. Hoxer's going to slow things down, but Two-Piece drives this one straight. And this one it's not going to find its way through. Halfway point, and Shopify Rebellion hang on to their 1-goal lead.
Yeah, but how much longer? You're starting to see Space Station get more opportunities, get forward a little more often. You're seeing beats at the midfield that we weren't getting in the first game and a half. And now Chicago, boy, he almost let that one get away. Hoxer, indirect for himself. Now for LJ, just not on the mark. Passing's got to be a little better if they're going to generate the opportunities they need to get back into this game and ultimately this series. They're still scoreless in this series. 1-0 in game 1. Same score line now, almost 2-0, if not for the heroics of LJ. While still going towards the Space Station net, and Shopify Rebellion continues to, I don't want to say necessarily outclass, but they're certainly outshooting Space Station right now, and they are outperforming them.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's even so at times a case of outpacing SSG. Once Shopify Rebellion get a hold of that ball and control it, it's very, very difficult for SSG to take it back unless there was a shot taken and they get to have a moment of space to themselves. But for now, Shopify Rebellion continue to do what they've done so well in games number 1 and the early stages of game number 2, which is just hold on to their lead and play such a solid game. Not too many high-risk plays coming out from this squad. I think they know you can't underestimate a squad like SSG. You don't know when they're gonna shine through in moments like this. LJ took the shot forward, but Chicago doubled off the side.
You started to worry when this hits the back wall first, like, oh, no way. There's no way Reed Curry missed this. Had it all under control. 46 seconds remain. Big kickoff here, and it goes the way of Space Station Gaming. Chicago steals the full corner boost, and Parth has to play it across. He was hoping maybe Justin would be there. He wasn't. Turns into a turnover, and it almost turned into a lead for Space Station just like that. Fortunate not to be down 2-1.
25 seconds to go. You've tied things up, but you can't let go of this game. LJ carrying this one over to Chicago. With speed, this one gets sent all the way back. Parth is going to take this as a shooting opportunity. The long pass from Justin. And Shopify Rebellion answer so quickly.
They never saw Parth there. That powerful clear, they were not ready for it, and by the time they realized Parth was already up for this, which, by the way, wow, was way too late. Now LJ has to answer back quickly, and 2P sends that off to the corner. Hoxer trying to get it out for Chicago, and he led him too far. Chicago had it lined up. That last touch just wasn't on the mark, and now everybody all in the same place. Parth will hit it where they ain't, and Shopify Rebellion is 5 minutes away from a 3-0 sweep into Saturday.
This is insane. The fact that there was a small glimmer of opportunity for Space Station to have scored last second at the end of that game 2 is insane. But I do want to take a moment to shine some light on Parth. 5 shots on his own. This guy is holding one down. I love that everybody on Shopify Rebellion is able to hold their own individually, but when they come together, when they work together on these plays, like the demo opening up the shot for Justin there, they look unstoppable.
These teams trying to join M80 and G2 Stride in Saturday's top 8 bracket. Dignitas also up 2-0 over Luminosity. So could be closing in on some more teams qualifying for the playoffs on Saturday, and plenty more to talk about on the desk when this series concludes, if it concludes in time to catch up with all those other ones. This is moving pretty quickly. Low scoring, quick games, and Shopify Rebellion 1 win away from forcing SSG into a 5th round.
This is gonna be insane. I mean, Space Station Gaming, backs against the wall, forced to have to reverse sweep Shopify Rebellion if they want even a chance to continue on. I mean, granted, you have one more, but it's much better to end the day 3-1 than it would be having to play another round. Here we are, 10 seconds into this one. Parth, small clear out into the mid. Chicago's going to take this ball. Space Station, they want an early lead, especially against a team like Shopify Rebellion, who has just owned this entire series so far. This ball up into the sky. 30 seconds in, Chicago's going to take a shot. Justin cuts him off very, very early on. And this one's a center. Chicago's going to disrupt it before anybody has the chance to shoot. And LJ's gonna take a shot. This one not quite in. 2-piece with a save on it. And for now, we stay stagnant between these two teams.
Yeah, not for long though. Crossbar and away. And SSG counting their lucky stars. Now Parth, oh, he got that to the ceiling, but just couldn't get around on a shot. But this is wow, this is real dangerous out of Space Station Gaming. You can't make that mistake and not expect to get punished, and they almost did. Boy, Space Station Gaming, whatever deities they're praying to right now, they owe the greatest tribute because they have gotten divine intervention to keep this game scoreless.
These guys are praying to the moon and the stars at this point, and it is working. They've managed to keep Shopify Rebellion off for the time being, and I say time being because that is not where the shots end. Shopify Rebellion going for another one, two-piece, headed towards that net. Chicago keeps this one off. LJ wanting to allow Hoxer to go through. Wide shot as Justin regains control and air dribbles us from one end to the other. Reset to get some power towards that net, but Chicago has prevailed time and time again.
Chicago's already got a savior medal 2 minutes into this game. He has had to work overtime defensively to keep Shopify Rebellion out of his net. Now Chicago lets two-piece go on by. The problem is that gave Justin time to come up and follow the play. Two-piece gonna take this himself. Hoxer's all over it. Parth around the boards. Can't do anything there. But Space Station Gaming cannot get out of the zone. You can tell LJ wants to get downfield, Herc, but he just can't because the ball keeps coming right back onto the Space Station side. This is dangerous as well. Justin was there. LJ a little quicker.
It's pure anticipation from Shopify. They are ready for everything that comes their way past that line. And the few times we have seen them be stuck in their own half, they immediately send it right back out. And just like this, the ball immediately sent back into that SSG half here. Parth is gonna let this one float down. Justin tries to challenge and keep it. Maybe a bump onto LJ would let that one through, but he couldn't make connection on his car whatsoever. In LJ just gonna carry this one, float it towards that net, but Justin sends it right on back.
Oh, Justin read that play, and LJ had to be very quick. I mean, there is no time for any rest whatsoever. Chicago, right there is two-piece for the save.
If there was a team that could do the passing play style extremely effectively against Shopify, it would be SSG. You're seeing it as time's going on, right? That they're starting to try and bring it out a little bit more. You got to get creative to get around this defense, and it can work, but the problem is the defense is so incredibly strong. In particular, Justin and Parth are insane as far as savings going right now, and you know it's got to have a level of frustration to it. Nothing they put on target is going through.
Good win by Justin, though, and that forces Chicago into a real awkward spot. Parth not giving him any time. And now two-piece. He'll call his number here. Needs one more touch. Decent challenge to get it out towards Parth. Shopify Rebellion circling again as LJ's got to take his time, give his teammates time to get any boost at all. They're very low, trying to launch a counterattack. Chicago with decent challenge, but can't do anything with it. And Justin has a chance to move SR forward again. Did he get it over LJ? Well, two-piece certainly did. A round stopped by Chicago as we get to the final 20 seconds here. And it is fingernail-biting time right now for the SSG defense. They're hanging precariously on the edge as we dip down to the final 10.
You just gotta find something, otherwise you're headed towards an extremely intense overtime against Shopify Rebellion. Hoxer from the ceiling down to the ground. Two-piece able to keep this one up to the backboard here. This one still in play. Parth, his touch keeps this up, but for now the ball gets killed, and we have overtime in game number 3.
Oh, I really thought two-piece had it lined up to break SSG's hearts. And now LJ just wide on the flip reset. Now just an awkward spot. Great pass out to Hoxer, but still denied by the defense of Rebellion. And a chance now for Shopify to turn this around. Boy, they got oh so close, Herc, only to be turned away at the last moment. That shot wide, and Hoxer got there just ahead of Justin.
You see Justin even trying to go and open up some sort of a path. Parth going back, able to collect this ball. LJ just trying to anticipate him. He does well, but two-piece, the one and only, has been able to send this one all the way up. How that one went onto the goal line, I don't know, but it doesn't end there. Two-piece up into the sky, shot on net, and it doesn't find its way through. Space Station's defense getting stronger and stronger as time goes on.
It's a good thing because they really need to be. I mean, they've been sure-handed, but Shopify Rebellion have had their opportunities. Now Chicago, blocked by two-piece. LJ much quicker, but just nothing going in front of the net. Everything's way too close to the back wall. Very easily defended by Rebellion. A couple of real quick shots have come out during the course of this game, but 2 out of their 8 have had a realistic shot at going through. Justin from the ceiling, lined up his spot, and Hoxer sends it away.
Two-piece from the corner here. Can he drive this one towards that net? Not quite. Instead, transition comes through. Hoxer's second touch onto this ball, but LJ's up next to keep it going. The way it bounces could be interesting, but two-piece, he's got a small little clear on it. Low boost, though, means Hoxer's going to have to bail out Chicago on this. And Parth, just easy backboard read, just kind of re-slow things down. But SSG says, no way. We want to stay in her half and continue to take these shots over and over and over again. Here comes Chicago. Places this one up high to the backboard. Can LJ get the beat to take the shot? Not quite. And 2 minutes of overtime, and SSG are getting closer and closer to that net as soon as I say the redirect comes through and they get sent back home racing.
Two-piece gave that a look, but it's going to be Justin that has to play it. Two-piece on his way back. He's got some boots in the tank, may have to use it coming off the backboard to contend with LJ. And that race to the corner boost won by two-piece. Now Chicago contesting Parth. LJ circling around. He's got to run all the way back, and he's glad that that corner boost is available for him. Good challenge to get it over to Hoxer. Justin the better of the two. Almost getting to a full extra game here. And we've seen a couple long overtimes in this Swiss, most notably with Dignitas around to go. Parth has to go to net to try and stop Hoxer. Two-piece does. There's the follow again, and oh, LJ whiffed on it.
The whiff comes through, which means Shopify Rebellion get to stay alive for a moment longer. LJ trying to end that. Two-piece in the sky with this ball. Hoxer not the best of touches onto this. And LJ's gonna send it back to him, but a demo means it's going right into the hands of Parth. Enough boost in the tank to try and 50 on LJ. He is able to do so, carries this into the corner. Low boost means you're doing pray full 50s at this point. Hoxer trying to 1v1 on Justin. This ball heads into the corner. And SSG giving it everything they've got to drive this ball into the net of Shopify Rebellion, and they continue to be denied.
Oh, good move by LJ to get around two-piece, but he lost it in the corner. Could not set up Chicago. Now two-piece easily claimed this. Justin had to back into the net to try and stop Chicago from sweeping by with a demo. And now a loose ball in front. Bouncer from Reed, and SSG stays alive.
Another opportunity to keep the series going has come to the hands of Space Station Gaming in overtime. A 4-minute OT, one of the longer ones, but another chance to keep this one going.
Another low-scoring affair. Plenty of opportunities, though. I mean, when you play almost 2 games wrapped into one, you should expect to have some shots, but also plenty of saves. I mean, Chicago had 3 saves in the first couple of minutes. He led the team. He led everybody with 5 out of his team's 10 saves. And tell you what, Shopify Rebellion did not make it easy on Space Station Gaming. They got very, very lucky, did SSG, early on in this game, not to have conceded a couple of goals, but they didn't let that rattle them. They recovered, and then in the end, that shot, Chicago threading the needle. SSG gets a clean slate going into game 4.
As time has gone on, Space Station, they're starting to look more comfortable against Shopify. And when you say comfortable against a team, you're like, what do you mean Space Station could look uncomfortable by Shopify in any regard? But the reality is when you've got these new players coming through, you're not quite used to what they're gonna throw at you for the first time around. And this is the first time these guys are all in the highest of high pressure situations. So now you're coming back on your own. SSG's got another chance. They got a reverse sweep though, which is one of the most difficult things you can do against any team being led by Justin.
There have been 3 sweeps in this round, 2 of them in the 2-1 bracket. This is the only one of those upper matches that did not go a 3-0 sweep. Winner of this series, by the way, gets one of those teams that did sweep. Gen.G is waiting for the winner tomorrow. So that's your reward, by the way. Congratulations, you survived Swiss, especially if it's Shopify Rebellion, who did lose to Gen.G earlier in the Swiss today. Yeah, that's waiting for you. Good luck.
Rematch opportunity. You got to play it in the way that it works in your storyline's favor, and more people will cheer you on. But for now, you gotta get through Space Station, especially a Space Station that's angry that they're even in this situation in the first place. This Parth is going to be the one to try and clear his mid. Hawkser meets him up in the sky, tries to get this one down. 2-piece, one read after the other every single time. Pass over to Hawkser. This one floats, and Parth carries us over 1 and 2 and sent right back.
It's a little dangerous for Shopify Rebellion in the early stage of this game, though. You wonder, how do they recover from that lengthy overtime? You got oh so close, so many opportunities to close the series out. And the mental obstacle you have to overcome now is, well, why are we still playing? As 2-piece had that taken away by Hawkser. LJ will have it in the corner. Parth waiting for him, marked him well. And now Justin can climb the ladder. Not much to do with this, as Hawkser will take it away. And he even took 2-piece downfield with him.
Here comes Chicago. Small challenge towards that net there. LJ up next from the sky. Missed there on the challenge to him, but still this ball gets sent off. Justin chasing LJ. LJ has enough time though to get the double. Small angle and a small lead for Space Station Gaming.
I wondered when this would come. Finally, LJ's first goal of the series. You expect him to be the guy filling up the net. Tight angle double goes through. 3:01 to go. And SSG trying to drag this all the way back to Champions Field. A 2-piece very quickly following up the kickoff. Good ball by LJ over to Hawkser. Here goes Justin. Got in the way, slowed him down enough, and Parth is there to recover.
LJ just a few taps in the mid to see who gets control here. Chicago just trying to hold on over Parth. He sees 2-piece, but 2-piece anticipates. And Hawkser's up next. It's a shot opportunity for LJ that goes wayside. And a transition comes through. A demo onto the defense allows 2-piece the opportunity to shoot, and he scores. Tied game at 2:24.
Well, about 20 seconds ago, Space Station had a chance to punish them for a double commit. They could not, and that's the result. 2-piece on the counterattack. Just barely gets it to go. Bar down and in, and a brand new ball game in the second half.
LJ up next. Can he double this one off? He does! And there you have it. The response, as soon as the initial response came through, SSG back in the lead here in game number 4.
I mean, your challenge has to be on the money. Otherwise, LJ is not going to miss those opportunities. He is on it now. Now Chicago. Almost had something going off the kickoff. Here goes SSG again, though. It's Hawkser. Needed a double to try and drop it down to LJ. Instead, he's got to collect it, bring it to the side. LJ can do very little wrong here in this game. He's set up Chicago, and Space Station Gaming is feeling it.
This is the SSG we all know and love, the one that we knew what they were capable of. We were just waiting. They made everybody wait for a show at this point, and here it is. Passing plays are coming through. 2-goal lead in game number 4 to attempt to take this to game 5, but you gotta hold on to it. 2 minutes is a long time. That's enough opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to be able to try and just fix everything that has not gone in their favor throughout this game. Double demo. Two-piece looks over for his teammate. Shot goes to the side, into the corner, and Justin go in to keep that rotation going.
They're still trying to recover from not quite a triple commit, but they were all three sitting at the net, all congested. Parth across. Justin was going to steal the boost. Now he'll turn, fire, and it's back to a 1-goal game.
Keep it going if you are Shopify Rebellion. Just over 1 is Justin. And you're 1 goal away from tying things up on an SSG that's looked really, really good in game number 4 here. And off the kickoff, SSG wants to break into the Shopify half, but Two-Piece has other plans. Hoxer said, no, we're going right back to where we started, onto the attack.
Oh, another quick shot from Chicago, this time set away by Two-Piece. The Rebellion defense up to the task. This has been by far SSG's best game of the series, and still they find themselves in a war with Shopify. Two-Piece needs another touch, he's got it. That forces Chicago there. I mean, Space Station is playing incredibly defensively. I mean, you see one's back, you got another behind Chicago at the moment, and now Justin, that challenge, you still see all three still back in their own end. They do break out, but they're taking a while to move the ball out of their zone, and they're making sure they're not leaving an empty net behind them. The problem is you can't be too conservative. Here's Hoxer trying to line up a double, and it goes wide. Oh, given to Chicago! Not the touch Parth wanted, and it's a 2-goal game again.
Hoxer once again setting up, and here comes Chicago with the follow through on the ground. 25 seconds, you have a little bit of breathing room as far as the lead goes, but 2-goal lead isn't impossible unless off the kickoff you can find another one. But at this moment, you pretty much just play time here. Parth up into the sky. And you said it before, Stacks, right? SSG, they're playing a safe game. And especially if you have a 2-goal lead, you're gonna play it even safer than you did before. Nice big clear, wasting precious seconds off the clock. Doesn't matter how quickly you send this one back. This one's hitting the ground. We've got game 5.
We head to the house that Colin the Shogun himself built. Champions Field, as Space Station Gaming brings it all the way back to game 5, trying to line up a reverse sweep. Full drama, all sorts of twists and turns with, I believe, just about every other match wrapped up except for one.
You know what? Keep it going. Give us the long series towards the end of the day, one shot after the other. I do love, though, that SSG was able to kind of get back into their groove of things. I was kind of waiting to see when everybody was going to wake up, and, well, they did.
They did indeed. LJ came alive in that game. A couple of early goals, and then the assist as well to set up Chicago. This is a much different Space Station Gaming squad. They almost let it slip at the end, but Rebellion could not capitalize enough times. There were just not enough mistakes to take advantage of. It was a much cleaner game from Space Station Gaming. There's still room for improvement. The good news is they've given themselves that opportunity now on Champs Field.
Yep, one more chance to end it all. Who will go face off against Gen.G tomorrow? Whether you like it or not, that is the goal. You want to face Gen.G at this point. But first, you gotta get through game 5.
One other game 5 going right now, the Snowman and Deleted XD for survival in round 4. As Justin diving in here, and we are underway with high drama between Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming. Two-piece, looking to start it early. Can he get the flip reset? No, may not matter. Chicago has to just wait very patiently. That's one of the toughest things to do defensively as well. You know you can't wait too long, but you can't just jump the gun.
Yeah, definitely a nice healthy balance between patience and perseverance. Chicago with a nice big clear up field, breaking into that Shopify Rebellion half where they'd like to stay, but Justin's got other plans. This one from the ceiling and down. Two-piece is gonna finish this one. Can anybody get a bump onto LJ? Not quite, it's gonna float. It's a small opportunity for Parth, but Hawkser able to get the challenge and the transition. That of which also cut short everybody. That fight in the mid is becoming so much tighter than it has been in the past.
Well, Parth was trying to line up a missile from the left side. Didn't work out for him as it was intercepted. So now Parth maybe try to set up two-piece. He's got to rotate back though, and then eats a demolition for his efforts with Hawkser on his way back. Now Chicago over to LJ. Parth jumped the pass, and Hawkser had to make a save right near the crossbar. Still not out of the woods, and two-piece will put it home.
You saw that one from off the sidewall. Hawkser put it into the sky, but Justin said, I know somebody's got to be back and ready to go. And of course, it's two-piece. Shopify Rebellion find the first lead here in Game 5.
Well, great minds think alike. Almost identical kickoff strategies on either side. As Hawkser will bring it back towards LJ, and Space Station Gaming understand they don't have to panic. 3 minutes is an eternity. And Chicago, it was open, but two-piece ranging back just in time. And then that one a little bit wide, and two-piece bails out Shopify Rebellion. Hawkser dropped down, not on target. And Space Station Gaming, very fortunate not to be down 2-0. This sounds very familiar. It sounds a little bit like Game 3.
It looks almost identical to Game 3. Difference being how intense SSG has been with Shopify Rebellion. No room for mistakes as we enter the second half here. LJ up into the sky, two-piece, ready to have him red. Hawkser gonna take us to the backboard. Can he get a double or a follow-up? No, it's Justin that carries us through. Reset, trying to get over one. LJ just gonna leave this one in the corner for Hawkser to flick on over. As they begin the attack into the Shopify half here, Justin's got them red, continuously placing this team into the corner and slowing down these attacks.
Do like how Space Station is working together as a team defensively. They're not just booming the ball, dump and chase all the time. They're trying to utilize their teammates. They're not afraid to pass it back deep into their own territory, invite Shopify Rebellion in, try to get them to overextend a little bit, and then beat them over the top. It just hasn't yielded too many results as Justin beats out Hawkser here. Good pass, though, across to LJ, and this is about what we've expected over the past year and a half out of SSG. You know that their teamwork is going to be better than almost everybody as Justin just gets back in time. The demolition by Hawkser not fatal just yet for SR.
Still, there's enough time to keep things going as SSG is in their half. LJ pass over to Chicago. Justin sends it back. It's a free shot if Parth can get to it. Maybe pinch it or center it for somebody, but two go up. Down over to Chicago. They just want this ball out of their half at this point. And two-piece sends it back. LJ racing to collect this ball. Two-piece gonna leave this one down. That last minute of intensity about to begin between these two teams. Who will make it to tomorrow? Can Space Station find something, or does the lead get extended?
Saturday's top 8 awaits the winner here. This holds, it'll be Shopify Rebellion. Oh, what a save from LJ! Pinning it on the crossbar. Now Justin with 30 to go. Try to double the lead again. Not so fast. Parth will try to center. Nothing doing. Chicago waiting at the back as LJ triggers the counterattack. Hawkser, no! Chicago, yes! Tie game!
There is one more chance. Pass over, through, and follow-up means overtime could be in our future. 19 seconds. Does anybody find something off the kickoff, or does this fight get extended?
Space Station has been close on kickoffs. That one just a little bit high. Demo and a bump by Chicago. Hawkser to the backboard. LJ waiting, it's not gonna find him directly. Down to 3 seconds. Justin to the skies. Can Rebellion steal it back in regulation, or do we have golden goal on Champions Field? Still nowhere close to the ground. LJ ahead. Can he follow it up? No, as they let this touch and will have sudden death to send somebody to face Gen.G on Saturday.
Here comes LJ off the ceiling. Parth taking his time. Demo opens up the net for Hoxer, but Justin waiting patiently, reset towards that net, but the save still comes through. Small touch there. Double commit on this one as it slow rolls in front of the goal line. But Shopify Rebellion able to stay out of their own half for now as LJ sends this one back over two-piece. This one dangerously close, and first 30 seconds are dangerous.
Oh, Hoxer can turn on this. He grabbed that midfield boost, and Rebellion almost paid the price, but it's two-piece with his third save, and what a huge one it was. Now LJ, as Chicago narrowly missed contact, and again Space Station Gaming have found another gear. Hoxer, slow play, and two-piece having none of it.
Everyone on the end of Shopify Rebellion on the hardest defense they have played. Parth just wants the clear. He wants the breathing room for him and his teammates at this point, but Hoxer doesn't care. Around the corner, pass two-piece, pass over to LJ, and SSG will see day 2.
They will move on, survive, and advance. A reverse sweep from Space Station Gaming, who looked dead in the water at times, especially in Game 3 with that long overtime, and they drag it all the way back to OT winners. And LJ puts Space Station into the top 8.
That just an insane showing. The fact that they had to reverse sweep their way all the way through. But nobody didn't expect it, right? They're veterans, they're icons, they're legends, and they're just continuing to solidify their names in the game in the new season here.
4 of the 5 games decided by just the one goal. 2 of them, of course, in overtime, and even Game 4, which was technically a 2-goal game, really was a 1-goal game for almost the entirety. And for Space Station Gaming, what a battle to bring it all the way back to Champions Field in the first place. And then Chicago and LJ, all of the scoring came from those two. Hoxer was the assist man, and he played his role to perfection. Chicago and LJ, Space Station Gaming, they're through. They got Gen.G tomorrow. We've got one more round of Swiss coming your way right after this.
You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back.
lost time, gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. We keep it to ourselves. We don't see no one now. It's not in my mind. I know it feels right. You're good for my health. Oh, I've been hoping that you'd notice. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. In another life, not in another. It's a matter of time before you're all mine.
Chat, you can Dino Dance all you want. We got games. We got games coming up real soon. They're in the lobbies. They're getting warmed up, and we should have round 5 of the Swiss here for you momentarily. Congratulations to Space Station. A Game 5 overtime thriller to punch their ticket to the bracket tomorrow, and it leaves us with 3... I held up 4 fingers. 3 games that are left to be played here. Shopify Rebellion versus the Snowmen. Young Whippersnappers versus Pirates on a Boat. And Luminosity Gaming versus NRG. 3 of those teams moving forward. 3 of those teams, their story ends here. Herc, Luminosity, NRG, 2 teams everyone was talking about. Everyone was like, oh yeah, top 8 teams. One of them not going to be.
Yeah, this is actually really crazy that it reached this point. I feel like Luminosity had such an incredible run throughout, the first half of the day even. So to see them here, backs against the wall, last chance kind of scenario, especially against an NRG that I feel like has kind of been struggling a little bit, is a very interesting matchup. I'm curious how it's going to play out.
But the momentum's 2 different paths right now. NRG, they just came off their 1-2 round 3-0 versus the Muffin Men. While Luminosity, we thought they were looking pretty solid, but they just got 0-3 by Dignitas. So we'll see if they can right the wrongs there with the momentum. We obviously just had a long break. Maybe that'll help a team like Luminosity, but we'll have to see. It's a tough matchup either way. All these 2-2 rounds are.
You never know. These long pauses can be a blessing or a curse. It's just... And honestly, I feel like whether you consider a blessing or a curse will depend on whether you win or lose this match. You'll decide after the match whether it was the blessing or the curse.
Yeah.
Whippersnappers, Pirates on a Boat. This is maybe best draw for both of them. Obviously, Snowmen and Whippersnappers had played earlier, so they're not going to play again here.
Sure.
Pirates, they're going to be looking to see if they can continue on the momentum they built after knocking off TSM. We'll see if they can do it, folks. But let's talk about the match we're going to have here on the stage. Luminosity versus NRG. Moving forward, one of these teams into the bracket. And a beautiful day. I'm excited to see which one we get to see tomorrow.
We talked about Luminosity earlier, so let's talk a little bit about NRG. We haven't seen them on stream. They're normally the team we see a lot on day ones, but Garrett G, the only member left on NRG. They bring in Mist over from the old team of FaZe, where that team just completely imploded by the World Championship. Just seemed like bad team atmosphere. Mist's hours were down. But you're going to draw inspiration when you're teaming up with Captain America. So Mist, I assume his hours are up and he's been on the grind. And then finally, Toasty. 8 years ago, Garrett G went to the World Championship with his older brother, Moses. So now the younger brother in Toasty is coming in to field this roster with NRG. He was a late addition because they made some roster moves throughout this offseason, so maybe they haven't had enough time to click yet, but they've had plenty of experience today going 2-2, so they got to get the job done now.
The first 2 seasons of RLCS, fun trivia, Garrett G was on a team named Exodus with a player named Moses, and there was another team in RLCS named Genesis. And those 3 names were enough to coin that as the Bible rivalry anytime they played. Didn't last past the 2nd season, but it was a fun one. I enjoyed it while it lasted. And anytime we can coin names for things, I'm all about it here. But let's talk Luminosity. Okay, we're taking kind of the remnants of the old Optic roster. Reynolds and Magic Bear coming through again. Got Cheese alongside him here, and. How have you felt, Herc? How have you felt about Luminosity today? Okay, obviously it's been an up and down, given that they are at 2-2. They've won 2, they've lost 2. How have you felt about the roster so far?
Oh man, honestly, a little uneasy. I felt fairly confident in this team, even when they had gone up against G2. I still had full faith in them that they were going to kind of prevail again. It was really based off of their open qualifier. They looked insane, but now I don't want to say fallen into old habits of like kind of letting pressure get to them, but it definitely is a little worrisome headed into this one. But I think Gibbs said it best. There's 2 paths of momentum going right now. It's just what you do with that is definitely going to be the deciding factor in the series.
Well, we'll see which one these teams are able to... I'm not saying which ones they're going to choose, just which ones are they able to manage to actually get on, because they all choose the W path. It's not going to happen here. much. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag LG, hashtag NRG, and we'll make our predictions as well up here. I've already seen the results here, Gibbs. We've all predicted Luminosity on this one. What does NRG have to do to upset Luminosity?
I think you have to ride that momentum, right? From that game one early on, just get under the skin of Luminosity and try and just keep that going forward. I think on paper, NRG is a worse team, so you just got to kind of punch them in the mouth early and just get that advantage and don't lose it. Don't make this a long series.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's about riding momentum if you're NRG and being able to stop them. But also, I think, having true control of the series. If you're able to make LG uncomfortable, it might be way easier than you think.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for the last round of the day. The final round of Swiss. Luminosity versus NRG will be featured here. The other two matches I'm sure you can find on the team streams in the category. Let's get into it here and see which three teams are going to be playing in our bracket tomorrow.
Well. Punxsutawney Phil predicted an early spring, and in about a half hour, somebody's going to have an early exit out of this first qualifier. Will it be Luminosity? Will it be NRG? This roller coaster comes to an end right now.
It's about staying locked in here as, again, so it's round 5. You need to be able to show up and show out when your team needs it most. Seeing from around the scene, there have definitely been a lot of players who may not have had the Swiss result they've wanted, but to them, making it out is the most important thing, and I feel like it's the same case for these two teams, because you can erase all of this with a better performance tomorrow, but first you have to get through today.
Survive and advance. It really is that simple. Easy for me to say. I'm on this side of it as Rlcs with the save, stopping Mist. Here goes Toasty. And of course, the desk touched on it. It is surreal for someone like Gen.G to have been around long enough to play with Toasty's older brother, and now teaming with his younger brother. But Cheese downfield trying to spoil this family reunion for NRG.
Great pass out from Magic Bear to Cheese. Beautiful redirect on target. NRG have to get things under control early. They sent too many people forward. They got punished on the counterattack by LG.
And now what does Rlcs have up his sleeve? Up to the ceiling, easily stopped by Toasty, but nobody else forward for NRG. So now Magic Bear had to get onto it quickly. That's given NRG an opportunity until Toasty gets demolished by Rlcs. Now Mist trying to restart with NRG. It's Gen.G across the way. Indirect for himself. His shot denied. Follow-up from Toasty's on target.
Beautiful play here from Toasty to bring it back in for NRG. A lot of people are going to be looking at Toasty as this series continues on. A good play from Rlcs, though, or from Garrett to get the ball to Rlcs. He makes the mistake, and Toasty in the right place at the right spot.
90 seconds gone by, and we're right back to square one. Rlcs bumped out of the way by Mist. That allows Toasty to come up and take it away, but Rlcs is right back on it. Toasty over to Gen.G, and now Cheese trying to get around the corner and out. Not happening. But a chance for a big clear, and Rlcs kind of took his time, and Gen.G came in from out of nowhere to pick his pocket, and that could be a missed opportunity for Luminosity. They are on the right side of the field now, as Rlcs will dive in on Toasty. Here comes Cheese. Double is on the money, and LG's back in front.
Cheese again over the course of Swiss, just stepping up. Got Garrett, said, as long as I get you out of the net, that's all I need. Plays it off the back wall, gets the follow-up good. Second goal for Cheese, second goal for Luminosity.
Defense has been suspect for these teams throughout the past month or so leading up into this season, and you would not expect that with a team with Mist on the roster, but that's just how it's played out. Don't expect a low-scoring series here. 3 goals in the first half of game 1, the first 3 of many, as Cheese doesn't have anybody to pass to. He just threw it at the backboard hoping somebody would be there. They weren't, and now Garrett blocked out as it was Rlcs coming out to cut off the angle way out in front. Garrett will try here. Nothing there. Mist blocked by Cheese, and back and forth they go.
Mish has been a type of player who, over the course of the offseason, individually, has really stood out for a lot of people. People always talk about the hours thing, but that is something that he's gotten up tremendously. He's also improved mechanically on the ball as well. He has become a strong threat offensively as well, still keeping his defense good. But NRG's troubles still continue despite that. 2 minutes to go in game, and you got Magic Bear putting it top right.
Wow. I mean, this is brilliant. Rlcs jumping up. He knows Magic Bear is right where he needs to be. Gen.G had the play read. He was in the right place. He just didn't jump in time. Magic Bear's shot perfectly placed top right. 3-1 the lead now for LG.
And LG starting to really run away with things early. Oh no, this is a breakdown. What's going on the side of NRG? 50 off the kickoff. Cheese plays this one high. Garrett just can't read the backboard. I mean, it's a tough one to go straight down. Misread there, and another quick goal. Cheese here, 3 for 3. As Luminosity, 3-goal lead on NRG in game 1.
Give the newcomer to this tandem of Magic Bear and Rlcs a hat trick in game 1, in round 5 no less. The pressure's on, and Cheese is feeling none of it. He's going to rotate back as Gen.G now will start the charge for NRG. They've still got a chance here in game 1, but they've got to get goals early and often. Rlcs to the backboard. He's just going to delay, and like we've seen a couple of times already in this Swiss stage, just drag the opposition in, make them come to you, and it's just not happening for NRG right now, as Toasty will play it across. Mist is there. He had to jump out at that, though, because Rlcs had it read, and now it's Toasty who kind of let that one slide, and Gen.G has to rush back. Final minute, and it's all Luminosity.
NRG, it feels like they've been kind of playing catch-up this game. Not able to get too much of a strong offensive output. They've been able to match the kind of shot totals here. They are actually out shooting Luminosity by 1, but it's none of them have ever felt really poor defensively. Speaking of almost poor defense there, Magic Bear just gets a free follow-up. Look at this. This is him the entire play. Pop up over Toasty. You have Miss last bag. Magic just goes again, and it's right behind him. NRG are giving up goals that I feel like they shouldn't, and it could be a bad sign for things to come. 37 seconds left.
Magic's shots have not always been the most accurate, but that one was. He's had a couple of really good ones for his 2 goals. He also has 2 assists. Just racking up the tallies here in game 1, which has turned into a runaway for Luminosity Gaming. Mist hits the crossbar. Gen.G will score with 20 seconds left, and at least keep some semblance of hope alive, but they've got to have the most godlike kickoffs they've had in a long time.
Yeah, in order to make this one competitive, but at least for the rest of the series, this particular goal, able to get that one quickly off the kickoff, NRG on the board. So, but even then, the scoreline is not really going to be an accurate tell of how this game has been, which has been mainly in favor of Luminosity. Final 10 seconds on the clock, and LG able to make a statement in game 1. Cheese especially. Luminosity in front early here, Stacks.
They are indeed, though. If you want to hang on to something, if you're an NRG fan, you look at that last kickoff, and Rlcs got demolished there right on the follow-up of that kickoff. But if Rlcs isn't there, Garrett's got a free lane to just run into one and make it a 2-goal game in about 2 or 3 seconds off that kickoff. Keep that in mind as the series goes on, because you know on the NRG side, they're aware that they might have something on kickoffs if they can kind of exploit a weakness out of Luminosity.
Yeah, there could be something there on the kickoff department, but you got to give it to LG. They were shooting tremendously well that game. Magic Bear with a shot top right corner. Cheese with the ball where he plays it to himself, gets a good follow-up. It just feels like they're able to react and play when they're in front of the ball a lot faster than NRG can react to it, which means they're going to have to change some things up here as the series continues.
This little layoff in between rounds 4 and 5, giving the teams a lot of time to get their minds right, but it could, of course, also work against them, as Wavepunk mentioned, kind of sitting on edge, like, all right, can we get into the game already, please? Players are getting ready for game number 2 now as Luminosity gets a dominant win in game number 1. 5-2 the scoreline. If you're just joining us, yes, this is round 5. All these teams are 2-2 now with just 3 matches left, 3 teams to put in to our top 8 playoffs tomorrow.
Right. All these teams are going to be playing, looking for a chance there to make that top 8 bracket. We've gotten it a little bit more filled out, but we are still waiting for the final matches of the day. So this one is something that when we look at here, for both these teams, how do you handle the pressure when your back is against the wall? Luminosity have shown that they can really stand with some of the top teams in NA, but they are still here in this round 5 spot. It won't matter if they can't make it to top 8 stacks.
They had an absolute war with G2 earlier on today. Here we go again. Luminosity up 1-0. What can they do with this opening kickoff? Magic Bear has it for Cheese. Rlcs had jumped as well. That burned some boost, and he just couldn't run onto a shot here as Toasty will grab that corner boost. He went past the ball. Nobody else went after that ball. So Rlcs can play this. This is a very ugly start to this game, and it's probably the kind of start that Luminosity wants because, you know, I kind of see NRG as more of a finesse squad, and when they're not able to play pretty Rocket League, they're at a huge disadvantage.
Ooh, but you got to watch out for that man that's popping up on that corner side of the screen. Rlcs, back-to-back demos. He's been a force over the course of today, not only in the physical department, making teams uncomfortable, but also in the assist department as well. We've seen him get some fantastic passes. His mechanics have been on form. And Luminosity have a chance here to utilize that for victory. It's going to be up to NRG to really kind of battle past old demons, especially that physicality. Garrett is no stranger to being victim of that. So far, so good at the start here for NRG at least. They've not let in anything.
Toasty to the back wall. Garrett G is there, but so too is Cheese. And now Toasty's shot, or at least center ball. Nobody there for it. And now Magic Bear through traffic. He's got Rlcs lurking behind him. Cheese jumping into for Luminosity. Yeah, not a whole lot happening there for Luminosity. They try again. Cheese through the corner and nothing there.
13, 15 left here. We're seeing Luminosity. Good turn there from Magic Bear. Trying to get it to Cheese. It's a little awkward, but the off-speed ball works. NRG not expecting such a slow shot, and it gets right by him.
Cheese picking up right where he left off. Hat trick in game 1. Gets the opening goal in game 2. What a day that Cheese has had. I mean, he's been everywhere for Luminosity in this opening day, and he's got another.
Oh man, back-to-back again. Mirror from game 1. Double commit on the goal line, and Cheese just picks it up, puts it into the top right. Luminosity know how to pressure this NRG team, and you see it play after play, how they get the ball up in front of the orange box, and how they make the most of it every time.
Magic Bear repels that, so too does Cheese. Garrett G will just have to boom it away and hope somebody is there. Missed was, and Magic Bear just falls back in time. Now he's gonna circle around on this. He's gonna full take a boost. What can he do with it? Right at Cheese, which is a losing proposition for so many people today. And now Toasty out of the corner for himself, and Cheese disrupts it. Garrett G is still up the ladder. Drop down, nobody home, and Magic Bear clears.
Yeah, no way. Now Miz trying to make his way back to defense with no boost, or low boost. He was able to pick up that corner. Now we get to see what he can do on the ball. Chance here for NRG to get something going. It's been a struggle for them to get on the board offensively. Again, mirroring game 1. But we have seen NRG play from behind many, many times. So I wouldn't just count them out just yet, but here we go. Garrett's a miss. Missed. Can't get the read off the ceiling. Rlcs light touch. Toasty plays it past 1, but Nobody really in the midfield, so now here comes Luminosity on the push. Reynolds upfield, won't be able to get anything there. Miss tried to clear it out, but geez, great grab, great control of possession. And they keep this on the orange end again as they try to work past the defense. But there's Miss, and NRG can start to move forward.
Good ball by Cheese to get that out of harm's way, deep into the corner. And now Reynolds with Magic Bear. Lead blocker. Reynolds forces it through, and a 3-goal lead for LG.
You see Magic Bear up in front. Garrett's in danger, tries to go high to wrap around him, but Magic had a read on Garrett G. Not the best challenge, pinched in the net, 3-0, as Luminosity showed no signs of slowing down.
So Mist will have to trigger this from deep in NRG territory. Try to get the flip reset. Garrett G up as well. Toasty thought about circling in, and LG is trying to play over the top of NRG now, with NRG trying to kind of press the issue. They've got to chase this game down 3 goals. 3 goals was the difference in game 1 as well. A wild shootout that went 5-2. NRG had a couple opportunities to get that a little bit tighter. They have not been afforded those same opportunities here in the second game.
Miss trying to create something. There's a demo on the play. Toasty just needs to get there and wrap around it, but he can't. Oh, man. LG scrambled on the goal line, and it was enough. 30 seconds remaining. You were hoping NRG would be able to score with time so they could try to build something here. But the final 15 seconds and that clearance from Reynolds confirms that Luminosity will be going up 2 games in this series. They will put NRG on match point. And if NRG want to stay alive in the qualifier, they will have to reverse sweep.
Wouldn't be the first one we've had today, but this is a tall, tall task. NRG has been down 2-0 in a series before. Already today, they were down 2-0 to Pirates on a Boat. They came all the way back and won that. By the way, Pirates on a Boat still in this tournament. They are up 2-0 on Young Whippersnappers in this 5th round. Nice. Keep you updated as that and the Snowmen Shopify Rebellion series come to a close. Those are both 2-0 right now. Snowmen and Pirates on a Boat, 1 win away each from qualifying for the top 8 playoffs tomorrow. Say all that to cover over this Luminosity highlight reel as they dominate game 2, very similar to the way they did in game 1. They just have not allowed anybody on the NRG side, particularly Mist, to get as involved in the offense as they would like.
It does feel like NRG are kind of trying to catch up with themselves here in this series. Plenty of times where we've seen double commits, someone not really knowing where to be, and that pressure that Luminosity are putting on them with that physical play has been something they don't know really how to manage just quite yet. We get into game number 3. Time is running out for them. They got to figure it out soon. Otherwise, we will not see them anymore in this tournament.
It is insane to look at the talent between Luminosity and NRG and think we're going to go into our first top 8 playoff in this new season without one of them. Either we'll be without this duo of Reynolds and Magic Bear, and as great as Cheese has been, could be without them if they're reverse swept, or we could miss out on having Garrett G, Mist, and another rising star in Toasty missing this top 8. You wouldn't have thought so coming into today. Welcome to Swiss. Game 3 is underway.
Big time game 3. And you gotta be able to step up when the pressure's on you. Miss does just that. Right off the kickoff, gets a high ball. Magic Bear can't get a read. Miss does not miss a beat. Puts that one into the back of net, getting NRG their first goal.
Missed with his first goal of the series as well. It comes 5 seconds in to a must-win game, which is very understating it at this point. Cheese coming on to this one. He's there well ahead of Garrett G. Can he get anything central? Yes, he can, but the Magic Bear shot denied by Toasty. Miss thought about going up the wall for this. NRG still kind of in disarray defensively. Reynolds going across the way. G's coming up as well. Luminosity is not letting NRG get comfortable in their own defensive end at all. It is a mess as G's got it down in front. Toasty bumps Mist out of the way, says, get out of the way, let me clear this, and he does.
Yeah, it's looking really rough for NRG. Look at this, Reynolds gets off ball. As soon as he gets off ball, he tries to push things forward, but Garrett, ready for it. Garrett G, I love to see this. Even with the lead block, before Reynolds could get acclimated, Garrett picks it up, gets past 2, puts in a second one for NRG.
Less than a minute gone by, and the beast has been awakened. How does Luminosity bounce back from 2 very early goals? Magic Bear has to dance around Garrett G. Who's going to turn on this? Nobody. Mist is up instead. Toasty waiting for a midfield boost. It was never going to appear for him. And now G's trying to get around Garrett G. And he may just do so. Out of the corner. Toasty waiting on the goal line, and he just got that away with Magic Bear bearing down on him.
Now it's time. You can see a little bit of more momentum and more pace here on NRG now. It just feels like they've started to figure things out from what Luminosity was giving them, and now they're trying to take control. Garrett G's been a lot more on ball, just trying to force as much as he can. He understands Mist really good in that back end, can take control of things really well and get it past the defense. But they have to remain patient and hold on to their 2-goal lead. It's looking real fragile with LG looming and all the time on the clock, as we aren't even under 3 minutes yet.
Meadows clears out Toasty, but all hands are on deck right now for NRG. G's stuffed by Mist. And now here goes Garrett G. He's got Toasty almost right on his tailpipe, though. He's never going to be able to pass to him. And now Reynolds, that getaway too far from him. Not the cleanest game between NRG and Luminosity. It's all about surviving here in round 5 as that shot rings off the crossbar. Luminosity's best chance, maybe second best chance, has gone by the wayside. They're still scoreless as we get ever closer to the halfway mark, and Reynolds will score thanks to Magic Bear.
You might not have been able to see it on the ball, but you can see it when you look at those boost totals. NRG had next to nothing in the tank. Mist had 0, and he got bumped out of the play. Luminosity, it's just a war of attrition, and they win it every single time. If you get caught in your own half, they will let you feel that pressure.
That kicks high out of the corner. Mist lining one up, and the defense wasn't going to be able to do a thing about it.
Oh!
This is a 2-goal swing. Mist. G's didn't.
Again, NRG, they send 2 people forward. Garrett doing his best to try to dodge the demo. Doesn't think Magic Bear just puts himself in front of Garrett, saying, you can take me out as long as that ball goes into the back of the net. That's all that matters.
Momentum to Luminosity. Another ball forward. Mist jumped up to get to that one. Now Cheese and Reynolds will crisscross. It's Cheese that takes this. Kind of flopping around like a fish, but he got this ball at least somewhat central. And Reynolds will turn on this. And Garrett G, with his full boost, has it all the way. He's stealing as much as he can downfield, but now he may have to rush back. And he jumped in front of Toasty. This leads to numbers, and Luminosity does not convert. Garrett G just barely making the save, but what a mess that turned into for NRG.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous. And honestly, it probably could have put NRG, at least mentally, in a bad spot. All things considered, that would have been a very egregious mistake. Garrett G able to really save that play, which, depending on how this goes, we might take a look back at a little later. Toasty needs a good touch here, and does, but he sends it right over to Reynolds. Luminosity back on the ball. Mist lies back. Once again, Reynolds trying to get that bump. Anytime they know they have numbers advantage, they use it.
To the backboard, now Mist all the way across very quickly, and Reynolds is all over it, but he let that get away from him again. Reynolds has not done a particularly great job of keeping that ball kind of close to the car. The possession has been fine for Luminosity. He's been good enough to get back into this game. Reynolds plays that around Garrett G. This for Cheese. Easy save by Mist. Toasty avoids contact. Everybody avoids demos. And back and forth we go again into the final minute. 45 remaining.
And you have to be so careful, too, when you play the demo game against Luminosity, because you take yourself out the play, and if you're not successful, it can lead to a 2v1 the other way. Reynolds on the ball now. Gets it past Mist, but great touch out from Toasty to get that save there. NRG not out of the woods yet. 30 seconds remaining. You would have thought that they had momentum they could have built and turned into a win here, but they still have to fight against a Luminosity squad that is bumping and pushing their way through. Cheese gets blocked out, though, by Gen.G, and we could be headed to overtime unless Luminosity surges late.
Oh, they could do. Magic Bear thought about it. Gen.G kind of gets sandwiched in there. Magic Bear had it challenged all the way across. Rlcs caught it. And will anybody bring this to ground? Well, they thought about it, but now Rlcs might have a go here. Cheese waiting in front, and Rlcs couldn't center. Oh, there's a golden opportunity there. Cheese was waiting. It never got to him. He may still make good on it, though, off this kickoff. He just skies it up and does not chase.
Rlcs picked up that mid boost so he can play there on the side. Magic Bear's looking for a bump. They're trying to give a little bit of separation for Cheese. That was a good touch from Rlcs. Great shot, but missed. Ready there. Missed trying to get a shot of his own, but Magic Bear quick to deny and get in front of the ball. Looking for bumps too on Luminosity is missed. And Garrett playing this one especially close, but it does go the other way. Things are moving all over the place, all over the field for both teams, as NRG has been putting up their best fight yet against Luminosity.
Well, they have saved their best for last. The only question is it good enough? Rlcs and Magic Bear lost this ball. Miss trying to make amends for his miss earlier. Not happening. And now Rlcs and Cheese. Cheese's shot is blocked by Gen.G. Nobody could run forward to go for the demo. And now it's only Magic Bear at the back. Toasty pushes it wide, and Cheese will clear it away. And you may see this kind of ping pong back and forth, waiting for someone to make another mistake. And listen, if the past 6 minutes has been any indication, you don't have to wait very long.
Oh, man. Garrett in a tough spot, has to go! Oh, but it's a good save from Gen.G. Toasty bumping Rlcs off. Garrett, does he have boost for this? No, he's at 0. He's just playing the 50s out, buying his team some time to reposition. Miss got a little awkward there going on the back wall, but he is still able to get a piece of the ball. He'll bump Rlcs off. It's just about separation and getting a shot opportunity. That one too high. Garrett will get the ball and play it close for now.
Well, Cheese has done everything right so far tonight, except he did not convert there. So he'll get a mulligan, and he's still blocked by Mist, who's still one of the elite defenders, not just in NA, but the world. His stop turned that counterattack into, well, a whole lot of nothing. Gen.G couldn't convert, and now here goes Luminosity again. Rlcs with the demo. Went after Toasty as well. Mist avoided him. This has just turned into a track meet, but still nobody's scoring.
It's counterattack after counterattack at this point. NRG can't keep consistent possession in the blue half. They end up the follower's just too late. So then Luminosity takes the ball, they go upfield, but they send so many people up front, again, to try to get those bumps to make NRG uncomfortable. If they lose possession, then it'll go the other way. So it's left, right, and center. Gen.G gets another great stop out of him. That's gonna be his 6th. Oh, demo on the play though, and Rlcs will finish the job! GG Luminosity, we'll see you in the top 8.
NRG fell behind time and time again they battled their way back into it, but this time it was just too much. As NRG falls to Luminosity, it's Rlcs who scores the series winner. But man, oh man, what a series that Cheese had. As we're gonna look back on highlights in a moment, and you're gonna see Cheese all over them.
Oh yeah, you go to that overtime, even looking at the numbers very briefly, I think NRG had 12 saves that game. I mean, they were stuck on their own end. And it was just trying to find a breakout opportunity, trying to hold on to the ball just a little bit more. Because if they didn't, Luminosity brought it back the other way. This is a serious team, and they show their threat no matter who they play. And, I mean, well-earned top 8 here for LG.
There are a lot of results that we're going to go over here throughout the course of the day, but a couple in particular as we send things back to the desk, and if I may say so myself, achieves! Desk, back to you.
Yes, indeed. The Pirates that are on that very particular and special boat have beaten the young whippersnappers. And they didn't just beat them, they pulverized them. Poor young whippersnappers got beat. It got outscored 17-3 not just in their last match, but in the match prior against Gen.G as well. They very much had a great hot start to the day. Couldn't quite put it together here at the end, but congratulations to Achieves and the Pirates on the boat, the players on that team as well. It's not like it's just the coach there. They get to play in the bracket, as do Luminosity, as they take down NRG 3-0. We got one more match going on today. Shopify and the Snowmen are currently in game 4. 3 minutes left to go there, and it is tied up at 0. No one scored. So we'll see. We'll be able to jump in there. Snowmen, though, leading the series here, Gibbs, 2-1.
And that's wild. You would think, a very young team to come in to be leading that series. Could they make top 8? It would be insane. But going back really quick to Luminosity versus NRG. Luminosity had so much space games 1 and 2. They could do no wrong. But NRG, it seemed like they finally figured it out a little bit, had some counterplay, but they just couldn't get it done in that last overtime. The demos come out. We all know with Rlcs and demos. So it was bound to happen at some points, but Luminosity, they kept their foot on the gas the entire time, got that clutch Game 3 win. They were down 0-2 in Game 3 and battled back as well. So hats off to them. They make it to the top 8. They probably didn't want to be down in this 2-2 round, but Rlcs, when he plays Swiss, he's always in the 2-2 round, so it's fine.
Well, folks, we'll get to see Luminosity play again tomorrow. One of these two teams will also be in that bracket here. Snowman trying to punch that ticket right now. So they are now trailing in the back half. They're going to be trailing by a little bit more here. Rebellion now up by 2, trying to force game 5.
Oh, man. I watched Rebellion earlier, and it was heartbreaking, watching them struggle the way that they did. I don't want to see it again, but at the same time, Snowmen are kind of that, I don't want to say underdog, but underdog in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, they're absolutely underdogs, though, because 2 months ago, Scribbles is sitting at home. It's like, I still got 1 more year until I can play RLCS. I'm just waiting. Then tweet comes out from RLCS saying, hey, the age has changed to 13. So he's a 14-year-old sitting there I got to find a team. I got to get this going, because he was that one player that everyone thought had a chance in North America that was under 15 that could make some moves. I don't think anyone expected this, though, to be in a 2-2 round, to have a chance at a top 8, and to lead in the series right now. So huge moment for him, huge movement for this team. But Rebellion, they're battling back. They were down 2-0 in this series as well. They won Game 3. They're up 2-1 in Game 4. So you got to close it out.
You think they picked the name Snowman because of Frosty?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. But let's talk about Frosty. We can talk about this again because, new viewers coming in. He was on Energy. He was signed. They made videos with him. He was
I
oh my
made
God.
a video with him. I was at his announcement.
See, there you go. He's probably so excited. Oh, I got this awesome opportunity. I'm playing for NRG. The legacy of that name is so big in Rocket League. And he gets kicked before the season even begins due to poor tournament results for the team, and they wanted to go in a different direction, which you can respect. But for Frosty, that's got to be gut-wrenching. Then he's got to find a team last minute, finds a squad, is like, all right, Scribbles, let's give it a go. Let's see how this plays out. And so if they can make it, and Energy, they just got bounced in this round, so we just saw. Man, it's wild. But on the other side, Shopify Rebellion, they had so many moments last year where it was 2Piece and Parth, and everyone's like, this is that next team to make that move. And they never really got there last year. They had a couple of moments where they looked really good, but they never really wowed for an entire split. They never made major, weren't really in contention that closely. Almost a goal there. But now they bring in Justin, who throughout the offseason, everyone was saying that he is that guy. He has found it again, and he's gonna, try and bring this team to that next level. And that first step is a top 8, right? So let's see if they can bring it to Game 5. It looks like they very likely will. One last chance. Scribbles. He's gonna fight Justin in the air.
Soft touch. That's very beautiful.
Oh, it's on the ground.
All right, we're going to a Game 5. That's it's great.
It'll be, yep, one more game on the day, folks, and then we are done. We will be set up for our bracket here. This is some crazy stories, both sides of this. Either way, you're getting a former NRG player through to the bracket. Someone who Justin didn't really get kicked. He just got.
No, there was like
It's mutual.
it is time. Yeah, it was time for them to just kind of go their own ways.
Either way, one of them gonna be through to the bracket here, or NRG. Well, they'll be going back to the drawing board and thinking about it for the next one here. But yeah, I don't know. I can't decide which story I am more interested in. Which story is like the more fun one here? Frosty and the Snowmen moving forward, or Two Piece and Parth and Justin, the new energy and the new hotness moving forward? I don't know. They're both great.
I'll be honest. I think the snowman one for me. I think honestly though, the whole, again, I was there. I was in the announcement video. For why? Don't ask me. I don't know how I ended up there, but I watched him, do all that. So even when I heard about it the first time, I was like, there's no way. But like, him finding a team and then seeing them make it all the way here to today, you can't not root for them in any situation. It's always really fun to see stuff like that happen, but always a Justin girly, so
Yeah,
That's the hard part. It's Justin. It's like everyone wants to see him back at the top, right?
Yeah, exactly. We always want to see, like, Justin, he, in my mind, still has scored the greatest goal in the history of Rocket League, and I want to see that legacy continue as long as he chooses to keep playing here. Parth, his teammate, gonna get them up early here in game number 5.
I love this going back to Wavepunk play-by-play a bit here on the desk. See a little Parth coming out with that double tap. But whoever wins this will be the number 8 seed into the playoff bracket based on game differential and all that. That is already locked. They will play M80 in the first quarterfinal. I'm not sure if it's first or fourth on our broadcast, but in the quarterfinal, that is who they will play. So either team, M80, will be their opponent.
Ooh. The import team.
Yeah, they're like, another import came over.
Another import team.
Just clapping NA again. Here we go.
Listen.
Poor NA, man. Poor NA.
Yeah, I feel for y'all. Unlucky. I'm curious how many, if any, Europeans would move out to NA just for a few months to try and compete in an OQ for fun and see what happens.
No, don't. You can't say this because then they're going to win the whole thing. They're just going to wind up coming in like, hey, we're here for fun. And it's like, well, it's NA, so we'll just take it. No, but NA is looking really good throughout this offseason. Oh, great play here again. Parth coming up on top. Let's see this again because there was a little bit of confusion in the front. Looks like Parth just beat out the defender on the pass. Yeah, great shot. So, well done there. Shopify going for the reverse sweep. That'll be, the third on the day, I believe. So it's been happening all around the scene. But really quickly, I just wanted to point out one thing. We talked about Pirates on the Boat earlier. So they've qualified. They qualified from the O2 round, which doesn't happen that often. And not only that, they played OG in that O2 round. And everyone's like, all right, well, that's it. OG's going to come out on top and win that. And they 3-0'd them out. And obviously, that's the big result. On the opposite side was OG to go out 0-3. So Pirates on the Boat had to make a run versus some tough competitions. Oh, wow. What a save by Frosty there to keep him in this game.
Yeah. Well, and just even your point there, Pirates on the Boat, like they reverse swept the Swiss. Very difficult thing to do, to lose your first 2 rounds and then successfully win the final 3. So, yeah.
That's
wonderful
crazy.
props to them. We'll talk about it a lot tomorrow. I'm very excited to see that team play again. But Rebellion trying to they nearly got a third one here. The Snowmen trying to make the crazy Cinderella run of the tournament here, and the Rebellion saying, look, it's been a nice fun story, but this is Rocket League. So
and this ball's been on the blue half for a while. Like, it's all right now, like, Snowmen, no offense. So if they do get some limited opportunity, they got to make it count, being down 2 right now, but they first got to get it out of their half because they haven't had really possession. This is probably their first okay moment. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. Down 2 with about 2 minutes left. So you're gonna have to score soon if you're gonna play a ton of defense. And all right, we're starting to see him turn around and get some possession. Here's the demo opportunity to the shot, and Frosty puts it home. Snowman, that's exactly what they needed. Not a lot of offensive opportunities, but when they get them, make them count. And now it's just a 1-goal game with 2 minutes left. There's plenty of time.
Oh, man. I like seeing Reveal go up trying to, he's like, I'll just move them out of your way for you. And even if I can't, it's going to frustrate them enough.
Yeah.
But at least there's a little drive of momentum now headed into the second half, and at least leads in half. It's a little bit more doable.
That was a big demo by Parth in that midfield to just open it up to try and get the momentum back on the opposite side of the field. But some good 50s coming out, though, from Snowmen here. There's another good challenge. Scribbles throws it high and deep, so we're seeing them turn it back around. A little bit of a team bump, though. That might cost them here. The shot.
Oh, just wide.
It almost did.
Almost.
Oh,
Maybe this
pressure.
one? Oh, no. Reveal's been everywhere.
There.
Oh, no. Just
There it
wide
is,
open.
there it is.
Wow.
Just keep trying.
Yeah, you pointed out the pressure that they've been able to put on before the last goal.
Yeah.
Rebellion had they after the kickoff. We saw Snowman score. We're like, okay, they're starting to get back on their side. They had a moment of offense, and then Rebellion was able to respond, and then Snowman pushed back, and we're like, okay, maybe it's going to start to even things out now. Kind of reverting right back to where we were at the first half of the game.
A pressure goal. That's all that really was, because it was like not spectacular, but so much pressure on it. Like eventually, there's going to be a rotational mistake. Nice little air dribble demo to the shot. Oh, we had the whole left side of the net open. Could have had it, but I think he just wanted a lot of power on it. Now we got Frosty in the air.
Final minute.
Just a minute left. Oh, wait, there's a demo. Everybody's getting demoed off this.
This could be it. Oh, that's the dagger.
I saw that coming.
Might be over. The snow is melting. They took the hat off. Gotta put it back on. The hat's
Try again,
important.
guys. You can
They're
do
in
it.
the
Sing
greenhouse.
song.
They're in the greenhouse,
the
and
song.
Frosty's melting. Yeah, just poor guy. But like, it was a great run by them to get to the 2-2 round. I don't think many people expected that as well. We'll see if they can put one here just to make it a little more competitive. But Shopify, Rebellion, I think pretty much everyone in power rankings would have them in that 4 through 8 range. So to see them make the playoff bracket, like M80, honestly, probably not happy about it, because they probably don't want to play them because they can peak at any moment and take them down. So sure, it's a 1 versus 8 seed, but that's not an easy matchup. There's going to be no easy matchup tomorrow, so it's going to be fun to watch that quarterfinal, how it all plays out.
Once they're in the top 8, there's no easy games anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially now, because NA is like, there's so much competition. There's just so much competition. Like, we thought we had a top 2 in like a G2 and Gen.G, but like even that's in question. So
Yeah.
it's going to be fun.
Well, a wonderful story. This is the kind of run that changes the way people perceive your team. Snowmen earning themselves some respect, and we'll get to see that pay off dividends as we move forward in the season. Their run, though, for this qualifier does end here. Congratulations to the Rebellion, who make top 8. They will play in the bracket tomorrow. What a day! What a celebration of Rocket League, and a wonderful way to return here to our wonderful competition. I'm excited to see how that competition continues tomorrow, Gibbs.
Man, it was a fun day, and it was just a great moment of like, it's been a long off season. Let's just see how everyone is playing, see how everyone's feeling. Saw some big upsets. We saw some disappointing moments from some teams, but at the same time, we saw teams that we didn't expect to be in the top 8 make it, like Pirates on the Boat. Let's go with Chiefs. We're all rooting for you tomorrow.
Let's go. Yeah, there's a lot. I love looking back at the end of today and thinking back on like what were the questions we had at the beginning of the day. One of those questions for me was like, what is Gen.G like? We haven't seen them play. They keep talking about how good they are. Obviously, they picked up a strong player, but are they actually any good? I'd say the answer right now is very clear. Yes.
They're still pretty
They go 3-1. M80 manages to get the victory over them there, but in general, like First Killer didn't look any different here, Herc. Like it looks like a roster we're gonna have to really think about moving forward.
Yeah, no, I have them in the back of my mind. I've always been, especially, you know, it's hard to get your hopes up when you were a Dignitas fan and you watched the legendary team turn into the new team, and then the new team didn't keep up with the old stuff. And I had the same vibe with Gen.G. I was like, can you, in theory, recreate what you were doing before? Usually when there's a roster move, that feels almost impossible. It never really happens. But the fact that First Killer is slotting in and it's so well is so exciting.
It was an excellent run for many, many teams today. We've seen some excellent stories across the top of the day, and it does leave us with just 8 teams who are going to be playing tomorrow. We'll be playing the quarterfinals of our bracket, and then we'll be playing the semis and finals on Sunday. So I'm excited for the rest of this tournament to keep going. I'm trying to think of like other big stories. What were the other questions we had at the beginning of the day that we now have answers to?
So I think it was, we had to find out who else is up there in the top 2 race. And I don't think we have answered those questions yet, but M80, they began to answer those because we saw a big 3-0 from them. But at the same time, once you make it out of Swiss, everyone's back with 1 life, right? So it doesn't necessarily matter where you go. And we've seen it a lot throughout North American history. There's been a ton of times when the 3-0 teams do not win the entire tournament. It's normally a 3-1 team or a 3-2 team. So we'll see how it all plays out. So we began to answer a few of these questions, but you have to come back in about, 14 hours and do it all again and prove everyone wrong again. So M80, sure, it looked great on day 1, but that's one small thing, and you got to do it again versus a very strong team. So it's going to be fun to watch throughout this whole qualifier process.
Everybody go outside, stretch a little bit, touch some grass, maybe get some food, get some sleep, and then come back because we're going to have this bracket here that we'll be playing through tomorrow. Again, quarterfinals will be played on Saturday, and then we play the semis and grands on Sunday, crowning the champion of our first open qualifier at the end of that day. We'll play this bracket from bottom to top, so we will start the day with Dignitas versus Pirates on a boat. We will then play G2 Stride versus Luminosity Gaming. Gen.G versus Space Station will be third, and we will end in the day with M80 versus Shopify Rebellion, a lime green battle for the ages there. I don't know, Herc, look at these matches. Do you have a favorite match, one you're most excited about?
Oh man, honestly, the M80 one. Everybody just met me, and I feel terrified to ever say this, but I got EU bias, and I love when the imports come in. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
this they're like she's out tomorrow. It's Jover, but no, the M80 Rebellion matchup. I'm super stoked to keep watching M80's run.
What about you, Gibbs?
I got to go Space Station and Gen.G. Space Station, their only loss today versus G2, so they've played one of those top 2 dogs. Now they get to play the other one. We'll see how that all fares. And also, that's because of Gen.G, they lost and went 3-1 as well. So they're a little bit vulnerable, but that's a good 4 or 5 matchup that I think whoever wins that can very easily make a long run here.
You're both wrong. It's Dignitas versus Pirates on a boat. Best match of the day. I don't care what anybody says. I'm excited that we get to start the day off with it as well. So we'll see how they go. That's the old team. The day 1 streams, this broadcast we're doing right now, I used to do last season. I did 4 Dignitas. We were talking about Gibbs. We've both had that opportunity to do that with them. Fun to have them. So care about that team as well. But nope, give me Pirates on the boat. Give me Pirates on the boat. Every day, all day, top to bottom. Hope to see them do well. But it's going to be an excellent day of broadcasting tomorrow. I mean, it's been a long enough one here. I don't think we need to waste any more time. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific is when the matches kick off. We'll have the pre-show at 9:30 right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, also on the Esports YouTube. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. Regardless of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a line.